Today, I want to share with you 5 simple principles that you can adopt in the new year to be able to have peace. The first is that the first principle for peace is you have to let go of your painful past. No matter what it is time to move on. So this new year, it is time to move on. Tell somebody it is time to move on. Now, we have to move on. This is what God is telling you this new year. So it is time to leave behind your worries. It is time to leave behind the people that slandered you, the people that persecuted you. And unless you leave the past behind you, you cannot grow. You cannot move on. That is the first principle. Let go of your painful past.
As the priest was speaking, he wasn't the one speaking. It was the Holy Spirit that was speaking through him. And he said, leave behind all things that happened in 2025 so that they don't drag you backwards. Hatred, avarice, feeling of being defamed, feeling of character assassination, being lied upon. Everything must end here in this church today. And you will move from here into the realm of the Spirit and face Nigeria and what God sent you to do. I want to assure the priest that I have heard. And because of what you said here, I had almost 9 cases in court against some individuals, against people who defamed me, who lied against me, who slandered my name, and all. But listening to the priest, I suddenly realized he was talking to me. So I hereby direct my solicitors to withdraw all lawsuits against them.
Many ways you can collect the tax. They also have a mobile phone. This thing I want to tell you, what I want to tell you now, don't let it scare you, but just to add bearers and the drivers are likely to have a mobile phone. Do you agree? If you have a mobile phone, this system will track the mobile phone and link it to you. If we ask you to pay 5,000 naira and you refuse, and we say, before the end of March, you must have paid your tax for last year, and it's 5,000, you refuse. From 1st of April, we will substitute your line. If you like, have 10 phones. Your line is substituted for how much you are owing government. The next time you load credits, until we can decide to allow you get 50% of your credit, so you are not stuck, because it means you can't call anymore, but you can receive. You load credit until you finish that 5,000, the line, you drop the line and get another one, it will be substituted automatically. If you're a bigger person with a bank account, it's even sweeter. We substitute your bank account. We're demonstrating to government that we have developed beyond the age of putting wood and nail on the road and looking like days of Mongo Park to collect tax. I can collect my tax with, you won't even know who is collecting it. Life is simple because there is technology.
It doesn't matter how you describe it, nobody will debit your bank account. At the end of the year, you tell the government yourself. You know the amount that is your income, you know the one that is not your income. So you tell the government, this is my income and here is the tax.
Fortunately, miraculously survived that crash, but it now appears that at the beginning of the journey he was actually sat in front where one of his friends was tragically killed. It's appeared that the driver of that car, Mr. Kayode Edeni, who has been charged with manslaughter and reckless driving, had actually asked him to swap seats because he couldn't see the wing mirror on the offside because of the large frame of Anthony Joshua. So he swapped seats and then went and sat behind the driver, which, as we know now, saved his life, because a few hours later that car was involved in a tragic, horrific accident when it ploughed into the back of a stationary truck carrying soya beans on the highway just outside Sagamu. And we know also as well from that hearing that Joshua and his friends had only just arrived in Nigeria to spend the week here. The driver, as I say, has been granted bail and he is expected to be released from that correctional facility at the beginning of next week, and he will next appear in court.
Good experience. You're welcome. It was a very good experience. You're welcome. It was a very good experience. You're welcome.
You cannot do it alone. You require the support. You ask. You require the support. You ask the support. You ask the governor. Leadership entails that.
Some of you say you're legal luminary. You know the truth. You will go on air just to pacify your paymasters, to turn the law upside down. We all know the law. When it comes to issues that has to do with the administration of governance in states, it is the state high court. It doesn't matter whether you go and join INEC police. It is a straightforward. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that one. And you stand and you say you're doing the right thing, God will judge you. Let me say it here so you understand. Judges, you are informed that we are safe. Your position is to stand and defend us. Your position is to look at whoever and tell the person the truth. Because if you don't do it here, you have a big question to answer. The preacher said it. Every evil done in the course of administrative justice, you will pay for it dearly. Look at what today, the up and downs in this state. When everybody knows that whatever we're getting from that end, I don't want to call their name, everybody knows. But I'm not bothered about it. Like the word said here, it will come to an end. Surely.
Area right next to our border is safe. We don't have terrorists, we don't have attacks, and we also want to secure our Druze friends. And by the way, I think not only the Druze, but other minorities, especially the Christians, should be protected as well in Syria and throughout the Middle East and in Nigeria. In your efforts, we back completely, because Christian communities are beleaguered around the world, and especially in the Middle East, but in parts of Africa too. And we stand for the same thing.
Steel doesn't produce industrial quality steel, even though there was supposedly the world's largest steel mill was constructed in Nigeria. Now, what most people don't know is that the consultants who designed that steel mill recommended that steel mill should be sited just outside Onitsha. But as a direct result of the Biafran War, as a direct result of the Biafran War, it was the stated policy of Bala Mohammed that we should not reward those Igbos.
Wow.
So he now moved it to a forest in Kogi State instead. In fact, the Metallurgy Institute of Nigeria, which was already constructed prior to the steel mill, till today it's in Onitsha. That's why. Because that was constructed first. The steel mill was supposed to be next to the Metallurgy Institute. That's why Metallurgy Institute is in Onitsha, steel mill is in Kogi. You know, but Nigeria ended up dribbling itself because it went and put it in Kogi where it's unviable. It has never produced anything in 40 plus years.
True.
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso.
Mira ya, mira lo quemado.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonathan? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I'm handling like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion.
I'm there with people bigger than you.
Okay,
I'm there with you. Who are you? You're a rat.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello and welcome to the show. Happy New Year to everybody. This is our first show for 2026. Today is January 3rd. I welcome all of you. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we've entered the new year with a bang. Sorry, for those watching, I am not in my best. I'm under the weather, but I will carry on until I get someone to take over from me. But we welcome the new year with a bang, and we thought that we are going to start the year talking about 2027 elections, the defection from Labour Party to ADC. Of P2B, that we were going to be talking about the new tax law, which has kicked in Nigeria, which nobody is going to escape the impact of that law. There have been so many controversies around that, what it's about, and we are beginning to see details, what is going to happen in real life. So we thought that was what we were going to talk about today. We're going to talk about Bala Mohammed, and what he said was pressure by the government to join APC. At this point, I think they have almost 30 governors in their camp. So we thought that would be our lead story. But now, Trump had a bigger idea. Oh, we thought that we'd be talking about Anthony Joshua and the accidents that happened in Nigeria, which we are still going to touch on, but there's something bigger that happened, and that was that while you were sleeping, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, gave an order that the U.S. Special Forces should go into Venezuela and do what? Attack and capture the president and his wife. As we speak, the Maduro is on his way to New York, where he's going to be locked up and tried for several crimes. So that's the story. That's the big story today. And it's sending shockwave across the world, even for people outside of the new hemisphere. because what it tells the world is that the United States can come into virtually any country in the world, take out their president. This is not the first time, but this is important because we are seeing a new world order, a new structure, and where the big men, powerful men, are deciding what should happen in the world. I saw a statement issued by Omoyele Sowore where he was saying that basically the United Nations is useless, that they should dissolve it and find a new body. He has always been useless. It's not the first time. So, but the question is, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? People in Iran are protesting. The government of Iran should be concerned. Even Nigeria, Tinubu is on vacation in France. We know that they are concerned, but because if this could happen to Venezuela, it could happen to most countries of the world. So we're going to talk about that and all the other stories in the news. Again, thank you so much for joining us on this first edition of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. All right, I know a lot of people are excited about these stories, and there are people in the studio. I'll bring you in. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We will let you in and be part of this conversation. All right, Mr. James, thank you so much for being here. Happy New Year to you.
Well, I wish I'm a happy man.
Yeah, we say that the way we say good morning, you know. But it's not totally bad. I don't think so. I'm sure there are some good things happening. So let's start with, let me just go around and ask people, what story did I not mention that is important? They want to mention it. Go ahead, Mr. James.
I think you mentioned a lot of things happened. Maybe there will be no time. We would have discussed what is happening to the Obas Palace in Benin. But I don't think we have that.
Yeah. I saw Dr. Obaseki that was taken to the palace. And, okay, that's important. If it's bigger than that. All right, let's go to Tony. Tony, welcome to the show.
Please, I'll be with you later.
Okay. All right. Thank you, James. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Happy New Year. I think I'll probably change your title to Prof. This year there'll be no more damages. There'll be more of engineering.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Things are heating up already.
Yes.
Nobody could have. Nobody expected this to be the way we are starting the new year.
Yeah, that was an audacious attempt by Trump. But it's a warning to the world that the man, just like the Secretary of State said, that these guys aren't joking. Just listening to General Chairman of Joint Chief of Staff, listen to everything that he said. I was blown away. That's how a general should speak, and that's how it tells you that this is a really great country, and there's something that I think our military and our country that pride itself to be giant of Africa should learn. But that said, I think you covered quite a lot of areas. But I think that what is more topical today will be this ongoing thing in Venezuela. Just like you said, we had thought it would be maybe Anthony Joshua, some other developments that has happened in the country. But now, Obi's ADC declaration and so on. But I think that this is, for me, quite a mouthful not expected. While we're sleeping, America was out there doing some stuff in Venezuela. And Nigeria has every reason to be worried. Our leadership has everything to be worried. I hear after the first strike in Sokoto, from the grapevine, that some guys have gone into hiding. So with this now, I think it complicates the issue for them. So I don't know what they'll be doing now, because if you look at Venezuela, it's almost the same issues that you have in Venezuela, according to the Americans, that you have here, whether it's election, manipulation, whether it's dictatorship, whether it's drug issues, quite a lot of similarities that you can talk about. And I think that Nigeria has a lot, to learn from this and to be warned. It can be any country. Yeah, let me leave it there for now.
All right, thank you so much, Tony. Recolonization, welcome.
Yeah, Happy New Year,
Happy New Year.
Dr. Damages. I wish everybody the same. Mr. Brother Tony, Obi, I salute you.
Hello, bros.
You see, Mr. Brothers, you said everything, but if you, the only thing you didn't say is the new name that I just tagged myself. That's only what you omitted. You have to say it, because if you see what is happening around the world, I thought you should mention it, because it's reflecting, just like a prophet, what is happening around the world. You understand? Because there are some countries now where somebody will come to power and they will just seize everything and believe that they're untouchable. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then we will be looking at it as if it's normal. Everybody will say the people are in power, there's nothing you can do. They will tell us go to election, for example. Everybody will say, okay, let us go to election. When you go to election, in our own eyes like this, they go just do their magic and everybody go shut up. So make I never go into the matter. Just that I want to say Happy New Year to everybody, and we're there, we're watching. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, recolonization. When we come back, I want to know whether you're actually projecting or saying that we should be recolonized or something else, but that would be interesting. OBE, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, Happy New Year, everybody. Oga Tony, I always following you up with Precious. There's been a nice one over there. Recolonization. Oga Ovie, the Ososo man. Hello. Happy New Year, sir. Epadomo, Happy New Year, Oga James. I think it's been a lot happening this 2026. I just stumbled into one prophetic. The prophet started prophesying again. Another point of interest is saying many things are going to happen in 2026. The guy even talked about the third quarter of January. There's going to be some issues around Nigeria. Talking about the president on the run. The Sokoto man is on the run. So many things are just happening back there. I said, this prophet, is it God that has spoken again that there will be a disease that is more than COVID this year too? He said a lot of stuff, I said, you keep doing this thing every year and make people get confused. The other one was saying that there's going to be a storm that will bring about the Noah Ark. I was building an ark. Stuff about Africa. It's just so sad, I also follow up with the Edo drama. Former governors versus palace versus one idiot in London making a sort of statement versus the governor that is not talking. All other issues are just there. Obi defection, that one has been another big news. ADC seems to be a different narrative now, and everybody. No, I told. Was it not? KJ, I told in one of your episodes that I am envisaging that an Atiku will actually leave the battle for Obi. I think I put that narrative earlier But I don't know whether that is going to work out or what is going to happen. But that seems to be another perspective of the political setting in Nigeria is beginning to change a little bit. And there's a prophecy that also said that there's a younger man that's going to come up with a new party and it's going to be like takeover. A younger person that is not known. That was just what the guy was saying. It was just a lot. Maybe it's okay.
Are you sure it's not forefathers?
Then plus the drama in River State, that's another big one that is happening. The dog is barking and the sheep is crawling, and the man the man is beginning to. Everybody is trying to campaign for Tinubu in his own way to show that I'm the one that owns structure. The other one, I'm the one that owns the money. The other one, I'm the one that owns the APC. The other one is causing confusion everywhere. Port Harcourt, River State is just known for the news in the negative side. It's a shame. A way to begin the year. The fight is not even over. So what has the president done with all those suspension and everything? And what are they not talking about? Everybody is just mute now. The funniest thing is that the so-called strong man in the River State is actually falling out with the big powers in the northern part, and also are trying to now use the governor to fight him. It's going to be a very big drama at the end of the day. That is what I followed for the week. Thank you.
Thank you, OBE. Let's hear from China Must Go, Obi.
Obi, this is 2026, so you change your ways. Yeah, stop hating, okay? You hate on me for trying to hustle my way into government. You are hating on the pastors too. That's their hustle. If they don't talk that, what they go talk? Eh? Everybody get a hustle. You just want to spoil our hustle for us. Why? Yeah? This is why when Trump they go 360 degrees. So if you say next week now, I go to enter this show for my village. I don't know. Eh? So that new party where they go. So maybe now that's how I go to start out. When Trump don't bundle my house, go back to my village. I'll take him up. And Dr. Dameja, I'll take offense for your introduction by saying that nobody see all this coming. We don't know what I mean. I take offense. You and Dr. Emmanuel, you guys antagonize me. The first time we discussed about Trump when he was guest sworn in, I say in order for you to understand this administration, you have to understand the 5th president of the United States of America and the 25th president. That's James Monroe, which Trump declared is Monroe's Doctrine Point 2. And during the tax period, which is a McKinley, una say, oh, nah, today Dr. Monroe is out today talk story. He said America today like story. Right? I'm glad everything is playing out. And the more we go ahead, everybody use that phrase, James Monroe, Doro Doctrine. Yes. And I said it's not going to get better. It's not going to get better. America is now this what is happening now that we set on motion for almost 40 years. So it just get to the climax. At the end of the day, somebody is come out supreme. Just that's why they respond to David Oden in this thing where they play was trying to talk about the location of the Ajakuta Steel Company. That's why I know they work, but that's none. You have to still go back to in the 60s. What happened in the 60s that is still happening today was the fight between the America, the capitalism, and the Soviet Union. Who built the STEMI for us? Don't be Soviet Union. Don't be West build that now. So when they won that Cold War, they had to decide what they want, and that's where those things start working. And that's exactly what we are still experiencing today. So nothing will happen out of the blue. And I said it here, if you don't understand World War I, you have no clue what is going on. You just jump from one airline to another. So everything is connected. So, hey, welcome to the time. And again, I think Dr. Ramiji, you agree with me. We often say it here. We should be happy. we are real privilege of a generation to be seeing what is happening. This thing where they happen, so they happen. If you go back to the issue of the last maybe 300 years, maybe not like 4 or 5 times, it don't happen before. So instead of us to be biased and all that, just sit down and internalize, just take everything in. Because you might be privileged to be 80, 40, 100, be 150 as they are pushing it. Then you have to tell this story as a witness, not as a third party anymore. So that's what I just have to say. So it's just the beginning.
Thank you so much, Ovie. Let's go to Comrade Omoroye. Welcome. Happy New Year. We can hear you, Omoroye.
I think you are muted. No, nobody's here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah.
Greetings to Dr. Damages.
How are you?
I think my network is not stable. I'm okay. Please, a lot of things happened. I don't know how much you'll be able to deal with. You know, the time will not be enough to deal with a lot of them. Somebody was talking about the OB decampment to ADC. I think there is nothing spectacular there. As at about 11 months ago, I was telling them that Obi needed a platform, and that platform should be made known. A lot of his supporters, instead of giving you solution, they give you excuses. You are telling you that he was holding his platform to his chest. And I told them that a platform on which you want to run, a political platform, is not something you hold to your chest for too long, because you need to make it popular for your people. I mean, across the length and breadth of the country. If going back to the same ADC, that's already known as a Atiku political family, is what we have been waiting for the past 1 year. I don't see anything strange in that declaration. And me, I was taken aback. I hope he has been able to resolve some of the issues, because if what was known of ADC when it was formed, and the former secretariat of Atiku was converted to their headquarters, I'm not seeing anything strange. I think Obi is a very sharp man, you know, a wealthy man, you know, business-wise, he's a successful man. But in terms of political strategy, Obi with the people around him, I think he needs more of strategists around him than mere politicians. You know, arrest it there. Except Atiku has made up his mind not to run. If Atiku runs with Obi, and Obi is not prepared for primaries, I wonder why he's in ADC. Why not just come out plainly to tell them he has accepted, so that everybody will be happy? You know, I know he's afraid that he's going to lose the militant wing of the obedient, which may not be willing to subscribe to that VP position. And something happened, something spectacular happened in Edo State. Edo State, we have no governor in Edo State. Edo State is back to the days of darkness, barbarism, and otherwise, an aberration set of nature where life has turned short, brutish, and where life has become nasty, brutish, and short. If we meet freely on the street of Benin City, a young man that graduated before he turned 18, Don Pedro Basaki, was abducted in a broad daylight. He was almost killed in his own native land of Edo. So we don't have a government in Edo, no democracy in Edo. We are back to the dark days of I don't know what, barbarism in Edo State. We cannot talk, we cannot free, and nobody is in charge. We don't have a governor. In fact, we are back to the days of absolute anarchy in Edo State. Thank you. I rest my case. I'm surprised we have about three Edo people on board. Nobody could mention it. It was a barbaric, development. Nobody could believe.
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. So we have to discuss it. We have to discuss it. Nobody deserves to be treated the way Don Pedro was treated in Edo State. That gentleman graduated before he was lecturer in Uniben at the age of 21. Nobody canvasses the nature, our culture, our tradition. Nobody has much respect for our culture and tradition than Don Pedro. He was maltreated, he was dehumanized, he was almost killed in Edo State. Nobody, in fact, he was in a football field. Nobody could challenge the Arsenal. Nobody could challenge the God. We are here talking about Edo is shining. Now, Via is here telling us every day there's no better place than Edo. I don't know the Edo you're talking about. You must be talking of another Edo State. I rest my case. I actually just to my
we were talking about highlights, not discussion.
All right. Thank you, comrade. It was mentioned by James. It was mentioned by and there are many angles to that.
We talked about it last week here.
But there are other angles to it. I heard that there was a critic in London that they went and burnt his house in Edo. So there are so many things going on there that we need to talk about, because that's not normal. That should not be acceptable. Mr. James, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, this Edo matter is not as straightforward as we see it. One thing is certain, I'm not an Edo man. I cannot even understand the nitty-gritties of the problem. But from what I can see, this problem is generational. It started in the year 1897, when the British forces invaded Benin City. Certain things happened between the Obaseki family and the palace. This animosity is what has been carried over to this very day. When Obaseki went to London, listen to his speech from the beginning till the end, and how he made a mistake. It was a mistake, probably deliberate, I don't know, when he said, Oba Ato, Edo Ato Be. A lot of people read meanings to that slip of tongue. I'm not justifying the way he was treated. We are in a democratic society. Whosoever partook in maltreating that guy the way they treated him should be arraigned before a magistrate or a judge, and they should be taught a lesson of their lives. Togri cannot govern a state. One thing I do not know is that, I think it's only the Benin. It's good that I think three of us here, myself, Comrade, and Mr. Obi, I do not know if you will be kind enough to grant us just about 5 or 10 minutes for us to brainstorm to get to the root of the matter. Will you be kind enough?
All right, he's not currently, okay, he's back. But let's decide on what we're doing, okay? What I want us to do, let's see if it will happen. Let's suspend talking about Venezuela and what happened and touch on 2 stories in Nigeria. We can start with the Edo story, all the ramifications, because there are many angles to that.
And because we need to take this matter, take this matter very serious, because from the look of things, another Boko Haram is in the what's it called? Is in the board in Nigeria.
Yeah.
That's in Benin City.
Yeah.
The case not taken.
What we have Edo is worse than Boko Haram in the north.
Of course.
And it's been on for a long time.
All right, so we start with that, and then we touch on P2B's move to ADC and what it means. Some people are proposing that we may see P2B running with former Sokoto State Governor Tambuwa as vice. There are so many angles to that people have not thought about, but they are now being discussed openly. So we can talk about that, and then we go to Venezuela. So we don't spend all it, because it's a story that
just give us about 5 to 10 minutes. The 3 of us can brainstorm. Anybody can chip in a word or 2.
Yeah. So let's talk about.
Let Mr. Obi set the ball rolling, please.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bon James. Well, for the public information, I was the president of Edo State Union in Uniben. So I work closely with the palace. So I was always there. I had all the meetings with them, even with the administrators and everybody. That was during Rediawa's time before this new Oba. So it's a peaceful place. Oba's palace is a place of refuge. If anybody is pursuing you, you cross that gate. Everything ceases, no matter even if it is military or whatever. It's a place of refuge. So what transpired actually is like what Epa James said. It's actually generational in nature, but very political in the face of the happenings today. It is just about the narrative of the Obaseki government, because he actually, when he was in government, he denied the Agbero ideology of Edo that was known for Edo politics. He actually castrated them, and because of his Obaseki was a businessman. He was the owner of Afri Invest in Lagos. I worked with him in the same building in Fonsho Towers in Ikoyi, so I know him personally. So when he came in, he brought that ideology of a business kind of to see how far he could take the state out of this parochial level of Agberoism that was there. So the grand men became very angry with him. They didn't accept the level that they could collect taxes from the people. They were no Agbero on the street. They were no bus driver. He made everything online. That became a very strong critics against him, because all the people that were billionaires during the Agbero time, they couldn't make any money again, because he told them, if you don't have a job doing, you must do your thing straight. There's nothing like collecting taxes and denying government of their money. So he made collections online, make everything digital. So the people were angry. So that beefing started and everything. So coupled with the politics that happened with the transfer of saying that the next governor should come from another side of Edo, because Edo South has ruled, then the Edo North was Oshomole. Now let Edo the Central also take part of the governor. That was how the Aswen narrative started. Plus the actual APC wanted the fight because Oshomole was in for a revenge. So what he did then was to bring out Idaosa. Idaosa won as the whatever primary they did, but because of the politics of Asian person must take over, they went and cut this guy to come up and now bring him up as the winner of APC, just for the fight to be, so that they could have a case in the fight. You know, with everything that happened, when Obaseki noticed that they were going to cheat in the whatever, he went to INEC. From Abuja, they walked him out of INEC. And at that point, my classmate who I know, we were together, I know him. He said it was even part of the collection that they moved him out and they started concocting figures. Obaseki, in fact, before a governor's face, you were doing that. Who was the sitting governor? He knew that they concocted him out of it, and they ringed Aswen out and they put this guy. When this guy now came, Obaseki called them. So, okay, let's do handing over. The people said they were asking for was it not sitting allowance for you to come and sit down to hand over to the governor you said you had, you still coming and whatever. Obaseki said, what's the meaning of sitting allowance? Let's come and take your handover note and let's do handing over for 1 or 2 weeks so that you guys will take over government. These people refuse that they must pay them a sitting allowance. That's why Obaseki just said that these guys are not evil, they don't even know what they're doing. And that was where the whole fight started, in the sense of the political ground. So the palace was another angle of it, that there was rumor that the palace said they don't want Aswen. That was how the whole thing involved the palace in the whole situation, you know. And there is one idiot that doesn't know when to stop, that called himself Abatobaze, that started cursing the palace and all that. What is your fight in this matter? You are not Obaseki family. You were not even in the government of Obaseki. You were just a so-called an activist online. You started cursing the Oba. He took it out of proportion. So when this meet and greet started from one Europe city to the other, so the Pedro Obaseki, who everybody know in Benin, Pedro was like, it was not even a supporter of Obaseki in the beginning. It was even at the end of the tenure that he came up and joined, and they were working together and all that. He has been a prominent son. Anywhere Pedro talk, everybody knows. He has been a palace boy. He even had beats from the Oba. It's even a kind of a recognized leader in the upper palace, as it were. So at the end of the day, when he went to one of the meet and greet section of Obaseki, he now made a statement that said, Edo talk. You know, when we used to write letters those days, we would say, long live Nigeria, long live government, long live those state people, long live Nigeria, long live the upper palace. Everybody says that. But when you're making a statement, when you are in a those setting, you always use the word Oba talk, which is like a greeting for the Oba. Where he made the mistake was that he said Edo Oba, he now stopped and I said Edo talk. That means he was intentional to slight the palace. That was how that statement was interpreted. So the boys in the street now took it upon their head that anytime they come to Benin, the Obaseki family, that they were going to attack them. So when they now saw him in the football pitch playing football during Christmas time, that was how they went to organize and call boys and all that. And they came and they just started, assaulting him, and they did all that to him and drag him down to the palace and all that. But where my heart failed was that as soon as they got to the palace should have locked the gate and called the police to arrest those boys that had beaten him up. That is only where I said, no, for you to have done this to my son, no matter what he had done, did I send you? Lock the gate, call the police, pick those boys. Then I will not say, okay, my father had done well. The chief just took the guy from him and make them look like they were in charge, that what they were doing was right. And he was even begging them. Really?
Okay. May I ask a question? A question, please.
Go ahead.
Can you link what happened to the British punitive expedition of 1897 that caused the quarrel between the Obaseki family and the palace?
That has been a long-term thing in the narrative of Obaseki Longhead with the palace. What happened was that during the reign of Obavorame, when he ran away, the Obaseki was the one that stood now that stood, and at the end of the day, and at the end of the day,
Excuse me, you remember it was said that the Obasekis wanted to ascend the throne, and Chief
that
was
the false narrative. That was the false narrative.
That was not true. That was not true. Oba said when the Oba ran away, when the Igbo man were pursuing the Oba, Obaseki was the one that
If not for the Obaseki family, the throne would have been over. That would have been the end of the throne.
Exactly. That James, that narrative is a lie. Obaseki was the one that stood when the Oba was on exile. So when the Oba Ibu came, why did Oba give 3 of his wives to the Obaseki family?
I'm not the one.
To appreciate them.
This is the narrative going
it's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
I'm not the one.
No, he never wanted to accept, because the story was that they said that it is a hereditary position. It cannot be taken by a different family. That was it.
Chief Ero, they said, I'm not the one who said it. Chief Ero told me that Oyoba or Yoba,
correct,
it's not possible for you to be the Oba of Benin. So
correct,
that has caused push and pull between the Obaseki family and the palace. And when Godwin was governor, the relationship he had with the palace was not too good. He set up a museum without the approval of the Oba of Benin, and the artifacts were stolen from the... Anyway, this is the narrative going about. Please don't credit it to me.
No.
Nothing to gain or lose.
Mr. Uncle James, I have so much respect for you. Please, you are too intelligent to fall for such a deliberate attempt to hang to give a dog the bag in order to hang it. You are too sophisticated for that. We know the truth. We know what is going on.
Mr. James,
Mr. James, you know, that's in the market square.
Let me round up. Mr. James, Obaseki did not share money during his time in government. You know that? You know that? Yeah, I know. It's not correct. It's not correct. Those were the narrative to hand the Obaseki. Those narratives were to hand the Obaseki. That's not correct. It's not true. It's not true.
All right.
It's not.
All right. Thank you.
It's not a question of my intelligence. I'm not the one who said it. You clear the air. Let the listeners at home get.
Yeah, that wasn't true at all. That wasn't true. Yeah.
I'm not supporting them. I'm not going in this fight. Nothing to gain or nothing to lose.
All right, Mr. James, thank you. Let me hear, let's quickly round up on this. Let's hear Omorie and then Ovie, and if anybody else has insight into the conversation. Omorie.
My voice is not that good, but I will try.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't want to dwell on what happened in 1879. But because people are painting that narrative to perpetrate their evil, so I want to quickly throw light on that. Something barbaric, something tragic happened in that year. A white man was beheaded in Benin. So they came for invasion. There was a serious invasion. You know, there was kind of a vengeance mission. They were out to destroy and they were out to, in fact, to end the Benin Empire. So the same Obaseki was well educated and very influential in the palace, a high chief and a wealthy businessman. So when others ran away, he was able to stand. So Ovarami was abducted to Calabar. To cut the long story short, when this dust raised by such a tragedy settled, if he hadn't wanted to stay against the tradition, he would have been able to succeed because of his influence. But he relinquished power to the traditional family because that was the tradition of the Edo people. So he saved the throne. That we see how the throne today was, and it could be credited to Agbo Obaseki. That is not the reason why they're doing what they're doing. They're taking politics too far. They play politics of bitterness, politics of acrimony. Every foundation led by Obaseki. I'm not a spokesman for Obaseki. I don't subscribe to any politician. I don't belong to any political party as of today. Every foundation of Obaseki laid, they want to rubbish they brought Obamolo as a willing tool in their hand. He has been hijacked both by the religious tradition and political institution in Edo State. All the political vampires, is a tool in their hand. They didn't bring it for the sake of governance in Edo. They brought him because they know he's subservient and gullible to subscribe to every of their decision. They're using him as a tool in their hand for their selfish interest and personal aggrandizement against the Edo people. This is exactly what is going on. The governor has no say. We don't have a democracy in Edo. Like I said in my introduction, we are back to the Obesian state of nature, where life is nasty, brutish, and short, and it's very, very terrible. It's regrettable, and we cannot continue the way we are going. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Let's nobody paint another narrative for you because they want to achieve their selfish agenda. Thank you. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you, comrade. Let's hear from you here.
Peter Zinn wrote a book about the ending of globalization. He said the beginning of the world is the end of the end of the world is the beginning. So the traditional institution, for me, I think if you look to the future, this is the end of the beginning. So I don't think at first they took power from them and give it to the politicians. So I think what you are seeing is the final, demolition of the institution called either in England. You see if you look at the inland, what is happening to the royal families, the same thing. So all over the world. So the world that is changing, the royal institution is not an exception. So that's what I see playing out in Edo State. Because if you pay attention, what happened to Pedro actually even open more what the palace is trying to either cover or keep as a secret, which means you have to respect the palace. You don't have to talk to the palace anyhow. But with what happened, he opened that conversation up. Everywhere you pay attention, everybody's actually insulting the institution. So it's becoming powerless. But to bring the governor into the equation is what history, power, and politics is all about. It's just that, what is playing out is that the earlier we understand that every public officer has a godfather, one way or the other. The difference is that you don't know the people. That's why you will go with them. Those that you know who are responsible for their godfatherism, you become hungry. For the very first time in my own lifetime, the palace is using as is a cabal now. If you, as my brother will say, Omori, that they are using him. So if this is the palace that is using the governor, I'm for it, right? Because the power they took from him is just exercising it through a tool. Those that we don't know, the likes of Obasanjo and co, their godfather are foreigners, are people who we cannot relate to. And that's my own anger with him and the film. So this one, I know his godfathers, right? It's people I can relate to, even if they don't have my interest at heart. I don't expect that. I did not work for it. I don't expect that. So I'm a realist. I understand how the world works and how I'm waiting to happen. He is a tool. Yes, he's a tool in the hands of people that I fuck with. Excuse my Yoruba, please. So my name now, in case you don't know. It means king, even if you cannot relate with it. Naturally, I always align with the palace, even if you no go exist again tomorrow. So if now we them use the man, they do what they do, I'm for it. And I will keep saying it. The place where I come from, that is a small village are being engulfed in traditional war. We carried gun against ourselves. When I was a kid, 120 years ago, this man suffered. And for that reason, I am for him. So yes, it's being used by people, and I'm one of those people. So it's unfortunate you know the godfathers. Deal with us for the meantime. This is our time. You all had your time for the past 24 years. One that get patient. The goal is to go 50 years with illiteracy at the top of the end of the affair. And we are far ahead the way the things are going.
All right, thank you, Obia. Yeah, you said you were a kid 100 and something years ago, but anyway, let's leave that.
Yeah, I was. The idea of Obia was conceived in 1822.
All right. I know that Ms. Paul, Happy New Year to you. You look like you know a little bit about this thing. Let's round it up by taking two. If you know more than what is said now, for instance, I want to know who is this Tony Kabaka, and why is he important in Benin City? Paul, I will let you weigh in, and then one other person, and then we move on to another issue.
Okay, Dr. Happy New Year. To start from, Tony Kabaka is what we call NC Oluomo. So I think that part is settled. It's like the NC Oluomo. So that part could be settled easily. Doctor, first of all, this thing called empire, this thing called palace is fading. Even when you look last year, I'm talking 2025, when the palace also put up their budget,
The people in the United Kingdom protest heavily, even in England. They protest heavily that what kind of budget is that? The king is not doing anything for them. You understand? So even in England, they are losing their power. Talk less of Nigeria. And the two empire that is standing strong a little bit, I would say the Sultan of Sokoto and the Bini Empire. You understand? The Oba of Bini. And this Oba should be very, very, very careful because with politics and every other thing, I don't want him to make them put that throne down because that throne is well respected and there's a whole lot of politics going on around that throne between the Bini Empire and also out to the Oduduwa. That fight is on one side. So he should be very, very careful. I could remember many years ago, he was doing some things and people run to the former king and the former Oba said that the Oba said, no, don't worry. I was like him yesterday and everything. But since he attained the throne, he is very, very matured. So he should be very, very careful with politics because he might enjoy it in this government, like you said, Godfather. And if the next government didn't favor him, they might bring him down. We can see what is going on in Kano, where the governor, they keep flipping the emir. So they should be very, very careful. The Obaseki thing, I think, also add to the artifact, to the name calling, and everything. Obaseki was not having good relationship at the 11th hour of his government. He was not having good relationship with the Oba. And he felt he has power. He did disrespect openly, but behind the scene, he disrespected the throne. And because of the the ordinary man on the street couldn't understand all those things and every other thing. So that's why the ordinary man on the street still see the Oba as the Oba is still very, very powerful. That throne is very, very, it's a sacrilege, you understand, for anybody to go contrary and every other thing. But that power has come and gone. It's not like that. You need to preserve it. This, like I always said, this is where media comes in. This is where you need to sell your throne. This is where you need to sell your throne very well. You need to preach about the throne, make people understand the importance of the throne, that the throne is way of life, is culture, is tradition, is way of life. You need to sell it. Christianity sell themselves so much, Islam sell themselves so much to catch us up with us. And we should be careful because the way it's going on with Benin, that's the same thing. That's also going on in places like Meduguri, if we can know. Remember when you talk about Usman Danfodo, when he was pushing the Islam thing, when he get to Meduguri, that was where they take him down. That's why when the Boko Haram is coming back again, it was heavy on Meduguri because they still have that thing in them that this is where they take Usman Danfodo down and everything. So we should be very, very careful. The Oba of Benin in his own time, he was strong, he was powerful, he stand on his ground. We see places like in Jaja of Opobo, the things that he went to do with the British in places like the Ashanti Kotoko, he fought all those fights, they betray him. The Oba never betray anybody. He stand tall and fight for his people. But I can say that throne is losing it. This is the time where they need to do more powerful documentaries, sell this throne, respect your space, do good things and everything. It will help. Somebody said something the other day, I'm sorry. And I really like the thing very well. The person said, to approve any church in your town, the church must teach culture and tradition. It must be their requirement. Was it Ovie that said it? I don't know who said it the other day. And I think I really like it. Because culture and tradition now, it looks like it's barbaric in where we come from. You understand? All we do is Western, and the Western reject us completely. You understand? So it's time for us to sell us. You understand? Good product, good thinking. We need to do that. So the Oba should be very careful the way they put politics around him. And this Sokoto thing that happened the other day, I will still bring it back again. Why I want to bring it back? We all know why Trump chose to visit Sokoto. Like the Liberian guy said, he said, the emir of Sokoto is like the president to country. The other emir reports to the Sokoto. The Oba of Benin is very, very powerful. Please don't let politics come around you. And if they play politics around you, come outside and quick to condemn it openly. Don't talk with parable. Because when you talk with parable, it is only the young man that eats with old men that will understand it. The rest people will not understand it. You understand? So parable is not for everybody. It's for very minor people. Come outside, criticize this thing completely. What they deal with Obaseki is completely low bar. The Oba should have criticized it, call the police that we are working with the police. This kind of thing will not happen. That's an illustrious son of the land. You understand? They can't spread that dirty linens in public that way. Thank you and good morning.
All right. Thank you, Paul. I wanted one more person. If you can raise your hand if you have something unique to add to the conversation. Otherwise, we move on to another discussion. Anybody else who knows the Oba and the palace well? Okay. All right. I guess there's nobody. We're going to move on to talk about P2B joining ADC, what it means for 2027. All right, so that happened. Most people expected it, most people did not. But what does that really mean? How is he going to? I'm seeing a lot of comments about whether he can win a primary in ADC, considering the fact that the Atiku is there, and Atiku is still showing that interest in running for office. So let me start with people who are here to speak. Let me start with you, recolonization. We're talking about P2B joining ADC, the reasons he gave, whether that works for you. You can take it from any angle. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And I want to wish those who have not wished Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. It's nice that we saw a new year. For P2B, first of all, I don't like that guy. I've been saying it here.
They take light for where you did.
You say?
Take light for where you did.
No lies. You know, sister, they just the cooler. I don't want to make you see my wife. She there for my side. So me, I just the point light to myself. Not every day they give us authority to talk anyhow. Make I continue before they drive me come up for house. I beg. So, like I was saying, I don't like P2B is not my type of person. It's the type of people Nigerians like. That's why we are failures. Because so many Nigerians have been saying yes, the so-called obedience. If Obi don't no get that automatic whatever they say he go get, they will pull out. Another confusion, no. You understand what I'm saying? So Obi going to ADC, it's a shame to people like himself where they claim say he's pure, he's clean. You understand me? How can you be going to people who destroyed Nigeria? The people he criticized in last election, where all the Nigerians backed him up. Suddenly now, I saw that meeting, you know, it just be like a beautiful girl will be virgin, where other men they eye. Now so then they do Obi that day. If you call, you go hang this one for shoulder, they do like this. So I let go for one corner, they ask myself, don't this guy with the support say make he change Nigeria. And it's moving with the people who destroyed Nigeria. So for me, anything Obi is doing, to be honest with you, if I tell you I get much to say about it, the only thing I have to say, Nigerians, we don't like good things. Mrs. Madam Eze Kwesili, she has a party, as far as I know. I start to be corrected. Shore has a party, as far as I know. That our bros, where they come, where miss the last appointment you had with him, Prince Adewale, they have a party. Obi no see these decent people to go ally himself with. But rather, he has gone back to his vomit. That is my own opinion. Now, because he's now desperate. People where they say they're desperate. Now we can't say he's desperate. Because he has gone back to the people who destroy Nigeria, where me and you know. My brother Tony was telling me yesterday, I think we had a little discussion about this. He said, make I mention which party where all the people where they are innocent. I said, but that is not the point of view. The point of view of discussion is Obi going back to the people like El-Rufai, like Amechi, like who again? All those type of David Mark. I don't know how young I was when David Mark was ruling or was enjoying Nigeria. So for me, Dr. Damages and friends, I don't think say going back there is a news. It's just a kind of, that is our system. Tomorrow now we go start to cry again. That's all. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Mazi Apara, welcome to the show. Happy New Year. Can you unmute yourself, Mazi Apara? All right, so he's having difficulties. Let's go to Tony.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Happy New Year, Doctor, and others. P2OB, Nigeria and democracy. I've said it before. We are not civilized enough to practice democracy. Buhari has wasted 80 years of our life. Tinubu is going to waste another 80 years of our life. And after then, we continue from 0-1, from ground zero, until we sit down and decide the kind of governance, the kind of system that is going to suit a country like Nigeria, that has no particular ethnic group that is the majority, I mean, clear majority. It is not going to work. It is not going, it's going to waste our time. This system is not for a country like Nigeria that nobody knows exactly how many are Igbos, how many are Yorubas, how many are Hausas, how many are Ijos. Even collectively, nobody knows exactly how many Nigerians are we. For example, I was looking at, they said that Lagos is 20 million, right? Kano is 20 million, right? That's 40 million. Then where are these 200 million people coming from? So the issue that P2B is wasting our time, all of them are wasting our time. Let there be a stop, and let us discuss how we are going to, rule our this country. Make it okay. For example, finally, there are 6 geopolitical zones, right? Why not these people sit down and say, okay, let there be 6 political presidents, make it in a way, and they will have one president that is just kind of, ordinary president. Because P2OB going to ADC is not going to give, they are not going to give him that candidacy. Mark it, or P2OB is not going to get presidential candidate of ADC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazafar. I was wondering when you were speaking if you know someone called Tony Nadi. He has.
I know Tony Nadi very well. From NLC.
Yeah.
Nina, sorry.
All right. He has that kind of position about what should be done and the constitution being the problem. All right, Tony, P2B and ADC. Did that change anything?
Yes. Greetings, everybody. I think for me, I think it's something that presents as a likely formidable challenge to the ruling party. I say that because, first of all, you see, if you look at the platform and what people have been saying, there's a lot of speculation. There's a reason why Obi stayed this long to be able to decide formally to take up ADC.
Sorry, doctor, put me backstage, I beg.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Membership. Because if you look at every other person that has been moving and all the parties, it does appear from what we see that there is a concerted effort by the ruling party to ensure that they checkmate the movements of anybody who is likely to pose a threat to their aspiration come 2027. And one of those people is Obi. So all the movements that have been going on did not carry as much weight as what Obi was going to do. And so they had, APC had made advances to Obi. They had, dangled a lot of carrot to him to see if he could join APC. Obi declined. And so did all the other parties. But there were so many approaches to make sure that if we don't get him, then we must make sure that whichever party he joins, we're going to make sure that not only would he fail to get the presidential ticket, but also would truncate, if possible, his political ambition and make nonsense of his person and his personality. And we saw that running current all through up till this time. So Obi kept, his joker, so that people were speculating. Some people left him, some people had abuses for him, and so on and so forth. But he had consistently said that he would be in the ballot. He consistently said that he would be in the ballot. I think in joining ADC, Obi would have, in declaring for ADC, Obi would have made some consultations, and it would have been clear, looking at all the options available to him. His ADA was not registered, which was one strategy. They didn't register. Labour Party, we know the problem that had engulfed Labour Party and all the attempt that was made to reconcile them. PDP was also angling for him, and we see the problem with PDP. So the only option, reasonable option, a formidable party, was ADC. Now the issue as to whether, and if you see the personalities that were there in the East when that thing held, and it was hush-hush thing, because if they had known, they probably would have sent police people. In fact, they tried, the Enugu state governor tried to make sure that that convention did not hold. But youths came out, young people came out and made sure that all the equipment that was brought for one phantom construction to be able to truncate the gathering, was removed. So I think it was a great move for me, for Obi. Whether it's going to pick up the presidential ticket or not is left to speculation. We're yet to see. We can only speculate. But I think that's a great move. And I know that APC is shivering right now because that added quite a lot to the how formidable that party has been. We just see in just a fair swap, we see 7 members of the Senate, Congress, former governors, and so on and so forth. We see all of them moving from across the board, various parties, moving to ADC. Never happened. When Atiku declared, it didn't happen. When Rufai did, it didn't happen. When Amechi did, it didn't happen. So there's a movement, to ADC, that has been swelled by Obi's declaration. But beyond all that, I just want to say that, and recolonization mentioned it, there is no party. In every party, you have the good, the bad, and the ugly. And all of them working together, is what we always have. We never had a party where it's just saints or you just have sinners and saints make up the party. That's how it should be. So for me, I think that the coming of the ADC and Obi's movement is a good thing. And then it depends on how ADC is able to leverage on Obi's movement, to achieve the goals that it has set for itself. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Tony. Let's welcome to the show Ernest Eze. Happy New Year, Ernest.
Happy New Year, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
And Happy New Year, everybody.
So we're talking about P2B and his move to ADC. What do you make of that? Do you think it's a winning formula? Could he have done anything better?
Yeah, I think it's a master stroke. So anybody who is saying why should Obi join ADC does not understand politics, especially Nigerian politics. So it's not all about you voting. It's not all about you being a good person, but will your vote count? Then who will make your vote count? So if what happened to P2B in 2023 is not because he lacked goodwill or people don't want him to be president, but because he needed people to stand for him. And who are those to stand for him? There are those people who think they are corrupt or they have the structures. So Obi moving to ADC is good, but I will advise him to have a kind of alternative in case they want to play him because he's not sure yet. So if they want to play him, he should have a political party he can defect to, even if he's 1 week to the election. He must contest. That's number one. Number two is that there's a way Nigerian president is a kind of it's not all about voting that matters, it's all about agreements. So if the North or the political power bloc from the North agree that power is coming to the South, they are the one that will ask Atiku or Kwankwaso to step down. Not really Atiku or Kwankwaso to step down on their own volition. For example, I'm expecting that as 2027 is approaching, people like Obasanjo, IBB, and Abu Salam, they will have a say of who will challenge Tinubu. So it's left for them to decide whether it's time for Igbo presidency. That's another thing. It's not all about is it P2B or is it Tinubu. It's all about is it time for Igbo presidency. If it's time for Igbo presidency, who will go for the Igbo presidency? So I think 2027 is very bright for P2B, especially as he joins ADC now. So if he goes to, let me say, Labour Party or unknown party, he may have the goodwill. People may cast the vote for him, but will the vote count? So he needs to be in a place where the people that will make sure that that vote counts. So even if he contests and lose, he must contest. He should have alternative. If ADC, if they're not serious, he should make out just pick any political party, even if he's an unknown party, just P2B contest, he must contest. So that's my own take.
All right. Thank you so much. OBE, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. You know, the funny part of this Peter Obi story is, to me, is him leaving Labour Party. That part alone, I'm satisfied. Whether he contests, whether he wins, whether he's vice president, to me, those are now immaterial. I want to know how many people will buy from in LP now, how many votes he will get, and how many times the headlines will carry him now, the so-called Abure and all that. I want to see that tragedy in LP. That part of it will sweep me, and sweep my belly well, you know, because of the way those guys behave, the way they deport, the way they decamp, the way they were misbehaving in the House of Rep. How many of them now will go and buy form in LP and now stand out and win? I want to see those people in this election that is coming, so that they will now understand that it was not about the party, it was about the personality. And I noticed that everybody seems to know what Obi was.
That makes this backstage me.
Exactly, because that part goes with me. That Abure with Mama P that almost slapped her at the airport. Made them see all those drama. Let me see how many headlines will carry him afterwards from now on, going forward. You know, let me see how it's going to trend. You know, let's look at the level of Peter Obi. Everybody seems to know what Peter Obi was supposed to do, but people forget that this guy was 2-time governor of the state. People forgot that they understand the Atiku more than him, or probably they understood Erufai more than him, or people that are called the bad people in the country more than him. Which place is the good place in this country anyway? Which political party way good? Which one? That people are now an advisor of Obi. They know Obi was supposed to do that. A 2-time governor of a state that forced the state to a standstill. You think everybody in Anambra were sent that he worked with? Or you guys forgot that he was impeached twice and he came back because of what he stood for? So he suddenly doesn't know what to do. He's suddenly so daft. He's suddenly not playing politics very well. He's suddenly so weak. People just put narrative. I just laugh at them. A slow moving tiger. You think he doesn't know how to leap and fly? He knows what he's going there for, whatever he's going. Whether they give him ticket to, they didn't give him ticket to. This move, to me, it don't pass well. It's okay. It's okay. But for him to have made this move, I'm sure he's not also very, very a small boy in the game and in the political era. So we're going to see how the things unfold. I'm happy for him. At least look at when they came into the ADC. Now the ADC names has changed in the whole narrative of opposition. It just changed. Let them castrate PDP and put PDP in the grave with all the River State event that are going on with Wike and all that. ADC became an opposition number one as soon as he crossed over, because if Obi was not the person, before now APC would have strangled him. Look at the way they are doing to other ones now, other governors and all that. They would have strangulated him by now if they have anything against him. That one alone is enough for me to vote for him, no matter how weak he is. The fact that they can't have anything to hold against him in Nigerian politics, is it an Atabio that can be that? Or is it the so-called guy that was in Kogi, or the past governor that can stand and say, nobody can say anything against me? That's the man. That's the man. And I think I still stand for him for having stood that you don't have anything against me in this country, and nobody could say, let's arrest him. Yes, he open his file. And you think he's just an ordinary man, or he's just talking, or he's just blabbing. Thank you, Doctor. I think that's all I will take for now.
All right. Thank you, Obi. Let's go to project 2027-28. Over here.
The hustle. No laugh me. I hustle. Dr. Naviji, I don't know. This move doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. I try to make sense out of it. It doesn't. So.
All right, Ovie is having technical problems. Let's go to Paul. Paul, what do you make of P2B's move, political move? There were people like Patu Tommy said, if he should accept the VP position, he will withdraw his support for him. So a lot of people feel that way, but what is your take about that move? And is that going to see him get in there as candidate for president to begin with?
So, Doctor, every one of us have anything we say, just like reading a newspaper. Sometimes some of us don't know how to read newspaper or understand how newspaper work. I always say these things all the time. In newspaper, there's something called news. That is, they report the news as it is. There's something called opinion, where an editor or correspondent writes their own. There's editorial, where the whole team of editors write, this is our editorial. You understand? That is that paper. This is their view towards this policy of the government and the like. So sometimes when you read a journalist's opinion, some people say, I read it from the newspaper. I read it in Punch. Didn't know that it's somebody's opinion. That's not news. So that's how Obi is. So every one of us is our opinion we are giving. But Obi will be the news when Obi come outside and talk. So he will be the news that will say what he wants to do. But however, I want to believe that if Obi didn't do his due diligence very well, Obi understand Atiku. You don't need to go look for TB Joshua or one Pastor Yakilome or Chris Okafor to prophesy that Atiku wants to come again. You understand? And Atiku, age is not on his side. And if Obi should also contest again, the North again will be very, very skeptical, because APC people will use it for the North to make the North understand that Obi cannot rule one term and said, I promise one term. It's going to go 2 terms. And that is the problem with Jonathan that the North is using today, that, oh, Jonathan choose to run again. That is the problem the Northerners keep using as an excuse that makes Atiku want to contest. So the same thing now is coming back to Obi. So I want to believe that Obi must have done great negotiation, how to negotiate with Atiku. All I'm expecting, by my own calculation, now my own opinion, I was expecting when Obi was joining ADC officially, Atiku would have just raised his hand up and said, I give you. God, I am telling you, Tinubu would have come out from France by now and moved down to Lagos. I am telling you, but we didn't see that happen. Because if Atiku endorsed Obi, the same Atiku will be that strong man that will also convince his northern to say, let Obi rule. You understand? Because even Obi 8 years will be better than a Tinubu's 4 years. Because a Tinubu 4 years is a disaster that will take us time to recover. You understand? Atiku is that person that can convince the North to give Obi the vote. But if Atiku also want to run, Atiku should be rest assured that he is making Wike more powerful. I am telling you because Wike will use the Southern thing. And doctor, is simple. We are not having problem with North. We are not having problem with Hausa. We are having problem with Fulani. One Fulani just rule. They are bombing the whole country. Another Fulani want to come back. That's a low bar for Atiku. But I don't know why Atiku is not saying it. Atiku, go and create your own Mecca. Let people come and pay homage to you. That say you want to be a president. Awolowo did not be a president. He's still enjoying what he's enjoying, even when he's gone. Atiku, go create your Mecca. I am seeing it from that angle, but I don't think Atiku is seeing it from that angle. But guess what? Everything I'm saying is still my own opinion. Atiku is the right person to convince the North to give Obi the vote. We are talking about Northwest, Northeast. We are talking that leave North Central. Obi can manage himself with North Central and every other thing. But the Northwest, Northeast, it's going to be hard for Obi. And APC will use that same campaign rhetoric to say, no, if you vote for Obi, Obi will rule 2 times. And the Northerners will feel cheated that Jonathan did it and now another Igbo man want to do it again. The APC will play that card very well. They will play that card. And if Atiku think he's going to come and Obi being a gentleman like my father, a Jehovah Witness man, then Obi will be so weak enough to also now endorse his senior brother, Atiku. Wike has become a powerful man. Wike will campaign. Wike will do anything. Well, remember, for Tinubu, he just want to rig the election. Leave all this thing that he's doing. He just want to rig the election. And if Tinubu rig the election, Wike will be more powerful. So I just strongly believe that Obi must have been doing great work to also convince Atiku, or also wait like Obi waste all this time to come outside right now. Maybe Obi is still taking more time again to make it at the 11th hour. Then Atiku will endorse it, to endorse him. Then it will be better. But if Atiku did not endorse Obi, if they go for that primaries, whichever person that win, that is the contest, I don't think it will be good. I strongly believe that if one of each other endorsed themselves before that time, it will be a little bit better, but not so good. But it's going to be tough. It's a tough race. That's my take.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Who am I missing?
You're missing the oracle.
Which is who? You?
Ovie now.
All right. Go ahead, Ovie.
Doctor, please. Ovie. Sorry, let me go back to this Oba of Benin thing. Ovie, I get confused all the time. Is Ovie your last name? Because Ovie, in my own part, is senior son that bear Ovie, and Ovie is king. Because his senior son that become king, even in Edo, kind of. But Ovie, your papa born 42 pikin that you be number 42. How it be Ovie?
That's a good question. That makes it unique. So it's not they no give out.
So you are the Joseph of your own family.
Well, now so there be the reason, but I don't smoke it, so I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, no, it's my first name. My if I call my last name now, Kulata go to show himself. My last name na Agbaje, but I'm not a Yoruba man. So anyway, Dr. Dameji, Obi move. Wait, first of all, is Atiku sick? Does he have any existential health issue? No, I'm serious. I don't know. I'm asking because the move doesn't make sense to me. And that doesn't mean they don't know what they are doing. Maybe no, I just it doesn't make sense to me. So I will still stand on what I believe will happen before. That Obi will not run on ADC. Obi will run on the different party. That's what I'll still stand on that until otherwise happen. I don't believe Obi will run on the ADC. I could be wrong, but that has been my stand from the beginning. So I'm still standing on that because it doesn't make sense to me. So as I said, maybe in the next 3 to 6 months, maybe I will be proven wrong. But I'm standing on my ground. That's what I have for that.
All right. Thank you so much.
So can I add something if you don't?
Go ahead.
Yes. Just on this same issue of Obi, I just before Obi's movement to ADC, ADC had only one member in the House of Representatives, Federal House of Representatives. That is the Rep Abejide from Kogi, and only one member in the State House of Assembly, and that's again from Kogi. That's just all that ADC had. But with Obi's movement, at least at the last count, you have not less than 5 senators crossing over to ADC, over a dozen members of House of Rep, over a dozen members of State Assembly. So it makes ADC the most formidable opposition in the country. And then if you go to the permutation, assuming Atiku wins the ADC ticket, Obi had told us that he didn't travel all the way to go to all these countries because he wants to be a VP. He said that quite clearly. He said he's going to be on the ballot. But I just plotted something. We saw General Mohammed Buhari, 8 years, a Muslim. Tinubu has done his 2 years. Hopefully he will do the 4 years. That makes 12 years. If he does 8 years, that will be 16 years of a Muslim ruling Nigeria, and then he shifts over to the north. He probably will have another Muslim who will run for another 8 years. So you are going to have, 16 years plus 8. That's going to be 24 years that Muslim will be ruling Nigeria. I don't think that mathematics is going to work. I think it's not going to work. So what I see, what I'm reading, but time will prove that, is that ADC, looking at the momentum that Obi has brought, and Obi was very, very sensible in not, in letting the Obedient movement stay away from Labour. So he's standing on his own. Now, I'm sure that whatever calculation the ADC is making as to who is going to be his presidential candidate, they're going to look at this formidable bloc that Obi has brought into ADC. And they're going to look at who is more likely to win, going by this sentiment that I've just said. Atiku is a spent force in the north. Atiku's following has gone down, drastically. So I think that we can't speculate here, staying here and just speculating that Obi is going to be vice president, Obi is going to lose or whatever. For the man to make that decision, I think he knows what the reason why he has done that. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much.
So, Paul, on your question, stay curious. I will call you one day for the coronation. Just they stack money. Right? Because Dr. Damage, stay curious too,
All right. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we go to the main story in the news today, which is what's going on in Venezuela. There are so many angles to that. This is not the first time that the United States went into another country in the new hemisphere, take their president, and bring them here and try them. So it's something that should be...
But Dr. Damage, I know we'll talk about it. These are what they did in America. What's the difference?
Anyway, so we are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to look at that in now its ramifications. So stand by. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like maybe like never before.
All right, that was President Donald Trump speaking a few hours ago in Washington, D.C. He was taking the victory lap for what he considered an American original, going into another country, taking out their president, and celebrating. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, everybody, those on the comment section, those who are watching at home. Please, can you share, like this broadcast so that we can get it to other people to also see. Welcome to the show, KJ. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I wasn't feeling well today, and I was desperate to get someone to sub for me. KJ is here now, so I will hear a few people weighing on this, and then I'll take a break. KJ.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know how my phone defaulted to silent, so I couldn't see your call as early as that. But as soon as I saw it, I responded. Yeah, I've followed the discussion so far, and I thank you for bringing it up. Thank you for every one person who has contributed, whether you are for or against. But as a human being, and as a Nigerian, I think I feel a bit I mean, I don't want to hide my emotion here. I feel a bit proud to be. If I was in America, I would have said, you know, my nation is so powerful, we can go into any region, put off their light, and capture their president like a small chicken and bring him back to, you know, our country, and you know, passing through our justice system. So my note of warning is to Bala Tinubu. You know, this system that just been used is still behind the back door. You know, when you go to the village, they finish sweeping the morning, they put a broom behind the back door. So this broom is behind the back door. It is time for him to act up, or you know, these people even took extensive planning. Our own is just we just land on Aso Rock there, and they just walk down and carry him and put back in the aeroplane and fly off. So I would say that the world is, I want to look at it, you know, from geopolitics. The world is totally changing. Rules are being rewritten and nations are being reformed. It's only a clever individual who is a president of a country right now that can quickly, with no more delay, restructure where you are not doing well. And then, of course, align with people who you think can help you. I know there's a nation on earth that don't even have a standing army, and nobody has ever attacked them since they've been a nation. So we should also look and model our country to a place where we used to be before. We are non-aligned. We're not aligning with anybody. We just are on our own, saying what is good, what is bad is bad. It's time for Nigeria to rethink our international relation or international policy. Since we're no longer making Africa as a centerpiece, since Africa have become big boys now, and they're even telling us to get away, who are you, Nigeria? So we should now realign for our own people. We should now realign our policies to be what we want to achieve in our local vicinity, our own country. We should not wait until the Venezuela's policy or strategy is applied to us before we know that we need to change some of the things that we are doing that is not acceptable in the international, in the international community. Some of our practices are so bad, that should not be accepted in the international community, and we ourselves should not accept it. I know that the Nigerian people have suffered so much, so much bashing that we no longer even behave as human beings. That's why the president says to you or to us that if you like it, you don't like it, we must implement the tax law. And whether you have been, whether you have been paid or not, you must pay tax. And people are going around and promoting that. So do you tax the people you don't give that have no jobs? So these are some of the things we should look at as a nation if we really want to build our country. Now, the situation we see around the nations of the earth, that nobody who doesn't have a military power that can be spared. The only people who can say they are safe and sound is people like Russia, China, and who else? I think that's the only, because even Britain and France are not safe. The only thing that they have nuclear weapons, but they are not safe because these 2-3 giants can decide to do whatever they want to do anytime. So, having said that, I want to say, I don't know, because they say in politics there's no morality, but I think that if really what he's been accused of is true, then I think he probably didn't take a right decision. Long time ago, I said on this platform, if I were him, I would quickly go into discussion before it gets bad, because these are people who no longer respect any law, international law, no matter, and you can't blame them because people like Nigeria also broke international law, and they are proud to say, well, this, we have done this. What can you do about it? We don't even respect international law, so nobody even expects, if this kind of thing happen in Nigeria, for us to say there's a law, international law that should be observed, because we have constantly broken international law. Thank you so much.
All right, KJ, thank you so much. Recolonization. I had you on the show that happened before talking about Maduro and how he doesn't have the support of his people. And if Ovie mentioned something about this, not Project 2025, but this strategic plan that the US issued last year. Even the people in Europe are worried. European countries like Britain, France, they are worried because the direction the US is going now, nobody is safe. It's not even about whether they like you in your country or not. It's not about whether the policy is such that democracy is the way it should be. One of the things that Marco Rubio issued to ambassadors all over the world is that if citizens of your country are suffering because of immigration, so what I mean is that if you're an American and people are getting jobs, like people who come from other countries, that is human right violation. They are changing the rules. They are saying that they are going to support opposition leaders, even in Europe, that the traditional European allies are worried about the direction that America is going. So it's not really just about 80% or 75% of people supporting you as a leader. It's about the country of the United States going in a different direction. So I want you to weigh in. I know you've been talking about this all morning. Weigh in on what you think about what is happening.
It's a national security strategy.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Document. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Thank you for another opportunity. Doctor, you see.
Is it or to to regularization?
Yeah.
Nami? Is it
yeah.
me?
Oh, it's for you. Yeah, it's for you.
Okay. Doctor, when you say something, I made a joke that you can now see the new name that I'm bearing there. There's a reason for that. It's not that I want Africa to be colonized or something like that. We know it's not going to be possible. But the problem is that, like KJ was adding there, that so many countries should be careful. You may look at here in Sweden. Sweden used to be the most, if you like, carry any problem, come here, say that they find you, they go give you refugee status. It was the best. They will even give you, say, go and carry your mama, papa, brother, make all of them come. They go take care of them. But you cannot believe what is happening now. They don't even, if you make refugee now, make you talk better thing. If not, the next day they go take you out of the country, which is alarming to so many people. What is the reason? Why I support Trump is, I know you say something, so many European people are worried but they don't, if your hand is clean, you don't have to be worried. This is my belief. I don't know much about what is going on, but what Trump is doing now is what the world needs at this time. So many countries, so many leaders in so many countries feel untouchable. They do what they want. They steal the money. They rig election. They do anything, and nothing happens to them. You understand me? Why do they have police in countries? Why? Because when there is a police in a country, criminals will know that they can't do, and they cannot do anyhow. Somebody is there to check them. But of lately, if you look at the world politics, everybody is relaxed. Nobody cares about people anymore. Anybody can do anything he like for a country, prison anybody, kill anybody, imprison Nnamdi Kanu, make sure Sister Melekpa is taken away. Nobody go fit talk. That is why I'm telling you, and anybody will feel different, that what Trump is doing right now in the world, if you are a lover of peace and justice, because Peter Tosh sang a song, he said equal rights. Without equal rights, there can never be peace. And most of this America where you live, Europe, they are fed up of refugees. There are many refugees where they don't fit even join the system. You understand me? So what Trump is doing is that you cannot be destroying your country. People are flooding out. I know how many, I was reading the other day how many Venezuelans have migrated to America. And you cannot tell me that America is taking care of all of them. Where one man sits there and stand upon the unity of the country and nobody is talking. So for me, I don't know whether I get near to waiting you ask me, but
yeah, you're right. Yeah.
My policy and the reason why I'd always call Donald J. Trump, make I call him full name, capital letter, GOAT, G-O-A-T, greatest of all time, is because he decided to take it up to himself to police the world. I dey hear say the Sokoto emir they hide now. Whether not true, now here, now somehow I hear him from one of these our big men we know everything for Nigeria. He was confirming that the emir of Sokoto is in hiding. Why? Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you so much.
Okay, if you give me 1 minute, I'll just wait a bit. Here is what I think. The issue we didn't see it. You see, that's why it's good to work with the intelligentsia in Nigeria, whether they are your government or not. We saw this sign coming a long time ago. Nobody can say you didn't see it. We saw that there is a recolonization and reorganization of the world affairs. We saw it. Nobody who is watching the world that will not say we saw some right from the day of Madeleine what yes it started coming from there. They started preaching the white nationalist movement and the reason for them to stop the migration, which I never agreed. I knew that this was the same system that was used to take over many nations before, and the same things were being done. I asked the pertinent question: why is it that Muslims are not, those who fear persecution, are not migrating to Muslim-dominated countries, but they are going to Christian-dominated countries and asking that the law of the nation, those nations, be changed? Now, this is where I have my challenge. You leave Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, all those other places that are so beautifully built, they have all their money, they are practicing the same thing you are practicing. You didn't migrate to those places. Then you go to Britain, you go to America, you go to France, you want to go and force them to now adapt Sharia. And because, you see, what goes around comes around. What was the real reason why Africa was taken hold of long time ago? Because our forefathers were very kind. They saw these people as suffering. They welcomed them with full hands. They gave them land. They say, you know what? Live, let me live. Let everything be okay. And they took advantage of that. And they said to turn us on our head. Took the strongest of our men, the most intelligentsias, and took them to become slaves. Took them back to their places. Now, what goes around comes around. These guys have also used the same system to go into these nations. And now everywhere is everywhere is running loose. Unfortunately, we didn't build, we didn't restock, we didn't take account. And we are going to pay heavy price for it, whether we like it or we don't. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. Mr. James, I know you don't pay attention to America, but I know that today you did. You paid attention.
No, my point, KJ has spoken well, but he was talking about intelligence in Nigeria, trying to foresee what is happening now. Where are the intelligence? The likes of Kenedike, Njoku, Jacob Festus, Ajayi, Walter Fonagoro. Where are they in modern Nigeria?
Rudolph Okonkwo.
Very good. You get the point? So many wishy-washy professors we call intelligentsia who cannot, anyway, please let's leave that aside. This invasion of, what's it called, Venezuela, can you hear me, please?
We can hear you.
Good. This invasion of Venezuela is nothing new. In history, for example, Oborama of Benin in 1897, the Benin Empire was invaded and it was taken into exile in Calabar. Prempe of Ashanti Empire in 1896 was taken to Seychelles Island. And so many Africans in history. And in modern times, in 1980, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. Nothing happened. And not only that, the USA under Ronald Reagan on October 25th, 1983, invaded Grenada during the reign of Bishop Maurice. December 20th, 1989, Panama was invaded, and Manuel Noriega was abducted. And I don't know what happened to him. Anyway, the point is that what is happening now is just a repeat of history. By nature, man do not learn anything from history. So at times I wonder why we even study history at school, because despite all that has happened in the history of man, we are not learning anything. And the world is being reorganized, just like before. And this is what is responsible for all this wahala going on here and there. So to me, it's nothing new. More will still happen. Even when they bombed Nigeria on Christmas Day, and I thought Trump was just boasting. not doing that. He had, it was dead serious. And who knows, where is Bola Tinubu today? I tell you, I really don't know where he is. We are assuming he's in France. Maybe he's held up somewhere. We do not know. So that is how it is. And let us brace up for very tough times ahead because of our inability to get ourselves properly organized. Thank you very much all indeed. I have to sign out because it's nearing bedtime in the Gambia.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. We appreciate it. Bob
Thank you,
Chisco, welcome to the show.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Happy New Year, my people. You know, when the US sneezes, the rest of the world catches cold. I would wholeheartedly say that now, so many presidents of the world are keenly watching what is happening in Venezuela. Over the years, ever since this man took over from Hugo Chavez, you know, his master, with their repressive governance over the people of Venezuela, it has been, you dare not talk anyhow. Believe me, average Venezuelan today, if you conduct a poll, you could be getting up to 80% who will say they are happy over what just happened. Could you imagine? That just came like a thunderbolt. Nobody was expecting that. All we've been seeing over the time was this boat was bombed over the sea. We never knew it was coming to be like this today. You know, to an average Venezuelan, this is a New Year gift from Trump to them. Just like some people in Nigeria say that Trump gave Nigerians a Christmas gift too over what he did in Sokoto. Believe me, so many leaders of the world will be watching because America, being the policeman of the world, have said it. Just yesterday, Trump won Iran. He won Iranian leader. Stop killing protesters. People who are not happy with their governance, they have the right to protest. To tell you, this thing you are doing is telling on us. And what will you do? You turn back to be killing innocent protesters. And Trump warned them, should you continue to kill innocent protesters, we are going to come after you. Now the man was just making noise, you know. So what just happened to Maduro? They never saw it coming. Can you imagine? Nothing. Nobody said there was a move in the military to go tell the president, this is what is about coming. Please take a leave. Nobody. Could such a thing happen in Nigeria? That the military are about going to Dambua or whatever to go and attack the terrorists. The next thing is the terrorists lays ambush against the military. Why? Some military men who are most will go to alert the terrorists that the military are coming. But you never hears of such in the American forces. In fact, man, thumbs up Trump, thumbs up American soldiers. Nobody messes with them. That's why they have continued to remain #1 in the whole world. You see, I'm so much happy. And this is a lesson to those African leaders who have continued to mess with the people. You get into office, you put the people under the box. Look at what we're experiencing today in Nigeria. Would we call that democracy? Every governor, once they come for you, the next thing you do is switch to APC. You switch to APC. Look at Peter Mba. I was born and brought and raised in Enugu. Peter Mba, who was doing so well in Enugu, who could tell me what made Peter Mba to switch from PDP to APC? I don't know. He's going for second term. Look at what he did to Peter Obi. Now he's denying it. I heard he's denying it. Peter Obi went to declare in that hotel in Wike Road. The next thing, they sent people to go and block the road with a caterpillar, started digging up the road. The work he never did before. All of a sudden, he started digging up the road. Look at the whole traffic stretching from Wike Road to Norwas. If you know about MN very well, the whole road was completely blocked just to frustrate people who are coming for the inauguration. I think what we call democracy in Africa, especially in our country, in Nigeria, I think what is happening in Venezuela is going to be a big lesson for some of them, so that if they want to learn, they learn. If they don't want to learn, 2027 is going to be an eye opener. And if Tinubu does not learn lesson I think Trump will come for him and kidnap him over the night. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me hear from, I'll come to you guys, Paul and Obi and other people, or Mazopar, I see you. Let me hear from Bumi first. I wanted to know, because there are so many angles to this story. It's not just about Venezuela, it's also about what it means for countries like Nigeria. Some people have mentioned Tinubu, and essentially, if Trump decides to go after any country at this point.
Sorry, hello, you didn't want to eat Iba. He didn't want to eat Iba. Really?
This is wonderful. CNN will be proud of us. Bumi,
my brother, carry your Eba, go eat now.
Bumi, go ahead. What is your take on what's going on?
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year's to everyone. I hope you're all enjoying the year so far. I actually wanted to go last because I wanted to talk about the last topic, but okay. I'm just gonna quickly say one or two things about this topic. I think I haven't done my research more about the whole Venezuela issue. However, I think the thing I will just try to point out to us is who is gonna check the person checking other countries? In this case, who is going to check America? Because fine, let's say what America is doing is for the benefit of other countries. You know, let's say we don't like Venezuela. What if America starts doing, or, you know, gets a bad government, for example? Who is going to check America? Because if America is that powerful and they can do whatever they want, that means no one can ever do anything to them. I know, yes, we have the UN, but in the same UN, we have America and the veto power. So technically, no one can ever check America. So we're literally at the mercy of America going into other countries with the intention of the benefit of the people. That's it. We're literally praying to God that, God, please, if America decides to go to any of this country, they're there for the people. They're there for good intentions. Because how can we check it? Is it actually justified to go take someone's leadership? Because what's the difference between that and, let's say, the coup that happened in Burkina Faso or Niger? What's the difference between that? I think it's a question. I can't really say I'm against anything because, like I said, I still have to do my big research on that. But I think these are the things I'm seeing from outside. I'm like, okay, if they can do this, how can we also check them? And then what's the difference between that and then a coup, for example? Or, like, you know, and another question I have is, why is it that America has not gone to take out the leader in North Korea? At this point, I think Forefathers was right to an extent. He was right, because we have bad leaders everywhere, but for some reason, they're always going to the baby countries.
Sorry, I think, Bumi, hold on. I think you're misunderstanding the whole thing. Sorry to cut in. I have to butt in. Listen, the American point is so clear. America says you stop bringing drugs that's killing our people. We are stopping our own side. You stop the importation. You stop the Look, let me tell you something. Whether you like it or not, the most strongest will always control what happens around the world, whether it be in Africa or not. Wasn't Nigeria doing the same thing in Africa? Didn't your president told a president of another country who took over that I'm not even going to send soldiers. I will send the mobile police to go and take people out if you don't revert by the next day. It will always be the policy of the world. A world is not a fair place. If it were, everybody will have eyes. Not all of us see. So what am I trying to say? I'm simply saying that whether irrespective of what you think what America has done or not done, the question is, like I said many months before we got to this point, that if I was him, the moment that statement was made, I will go to negotiate because I don't have the firepower. I don't have the know-how to be able to tackle them. So what's left for you? Option is to settle, to go and find how you can deal with the policy that they are not agreeing. If not for anything, try and do what you can. Like the woman in Mexico, she said, look, you have seen this. Okay, we will do our part, but you do this part, then we'll do our part. And she brought to the table something for the US president to work with. What did you bring to the table instead of just simply saying this guy is just trying to bully us? We don't. There's nothing against him. No, it's not good enough. Come to the table with something. That is it. And that's what I think, that where he missed the point. Go to the table with something. They may be accusing you wrongly, yes, but now you don't have the power to tackle. What do? You just lay over just like what happened now? So I just want you to think about that.
Rudolph, is it okay if I say something?
If everybody is saying what, don't make this, please, one by one, come by turn. Come by turn. Come by turn.
All right. No, please, everybody calm down. Bumi, finish your thoughts, and then we'll get to all of you. Let me just, before you finish, let me just show this picture, and maybe you can also weigh in on this, because I'm interested in, I'm happy that Boom Boom is here and other people. So this is so-called powers behind Maduro. And where were they? What happened? How is it that they did not act to stop the Americans from doing this? And what does that say about our people like Captain Traore in Ibrahim in Burkina Faso, who is making noise based on the support of some of these people? You know, what does that say? I want to understand. Okay, when we finish your thought, and then we get to everybody.
Doctor, they are on holidays, holiday season. They work all year round. Okay.
when they got outside, where were they? Were they on holiday again? Go ahead, Boy.
Okay, so like I said before, Mr. KJ, I'm not entirely disagreeing with anything you were saying. Okay, I'm just coming from it from a bigger point, not just from. I mean, I guess you're American, so your statement is valid as an American. I'm coming from someone who isn't an American, who is from other countries. Okay, if the most powerful country can go ahead and do this, whether it's justified or not justified, the fact that they have the power to do this is what I am questioning. Since they can do this, how can we ever check them as a country is my question. Okay, right now I guess maybe the conversation is very directed to, you know, Venezuela, what they have in America. I guess I'm looking at it from outside, the perspective of outsider, because America has gone to this country. No one can say anything. Let's not lie to ourselves. Whether or not Venezuela was sending drugs or not drugs, American could go to any country on this planet and no one can say anything. So who can check them? That's where my conversation is. Because guess what? What if they come to Nigeria and they're not there for the benefit of the people? What would what is the conversation you're going to have now? You know? And I'm also like, why is it that they haven't gone to country like Russia? Because based on Americans' perspective, Russia is not a good country. They don't like Russia. So why haven't they gone to Russia? Or why have they gone to China, for example? That's my kind of area I'm looking at it. I still have to do my research more and come and maybe make a wider conclusion. But I am not seeing it from a very one-sided, or what do I have to gain? What do I have to gain? Because I'm not an American. I'm an outsider. So I'm just looking, if America comes to my part of the world, what can I do as a person is my argument.
All right. Thank you, Bumi. We will go to the next person, Omazi.
Land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching, but they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
That video is being played a lot these days about people who are looking for possible motive for going to Venezuela. That is more than the fact that the president is being accused of being involved in drug bringing drugs into America. We will watch and see what happens next, especially who takes over from him. The defense minister in Venezuela is saying that they're going to fight. They are not going to hand over to anybody. Mazapara, your take.
Yeah, actually, I think now the whole thing, the whole situation is now, on Venezuelans. If they love or if they like what Trump did, then we're gonna say it. In days coming. If they do not like it, we're going to say it in the days coming. All we're discussing here is this and that. The whole thing is, are Venezuelans in support of removal of Maduro or not? That's the most important thing. Because if you tell Iranians today to choose between removing of the mullahs and allowing them to stay, I don't know. Probably many will say let them go. The issue is here. Good governance is very, very important. Good governance. I believe that if Venezuela has been ruled by good people, I think Trump wouldn't have any impetus to invade Venezuela. Doctor, you mentioned about Europeans. We live in European country. They are not so brutal. They are not so corrupt. There is corruption anyway, but they're not so corrupt. They're not so despotic like third world countries, like Africa, like some countries in southern hemisphere. They are not like that. That's why you see black people, we are running away from our countries, even on donkeys, on boats, because our rulers are evil. The same thing to Asian countries like Pakistan, like Yemen, all those places. The same thing in Venezuela, other places. You see them running away from their beautiful countries because of people like Maduro or former Chavez, right? The main issue here is good governance. Give your people good governance, protect your people's, rights, and then nobody will invade you. Nobody will invade you. We're having such problem here in somewhere here in what you call it, Romania and Bulgaria, before they were allowed to clean up their system, and today they are part of EU. Nobody is going to invade them because they are part of EU, because they have already those corrupt people. Those corrupt people have been, taken away from the system. Romania, even they killed their own Ceausescu and the wife, because they were so corrupt. They murdered them. They caught them and killed them hanged them in the public. That is what we are lacking in Africa. If you are good, government or good president, nobody's going to, invade you and kidnap you. If you are not, people like country like America will come and deal with you. I don't care whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Nigeria, whether it's. Please give your people good governance. That is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mazi Opara. I totally lost track of where I am in terms of who came in, who spoke and who didn't. Obie, go ahead.
All right, Doctor. I guess more notes. Make I act like you now, intellectual. Since James mentioned they no put my name, I am vexing. There are 6 main reasons why crime where Venezuela commit. I'll mention I like those 6 reasons, and I think Nigeria as all they commit 5 of those crime. But first of all, I don't always at the talk.
No verse. So, bros, I want to go walk. I go to enjoy now for background.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.
Now, and they always talk every chance I get. This is not about Trump. This is about America as an empire, as an idea, as an experiment, as a nation, the next level for them. So everything that is happening, they are well prepared. So it's not about Trump. Trump will come and go. The next person will continue or he will upscale them. That's what is going to happen, at least for the next 10 years or 15 years as they are projecting. And Dr. Dami, thank you. You mention of it, the national security strategy. If you live in Europe, you could forget Nigeria now. I know they talk as a Europe, but you don't finish as a unit. And a third world nation route, now they will take one by one if they are not careful. I've been saying this. So if I be you, you live in European nation, make that national security strategy your Bible, at least for the next 10 years. They read them every day. Because the doctor talk about another thing, like a definition of term that is changing. In the politics that we play today, they see refugees, immigration along one line. And the definition, they see the definition, they classify them along civilizational line. So the idea is that this one now illegal, this one now it is suffer, this one is not contributing. It's off the window. If you are not a Christian nation, if you are not a capitalist nation, if you are not a Sunni coming from the Chinese civilization, if you are not a Muslim, at this point you go define where you did, because what you think is playing out in America, Europe only go worst. And they talk about every day, but people know we don't go worse. This, even the immigration issue, civil war, it's coming. At least the next 10 to 15 years, everybody should watch out. In terms of Venezuela, Trump don't make announcement this morning. They're taking over the country. They're going to be put boots on the ground. They're going to work with some of their interests there and build their infrastructure back. Thank God, Doctor played that clip about their own oil, whatever Trump they claim. So they are going to put boots on the ground. Mark Yoruba and the rest will work with some of their guys. So they are fully in charge. Now, the sixth crime where they commit, that Nigeria say they commit 5 of them. One of them now ideological opposition. Might be the first crime where you go commit against United States when you take the socialist route. So they are accusing Maduro as a gang, as a leader of the gang that is spreading socialism within Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. So those are the next countries in line to be toppled. So that is unacceptable to the American idea. Anything outside capitalism, you win for it, especially we say you be their neighbor. They can't take that. KJ talk about drugs, cocaine, and other thing. In fact, that's how they frame the campaign. History will say that Venezuela were at the forefront of trafficking drugs to come to America. That's how they will write the history. So that's why they actually carry out the invasion based on that. Sorry, again, I'm pointing that out because they from our ones as what Christian genocide. The oil, I mean, this is arguably one of the most, the largest oil reserve in the world. So when they say they want to take over their property with it, they don't know what they are doing. Then immigration, they are accusing them of actually allowing 8 million from other neighboring countries to come to their land. They accuse them. Then gold sanctuary, which you mentioned, because they have good reserve of gold. That is what they are using to actually evade, able to boycott the sanction. All the sanction when they actually put on them, they were able to do that, run the country based on the gold they have. So, and that is not acceptable. Then foreign allies, right? Which is where China come from. China, they patronize it, they buy the area and all that. Iran, then Hezbollah. These are the 3 group of people they see as a threat to the Western civilization. And Maduro is in bed with all these 3. So if you look at all these things, not only that, maybe, I don't know where will be capitalist nation or be socialist nations. I think that's the only thing I don't understand. We are not committed. But every other one, because we are accused Tinubu saying a drug guy, saying they push drug. So if they come back in the name of drug, we should not be surprised. Oh yeah, we get them. Immigration, all of us will fool America. And that is due to the fact that the country is not working. Everybody is talking, yes, that's another reason too. I don't know anybody will get good. But our foreign ally, if you are in bed with the China or the Russia at your own peril, these people cannot, they no feel even face just one side of America. I don't talk of the whole country. That's a conversation for another day.
All right, thank you, Ovia. Let's limit it to 4 minutes so that we can get to everybody in the time we have. I want to skip some people who came. I see you, Oti. I'll come to you, Paul. and to Tony. But let's hear from Righteous Man. Maybe the news is here to get to Nigeria. Let's know. Righteous Man, are you aware of what happened in Venezuela?
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening from here, and KJ and the rest of the panelists. My greetings from Owerri, the capital of Imo State. I am so much disappointed with Trump. If this is what being a superpower is all about, I reject and condemn it. If this is what the Republicans will give the whole world, I will pray they will never win election again in America. I thought he has a policy of making things work, not intimidation. His action, the action of Trump, is a pure intimidation. Then why are they blaming Russia for what Russia did with Ukraine? Why? Tell me the basis why they should condemn Russia. You intimidated a small country because you have the military might. A democratically elected president, whether it was disputed or not. After all, we had a disputed election in Nigeria, June 12th. Why did they not invade Nigeria? No, what Trump is doing is bad. Me personally, I dislike it. I am really bitter about the action. You shouldn't throw a country into... Why are you taking over a sovereign nation that you want to rule the country? For what? Must every country be like America? That is very, very wrong. You talk about it pushes drug. But when I went to internet to search, the result I got is that the drug they are talking about is just like 1% from Venezuela. How about Mexico, Colombia, all those countries? So what Trump is doing is not good. A sovereign nation, you should not invade it. You should not capture a sitting president and his wife, make them, they become I mean, in fact, it's so disgusting. Honestly, so disgusting. If this is what the policy of Trump is all about, please, Americans, in the next election, they should vote him out. Vote the Republicans out. Vote anyone that aids to this invention. It's not correct. This is a modern world. That you're a superpower militarily does not give you rights to take over another existing country in the name of democracy. What kind of democracy are they practicing? When it favors them, they allow it. What is happening in Nigeria? Is it okay? Why is the European Union and America not have intervened since 1993? Because it favors them. Their company are working here, drilling our oil, taking all our resources, and they call us third world country. That should be condemned. It is not ideal. So China should invade another country too, right? And if China does it now, it is still the same United States that we call UN, and they threaten war. No empire lasts forever. That's what history says. No empire lasts forever. After all, there was a time Britain was controlling almost half of the world. Today, where is Britain? One day, the same America, another superpower will arise. But what they are doing right now, the invasion of Venezuela, I am not in support of it. Trump used to be my candidate. He used to be my guy. But this action, I reject and I condemn it. It's not acceptable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. It's not acceptable to him. Let me see. Let's go back to the people online. Mazapara, did you speak? I don't think so. Oh, you did? Okay. So, Oti, let me get Oti in. Oti, go ahead.
All right. Okay. Evening, everyone. Rudolph, you're giving everybody 4 minutes. I don't need 4 minutes. 2 minutes or 1.5. Really, for me, the pity is, most of the panelists that have spoken on this. I'm really the disappointment. I can't hide it, because the way they discuss this subject matter, with levity, is I think most of us will just talk all night and on all sorts of subject matters. Really, do we have the understanding? I mean, the basics. That is really very. I don't know. Okay, now Mr. Bobolo here, referring us to national security, whatever strategy. What use is that? What we're talking about is this kind of no lack of regard for international standard and norms. So any country, because you, in other words, you approve rule of force, power. Okay, I mean, if you have power, you have right. That is what there's no critical critical mind, critical understanding of what is going on. Is it something you approve? Is that the way to conduct international affairs?
We live in the West, so we approve of it.
You live in America, and probably I don't know. You see yourself in America.
West. We live in the West, so we approve of it. I don't know why you are accusing
That's just
me
how stupid you are. Quite frankly, you live in the West, approve of it. So the West should go about all over the world. I mean, invading countries, and you think it's a good thing? You live in the West.
You lost the right to tell them what to do.
It's just something. There are things we ought to take seriously. This is a serious matter. This is something that has happened, and it affects. It's a global. I mean, we live in a dangerous time, and then you're talking about this with kind of in a cavalier manner. Are you ever serious? Come on, it's just it's so regrettable. And I don't know really.
I am your problem now.
And you're still laughing. You get it.
So why you take me? Don't take me serious at your own risk. Don't do that.
Then you shouldn't be wasting our time coming here to talk. If you
I did not invite you now. I didn't invite you. Am I the one that invite you? I came just the way you came. Why are you harassing me? Just have your say and go. Have your say and go.
Okay. Look, because the justification, whatever it is, we ought to have standards. Not only in international affairs, also domestically, as well. You don't just do things because you have the power. We should have rules. Okay, we can't live in the world without rules. It's as simple as that. So Maduro. I mean, it doesn't. I'm not asking the question how well he's governed Venezuelans. So how about Nigeria? So we might as well welcome any foreign power to come and invade Nigeria because we don't like our president. What kind of?
I thought you did. Sorry, Dr. Gombe. You did. You were celebrating.
Can you keep quiet? No, I'm not. No.
Last week, let's call ourselves out. When they strike the
that's something different. That's something different. You can't even. So let me tell you the difference. If you don't understand the difference, I will tell you. There's a category difference here. Okay. Now, if a strike, that's what you're referring to, is. Okay, if you are referring to the strike, okay, but at least now Nigerian government, we have a government. It's not a strike against our government. It's not a strike against a legitimate government of Nigeria. Terrorism, okay. So there's no way you can compare that with invading a country. It shows, the lack of understanding. You can't even. We come here. We should learn and take things seriously. People are listening to us. Do you think I don't know? I'm sorry. Okay, that's fine. That's just my view.
Thank you so much. I see you, Paul. Tony, I don't know if you weighed in, but let me bring two Nigeria's last brain cell, and then I'll come back to people who've been around for a while now. Go ahead.
How you doing, Rudolph? I wanted to start off on the way I really wanted to start off was bordering on. Probably it was going to be disrespect in the generalization I wanted to use for Nigerians. But I guess after listening to Bauchi, Righteous Man, and Bumi, I have to say I'm really proud that there are still people, and even to an extent of Babolo, which I kind of understand where him, looking from a neutral aspect, I understand where himself and Ati are coming from. And I just have to say, yeah, I'm actually proud of those three, the aforementioned, because there are still people, at least amongst our people, that will adhere to the rule of law, at least internationally. For me, it's astonishing when I hear people supporting this kind of egregious attitude where a president that is currently facing probably the sickest accusation of pedophilia the world has ever seen is currently now trying to paint and whitewash himself as this defender of democracy, even if it means bombing sovereign nations or taking out presidents of these nations. We are living in very dangerous times. For me, it's exciting being a student of history that, okay, this might be something I will speak to my grandkids and great-grandkids about, God willing. But I think we have to be very worried. Why I decided to come on, and as I was fixing up and I heard Brewing talking about it, was if we make America become the overall police of the world, who polices the police? And this is quoting her. And this was the main reason I came on. Now, if when we come on here, we have to make sure that we are fact-based. Like Oti said, people are listening. People are learning, and I hope we're all intending to learn from each other, because this is usually why I come on. Righteous Man said it. The drugs that Venezuela is being accused of, based on the CIA reports, at least in the last 15 years, Venezuela accounts for less than 3% of the cocaine importation into the United States. Most of their exports go to Europe and other parts of the world. Now you have a president now that is bombing ships, is bombing boats, taking oil tankers, complaining that Venezuela kicked out their multinational corporations. For whatever reason, Venezuela, as a sovereign nation, decided to do this. Alti says something very pertinent. It is imperative that people look to history and read. This is not a playbook we haven't seen America use before. If we have to speak about this hemisphere, America used the same playbook against Manuel Noriega. I think Mr. James already alluded to that. And it was the same cry and pointing fingers at Noriega, accusing him of being a drug importer, and they brought him to the United States, which he eventually got extradited to France, then died after serving his sentence. But then they won't tell you about Iran-Contra, which was also part of what they accused him of, which was America actually was backing the rebels in Nicaragua selling drugs for arms. Who knows what they are doing behind the scenes with regards to Venezuela? So for those of you that are happy at America going to snatch a foreign president, I think you should be very worried. Rudolph, just last week, because like Oti also said, people are not seeing the bigger picture. I think this is the problem. The world is reshaping itself, and the elite and the powers that be are trying to put the pieces together however they deem fit. And I think the main thing they are going over, or they are going for, is more surveillance of the populace. Just last week here, Shlomo Kramer, if anybody knows about Shlomo Kramer, well, feel free, if you don't, feel free to Google him, was all over the airwaves telling America we have to get rid of the First Amendment. Peter Thiel has alluded to this. Elon Musk and the rest of them, even though he portrays himself as a bastion of free speech, have come out and they said they have to start curtailing the speech of ordinary individuals. Why didn't Russia help, you say? And I'm trying to jump over things because I heard the bell ring. Why didn't Russia and China help? They can't. Any help that would be given to Venezuela would only escalate the issue. And then what do we have? A conflagration. We have World War III.
So why are countries like Burkina Faso acting as if they have guarantee from Russia that Russia will help them in case they run into trouble with the West?
Well, what I think is, I think it'll be a different scenario in that if such was to happen, meaning they're probably banking on having native and tribal people back then, fighters in Africa. Yes. So one of the arguments we had on here was, would Venezuela put on a resistance or put up a resistance if America were to invade? And it was an argument that went on for days, different shows. And my premise was always that Venezuela would not fight back. And sometimes I think you have to understand the nature of people and how they think. And I think when people talk about Venezuela fighting back against the United States, they think subconsciously of what is happening with the Arabs in the Middle East. And these ones are a different beast. And I say beast, not derogatorily. So again, different situations, different composition on the ground. I don't think America would attack Burkina Faso per se. Like,
so if they have any reason to go there and pick up Ibrahim Traore, you think they have a capability to stop them? Can they stop them, the Americans? If they can't stop them, why are they?
I don't think it's about they can't stop them. I think it's what would be the after effect if America was to attack Burkina Faso, for example. So if America was, this is why I brought up the tribal issue. You have to understand the composition of people. Let me just end with this. If for example, they attack Burkina Faso, the people of Burkina Faso are not just going to fold. Africans are not just going to fold. Muslims are not just going to fold. So it's a completely different animal you're going to be dealing with. You get what I'm saying? So the tribal affiliations are actually kind of different over there. And what would be the attitude of the people towards an invading force, especially the white man? I don't think America would have it easy anywhere in Africa were they to go into Burkina Faso, Niger, and was it Chad or Guinea or whatever? No.
All right. Thank you. Oti, did you weigh in?
I've spoken. I mean, yes.
He has no solution. He has no idea. And I complain, he can't complain. I mean,
okay. So, Paul, I think Paul.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not weighing.
Okay. To come face me. What a waste of week. Like,
Paul, go ahead. Ovia, can you let them speak? I will let you maybe conclude.
So, Doctor, I get confused with President Trump. When I say I get confused, I really get confused. The former president of Honduras, former president Juan Orlando Hernandez, was arrested not so long, 45 years in prison, based on drug trafficking. Trump pardoned him last month, December. And he's arrested another president for the same offense. Is it not funny? The same offense, the same America arrested Honduras president, the former president, Hernandez. You understand? For this same drug thing. How do we want to explain it? Everybody has been talking about this drug thing with Venezuela. What is killing America? Over 70,000 Americans die. It's fentanyl that is coming from China, passed through Mexico. And Venezuela is known more on cocaine. You understand? It's not really killing people. Cocaine is more for even the elite. You understand? So you get people confused. That is one aspect. The same Trump is having issues with Panama. is having issues with Greenland. And you can also understand that Guyana and Venezuela is also having issues in the land dispute that there's a lot of oil there. That place is known for many years that is Venezuela. But somewhere suddenly Guyana started fighting for the same oil thing and every other thing. It get me confused. So land dispute with oil, you talk all those things. Look at state. My head is full. Doctor, help me. The state that the former Senate leader from Kentucky. Kentucky is doing very bad. Kentucky is a pure red state. The governor is a blue. It's a Democrat governor, Andy Bashir, and everything. They are going through a lot of challenge because of Trump and this thing sanctioned with Canada. Kentucky is known with their bourbon, their bourbon, and Canadians drink all these their liquors, whatever. Now Canada start taking all these things off the shelf and everything. What is Trump doing with that? Nothing. Please, we should grow up. These white people don't fight white people the way they fight other colors. So the way we are happy that is dealing with one person, this same man that is fighting for Christian in Nigeria, the same man did not allow us say Christian to seek asylum. He put us on partial ban, not even get visa to come seek asylum. So we should be very, very careful. The way they fight white their own self is different from the way they fight brown and black. So we should understand these things very well before we be happy. Oh, America, come and deal with Tinubu, come and deal with this. We should be very, very careful. The Venezuela thing, people should go back and go check. As of 2009, 2010, 11, 12, Venezuela is the fastest growing economy in the world. Venezuela is doing very, very well. It is the sanction and everything that make these people even want to do all this barbaric thing. Some of us should understand the level of crime that is going on in Nigeria today. It is because of no job. The way I understand crime growing up in Nigeria is different from what we see today. I didn't see my classmates who still in primary school, secondary school, in university. How come these people now have good jobs, started stealing in their place of work? Because the money that they are getting is not enough for them to take care of their family. You understand? People still, you know that it is in their DNA. But right now, it is different. So when you see Venezuela started flying all the way to places like Nicaragua, then they would trek from Nicaragua 3 months to America because their country is sanctioned. Nothing is going on there. So you should understand the proliferation of Venezuela started coming into America. It was not like that. It was not like that. It is because of the also sanction. You understand? So when we talk all these things, if these sanctions also hit us like the way they are doing, don't you think some of us will do the things that we don't want to do? Like my namesake will say in the Bible, Paul say, I saw myself doing the things that I don't want to do. Young peoples are doing crime. Back in the days when we started hearing this 419 thing, the girls are scared of dating 419 boys. But today, 419 guys are the MVPs in Nigeria. Everybody wants to date a Yahoo boy because that's where you survive. You understand? So we should be very, very careful the way US is going about it. And when you look at Democrat and Republican, their policies are far apart. So one countries can also say what they are doing is not good. Then, Doctor, I like the way you put this Maduro and China and Russia. Yes, China and Russia. Yes, good. We understand these 3 great nations. These are the 3 most powerful nations in the world. They will not fight themselves. America is a little bit stronger than them because every countries of the world do business with America. Sanctions will come in and every other thing. These other countries don't really do those type of things. So that's why people are scared. America used their economic strength to punish nations of the world. And so these are the things. And how many deals you can do with the Chinese and with the Russians compared to the way you can do this with other nations of the world? Because when America threatens other nations not to do business with you, that's when your economy crumbled. These are the things they even did with us. They did with very many countries in the world. So that's why many nations of the world are scared. But I don't think I support what Trump is doing. And the campaign not to go to war. He campaigned against all those things. Trump campaign stand on America first. This is not American first. When you are fighting for the oil deals, when America started doing these things, this is where all our debt started coming after Clinton left. And the oil company going to make more money, but America going to be in debt. We are spending billions of dollars fighting all this war. Even though if we win the war, if we achieve anything, the oil company going to make money, but the average American still going to suffer for it. America is in $38 trillion debt because of all this war. They're spending all their money. Where is America first? Where is the poor people started getting all the benefit? Doctor, 2 months ago, this same Trump stand up and say student loan, they can't even give people who study engineering, nursing. He said they are not professional job, that they can't get up to $20,000 for student loan. Nursing is not professional job by Trump own word. Mechanical engineering is not professional job by Trump own word. America is suffering. So even though we, the Americans, live in America, we are suffering from this. Then the people outside who think America is the sense that they can find, that they will come help your nation. I don't think so. They are not coming to help anybody. You understand? They are not coming to, these guys are just drunk with power and every other thing. So we should be very careful the way we support all this rhetoric and every other thing, because some other people will pick it from us. And it's not helping the world. No, I disagree with what they're doing in Venezuela. They can find a better way to do it. But using this method and everything, it's not going to help Venezuela. Guess what you see within some months to come now? Then you see Guyana will start springing up again. Another land dispute, another problem. America is taking over that channel and everything. And if you achieve it, if God gives Trump more energy, he will face place like Panama. He's still revisiting the Greenland issue. He said it about 3 weeks ago. We are not in peace. You understand? He's threatening Europe because of the social media, the Facebook, the type of sanctions that they want to put around the social media in Europe. Is threatening them. No, I don't think it makes the world a better place. And I don't think this is what the average Americans want. No, the average Americans don't want this. It's just these power-drunk leaders that is doing all this barbaric thing, all this shenanigans. This is not an American policy. I will say it anytime, any day. That's my take.
All right, thank you, thank you, KJ. I will let you. I will actually let you take over, and you can. One of the things I would like you to do is to do. What is it called again?
Okay, if you allow me to make my comment, because when I take over, I can't make a comment again.
Okay. You make your comment. I will let you make your comment. Okay, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. You see, what you see happening right now is the fact that they played have become the player. And I like some of us. There is a British woman who used to be in the parliament who discusses this at a very high level. And I want some of us to go look at that interview. What I've been trying to do is to search for her, because she dissected the issue very openly, Bra Paul. She said what has happened is that what the plan they had, the only thing that happened is that a bigger person or somebody who is more of a bully has taken over the plan they had and is playing it against them. That's what Trump is doing. They had this plan all coming, but somebody just pounced on it. I will look for her. In fact, before this finish, I will hold a meeting on that and I'll play what she said, so all of us can be able to come to understand where this man is coming from. These were things they put in the pipeline. They were trying to secretly bring in, and somebody who had just outsmarted them to take it over and turn it around and playing all of them, and that's why they're all going crazy. However, some of us on this channel said when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya and brought to Nigeria, that Nigeria should have the international rules should not, shouldn't stop Nigeria from kind of what they want to do. Boom Boom Ray was one of those who said so. He said that, look, if Nigerian courts are not bound to obey international law. That's what he said. So if they are not bound now, why are we crying? You see, let's learn to be on one side. If you want us to accept international law, the ECOWAS court ruled that Nnamdi Kanu should be released and pay compensation. Nigeria didn't accept it. The Nigerian court ruled Nigeria didn't accept it. The Kenyan court.
KJ, I'm sorry, but you cannot use negative issue as a precedent. That would not help any one of us.
God, please allow him to finish his talk.
Hold on,
please.
You see, these are international laws that have been breached by the Nigerian country, and you Nigerians said it is not. The Nigerian country is not bound by those laws, but we now say somebody else have done the same thing. We say, oh, that person is the evil person. No. We are on the same page, because once you turn one evil, you overlook one. You don't know how far it's going to go. Now, hold on. I'm still talking about Nigeria, so that we all get it correctly. Your president sat in Abuja and sent planes to go and overtake, the people doing coup in Benin Republic, and took over the country and reinstated the person they are trying to take out of the country, even though the people of the country wanted that man gone. And we said it was right. Something was going to go wrong. In fact, he shouldn't have contacted anybody. He should have done that. That was right. What is different now from what Trump has done? Nothing. So let us be factual. Let us examine what we are backing, because tomorrow it can just be us. When the thing was going on in Libya, majority of the Nigerian journalists said this is going to backfire. Jonathan, guard our sovereign, our northern borders. People told him, no, don't worry. The small arms not coming to Nigeria. Nothing will happen. And he took those advice. Today, those some people got whatever they got and moved into Nigeria to come up carry out the operation. So what are we saying here? What am I trying to say in essence, Paul? Not I'm blaming you. I'm simply saying that, you see, when one person decides to not obey the law, every other thing comes like a rushing, flood, and it's going to be, nobody knows where it's going to stop. As for international politics and America being the watchdog, now today in secondary school we wrote essays on that. America being a watchdog of the world. Who is watching the watchdog? Who is it today? It's not only a Republican, it's not only Trump that have done that. Almost every other American president have done the same thing. So what is new? All right. Simply what we are saying is that, if you know how to play your game, when you see that you have a neighbor who you cannot overpower, you become friends with him. Igbos have a proverb that when when you fight somebody, when don't pass you with power, you go turn on to play. Say, oh boy, take it easy now. I know it's supposed to be. You bring it to a point where you can now have a negotiation with that individual, so that you can live your life and your people live in peace, because you can't take him down. That's what I expect people who are coming in to say. If, just like we said, we discussed this thing on this channel before we got to this point. We said if at least I said that if I was him, I would quickly run and begin to make a peace. And this was just like the lady in Mexico did. She was very smart, and she laid out her cards and played it well. And today they have looked somewhere else. You could have done that too, Mr. Maduro. Even though I don't like you, I don't like him, I don't like his policy, I don't like what he's doing to Venezuela. But it's not for me to decide who should rule them. I thought he would have been more clever on how to go about things. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ.
Rudolph, please 1 minute if you permit me.
Hold on. I want to hear stay humble. I have to really go.
Well, fathers,
No, I just want to
Doctor, you have not allowed me
just 1 minute if you let me.
Every other person has spoken.
Oh, Tony, I called you. You didn't say anything. I thought you spoke.
No, you didn't call me. You called.
Oh, I'm so sorry. All right.
You did call.
I don't know anymore.
No, you mistakenly called Paul. You didn't call Tony.
I'm not feeling very well, so I can't coordinate well. Okay. What we're going to do is I would just want to hear Tony's view on this. Stay humble, and that's it. Is there any forefathers? And then I'll have to go. I'll hand it over to KJ, and then I have to go. I want you guys to do the rant. It's very important. A lot of people enjoy this when they see me. They say that. Okay, Tony, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. I think that we are not taking into consideration the fact that every nation has a right to protect its interest, particularly when such interests are threatened. I put that quote unquote. First of all, we know that Trump is a disruptor. And there are 4 things that I see in this issue concerning the invasion of Venezuela and the ouster of Maduro. One is political hegemony. Two is influence. Three is national security. And four is national interest. Now, if you look at Venezuela, one of the deadliest gangs that you have, Tren de Aragua, come from Venezuela, and they had invaded parts of the United States, killing, maiming, and doing all kinds of untoward things. And the American government, had, kind of proscribed that gang. And a lot of them have been arrested and deported. They are notorious in parts of the United States for, all kinds of things. Venezuela also had been sanctioned by America. And even countries who associate with Venezuela, like China, Russia, and so on, have also been sanctioned by America. And so many other things that the American government feel about the government. So when you have a country that you see as being unfriendly to the United States, then you would expect that when you have a regime, a personality like Trump, like I said, who is a disruptor, that country is not going to go scot-free because it's perceived as an unfriendly nation to the United States. Now you have a question of the influence. There is an increasing domineering influence of China, of Russia, and there's also the threat of Iran. All who belong to the same axis of evil, as Americans will call it. So these are threats positioned to harm America. There's also, a question of national interest, economic interest, which Trump spoke about, which has to do with oil. That American companies are fast losing, contracts and all the like from business in Venezuela and being taken by a competitor, that is China. So these are some of the underlying issues. And the fact that America would not, as a country, stay where its influence in that area is winning, because Venezuela has been fingered as one country that is being used to influence all the other neighboring countries in Latin America. There are issues of drugs, there are issues of narcotics, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the totality of what we have here, when a country feels that its interest is threatened, it's going to say perhaps to hell with international conventions and so on and so forth. And Nigeria wanted to do it against Nigeria. Nigeria has done it in Gambia. Nigeria has gone bullying small countries, bully Gambia, bully Ivory Coast, go to Benin, as people have said, even though it's at the invitation of the president, but we know that it's not the president, the outside president, who did that. It was France, that was, behind all this, because they also want to protect their interests. So the point I'm trying to make is, in the history of every nation, when you find that your national interest is being threatened, Russia did it against Ukraine. So when you find that your national interest or your security is being threatened, then usually people will say to hell with international convention, particularly when you have the might. And you go and, and do whatever you want to do. And then you can go back to the UN or whatever and settle, whatever it is. So my point is, if you are not an American and you don't feel, you can say some of the things you are saying, but if you are an American and you see that you have an enemy or a perceived enemy, and you see that, all through that country is pursuing an interest that is inimical to yours as a nation, as a sovereign nation. Usually, this is international politics. You crush that country, and you've run it. So it's not new. It's not novel. It's something that's been happening, and Trump is not the first person doing that. we've had George Bush do it. We have had, history accounts of all these things in the past, and not just America. So I think that in trying to analyze this thing, it depends on what point of view, where you are coming from. And so you can demonize America, but if it happens to you, if you have a situation where you feel threatened, even in our various normal lives as individuals, our business and so on and so forth, we see Dangote feels that Boa is threatening, his, business, or what is eBay and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think they do. This is strictly capitalist system. That's how they operate. That's how capitalism operates. It's not going to sit down there and wait for Venezuela to harm the US before. If you are ganging up against America, you are an enemy. You are in breach. You are ganging up. You are trying, pushing this dollarization thing and so on. America is going to spot you, and you're not going to be a friend. So these are some of the issues, and I think that in trying to analyze and dissect Americans' behavior, even though it may look bad, the optics. Well, I think you also have to understand that countries sometimes take decisions that they appear rash, so long as it satisfies their own interests and keeps them secure and keeps people secure. That's my position. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. I really have stay humble.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, depending on where you are. Yeah, I think those in the US will not appreciate this salutation. So I wasn't intent on coming on, but sometimes some people will just force me to come up when I listen to some things, and I feel very grieved in my spirit, and I want to just come up to challenge some of them. Before I go ahead, one thing that I just want to mention, when Tony was speaking, he mentioned that Nigeria bullied a number of countries. He mentioned Gambia. The 2016 intervention in Gambia wasn't a bullying, because in Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, who wanted to become a live president, he was even president when I was in primary school, that we were learning all those current affairs and stuff. And when I graduated in 2015, he was still the president of the Gambia. And then the parties in Gambia, the opposition parties in Gambia, they came together and formed a coalition. And Barrow became the leader of the coalition. He contested the election and defeated Yahya Jammeh. He scored 220,000 votes, while Jammeh scored 200,000 votes. Jammeh congratulated him initially, but later his sycophants wouldn't want him to leave power, so he held on to power. So the West African neighbors had to intervene. So that was not a bullying affair. Jammeh had to leave because he wasn't legitimate. Okay, so back to Maduro, because I've had some arguments and reasonings regarding all these things. So there are so many people listening to us, and when they listen to us for these 2, 3, 4, 5 hours that we stay here, they're trying to get the point. Who is Maduro? Maduro, is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. So we need to establish that Maduro's stay was not legitimate. He lost out. He was not the legitimate president of Venezuela. And more than 7 million people even fled Venezuela because of his persecution and high-handedness. So he wasn't legitimate. He was staying on borrowed time. So for those saying that, they breached the sovereignty of Venezuela, I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't know the connection also between what happened in Venezuela and Burkina Faso. I don't know why some people are mentioning that Trump will go to Burkina Faso. Trump, he doesn't have any business in Burkina Faso. I don't think there's any conflict between the United States and Burkina Faso. So we should try to stick to the issues. Yeah. And then somebody mentioned that Trump was fighting for Christians in Nigeria and then denied the same Christians visa. Look, we should make these conversations, even if not intellectual, but sensible. So there is no connection between the Christian genocide, between Trump protecting Christians in Nigeria and denial of visa for Nigerians. Look, if you are a country that wants to be organized, if you're decent, you want people coming to your country to be verified. If you have a certain Issa Pantami, who was still known to be, a Boko Haram sympathizer, being the Minister for Communication and dealing with the data of Nigeria, you wouldn't want people who are not properly verified to come into your country because, while you might have 90% of immigrants, genuine, 5 to 10% of so-called terrorists, etc., may sneak in through the same route. So he wants us to address certain issues in our data system, which will be beneficial to Nigeria and also to the United States before the the visa denial this thing will be lifted. So I just wanted to mention those few things really.
All right, thank you.
Doctor,
Thank you.
you want to point out the
I like the way you put it that they vet the white South Africans to come, but they can't get their information right to know that they are not killing white South Africans. Like he said, they are killing hundreds and thousands of white South Africans. They can get that information wrong, but they can know how to vet the real white South Africans to fast track their citizenship in America. But they can't even pity the Nigerians Christians that are dying. Oh, no. The former Minister of Communication is corrupt.
He doesn't need to
I like that.
us.
I like that
We
style.
just need to get our acts right because 90%
How
of
come
people
America didn't get their information right that they are not killing white South Africans before they are bringing South Africans in?
have said in Nigeria.
Doctor, I want you to point out the correlation between visa ban and Christian genocide for him.
Forefathers, you're next.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. And greetings all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. It's good to see you here, Bumi, and all these rough people all around. But it's all right. Regarding this thing, basically it's a mini invasion, isn't it? Taking Maduro. I don't know what Maduro was thinking, sitting around and waiting for people to come and take him. Maybe he doesn't care. He just feels like, and America has got a case on his hands now because you have to prove that he's a drug baron. And how is it that somebody that has one of the largest oil reserve in the world, you accuse him of being a drug baron? That would be interesting to see whether the American justice system is still going to crack under the weight of that one. Except, of course, there's no justice. That said, you see, we know this has been the case. Actually, I knew anyway. Most people think that the world is ruled by order. It's always been ruled by power. And it's always been like that. And this is why your countries are not doing well. And all this stuff we are seeing now is why I supported Trump to come into office. So he can start revealing all these things to you all. He doesn't hide it. People like Clinton, they will pretend as if they are not doing it. But Biden, was he not in office when the Haitian president was murdered? And the people that came and murdered him, they came in through the pretense of being DLA, that's drug law enforcement of this thing of the US. Can you imagine? You want to come to the president's house to come and arrest somebody because you are
DEA,
yeah, you are right. DEA, I thought DLA wasn't right. Yeah, so they want to come and arrest him for this thing, drug offenses, a president. and they let them in, and not one guard got injured, and he was murdered brutally. Till today, Haiti has not recovered from that tragedy. This is what America does. It's always been like that. You leave yourself vulnerable, you suffer. As a matter of fact, Maduro was telling them, come, let's talk peace. You know, he was singing, he was playing the song of, what was it?
John Legend.
John Legend. Yeah. Imagine all the people, come on, let's come and do peace. And this is what you get. Keep playing that game and thinking that your enemy is going to fall and die. They won't. The only people that understood this are the Asians, and they don't play. You saw what North Korea did. Is anybody bothering North Korea now? I think of North Korea say, come for me, please. We need some of all this smoke. No, we don't need it. But all the ones that try to do peace with them, they punish them. And Iran may get punished severely because of that their hippie fatwa leader that they have that went apart a fatwa that they should not go nuclear. They may pay for it. Because this world punishes weakness. You like it or not. I don't know what, as some people are beginning to ask, what is wrong with that Iranian leader? Because you are endangering your country if you don't defend it. In other words, you are saying foreigners that have the power should decide your fate. That is what is going to happen since you've elected to do that. And as it applies to us, when you see some of people advocating, oh, Trump is right to attack and Trump is not right to attack, you see, what I see within our people is that they can't even do simple arithmetics of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can't, even within our own country, we can't realize that the foreigners are our enemy. We can't even do that. Because when they went for that Berlin conference, they declared war on all Africans. What do you think that meant? It was all our enmity with all Africans because they wanted to colonize all Africa. They declared enmity with us, but we couldn't even do that calculation then, and we can't do it now. That is us. We are experts at doing that. Maybe even South Americans are also doing the same. And that is their superpower. That is the European superpower. They know when to fight each other and they know when to come together. No matter what Trump has done now, is against international law. You see how they are all forgiving? Oh no, we always thought the Maduro president wasn't right. But he has just been removed. He won the election with 52% of the vote. Egypt wins with 90% of the vote. Kagame wins with 90% of the vote. Many American allies win with 90% of the vote. Since when do you care about democracy? Trump openly talks about how he wants to go and take their oil from them because he took some back from. They just want free oil. They don't even want to pay for anything. And they don't want you to trade the oil in another currency. In other words, they want you to be dependent while they don't enable you to develop. And this is the strange dynamics. Why do you want to be a superpower in the world when you want everybody else to be suffering? What kind of superpower is that? You just want other people to be suffering while only you enjoy. That is the key question, because if you look at the reason why the West is now working with Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, is because they are useful. Otherwise, if you look at their relationship, if you are not useful to them, they are going to impoverish you. It's only when you are useful to them, they need to keep you afloat. That's when they keep you afloat. Otherwise, they will impoverish you. But why can't you just have allies that you all enjoy, as long as they are not a military threat to you? Why can't you just do that? But they can't do that because to them, it's a zero-sum game. If you have a life, they don't have a life. They have to eat you up. That when I speak to Americans, I say, you guys need war counseling because your head, something is wrong with the way people think. Because the way you approach the geopolitics is a zero-sum game. You have to make sure anybody that is not useful to you is poor and suffering. Just because they are not, even when they are not your enemies, you don't even want them to do. Otherwise, Africa will be doing fine. Africa is not their friend. Africa is not their enemy. Most Africans are their friends. Look at the KJ. KJ is ready to die for Trump. Many of us, some of us have children in the American military. They will die for Trump. But yet, look at your countries, how they treat them like dirt. So what I would say to our people is that do your simple maths. These people have declared war on you before. The war they declared on you is still a war today. and it doesn't change at all. If you think these guys are your friends, man, you are just going to repeat history. And I hope the ones that can see clearly don't allow that to happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you for
Doctor,
that.
there is no correlation between visa ban and Christian genocide.
Rudolph, I asked you for a minute earlier.
And then John.
Thank you very much. Before I even get to where I was going to go, thank God, forefathers, finally you're seeing that America is putting Africa down so that it can enjoy its resources, because your statement of what kind of superpower impoverishes everyone else astonished me, seeing as we've argued about this before. I just want to touch on what KJ said, and because he did mention me and he did allude to me, albeit wrongfully. Now, when he said that, someone like myself has said, well, Nnamdi Kanu's extradition or extraordinary rendition was proper under international law. Actually, that wasn't what I said. What I said was, under American law, it wasn't a board. And I've given cases, I've mentioned U.S. versus Toscanino, U.S. versus Waters. Now, that said, Maduro still has the option, when he's charged in the Southern District of New York, to challenge his capture and the way he was brought before the courts. As opposed to Nnamdi Kanu, Maduro was not a fugitive. I'll make due to say that whenever he's put before a district judge or a magistrate or a district judge, the position of the court will still be the same. The way you were brought before the court does not matter. Now, maybe he might be able to challenge the fact and say, well, I wasn't a fugitive. Then maybe the United States might say, well, you were an unindicted fugitive. We already had a complaint against you, or we had an unsealed indictment against you. We don't know. But I would wager a bet to say, if Maduro was presented before the court today in New York, and he challenges the way he was brought before the court for his arraignment, I think he would fail if we were to go based on precedents. And this is also the position of the courts in Nigeria. So bringing up ECOWAS and nobody cares about ECOWAS. It has no bearing on Nigerian law, but that was just, again, what I wanted to bring to the audience.
All right, thank you. To Nigeria's last brain cell.
And I'm sorry, and Maduro actually supports the poor people of his country more than the rich. And many Nigerians that like to say that, you want Shewere to support the poor, you are now, because you are supporting Trump now, you are basically supporting somebody that is against Shewere, basically. That's what you are supporting.
Okay,
right now,
sorry. Rudolph, just for the purpose of history and when people look back on the social media, forefather, you keep saying this concerning me and Trump. I don't know why you get that, but again, I want to disabuse your mind. I come here to analyze what issue as I see them. I've never told in any way that I support Trump or what he's doing. I've never said that. I analyze the issues. If you like,
you've actually said that.
Please. I hate that. You don't put words in my mouth. My head is set. I cannot shave my head in my presence without my permission. I beg you.
I've never seen anything Trump did that he didn't support. That's why.
If he does the things I think they are right, and I decide to say these things are the way it should be, does that mean that I support him? Does that mean I'm voting for him? Does that mean I would die for him? What is wrong with you?
No, the point I'm making is that you support him, and just like many Nigerians support him. Nigerians is the country that is support Trump.
Why don't you just speak for yourself and just remain at that?
Come on, man. You don't need to be apologetic. It's not even controversial. Like,
he's a big God.
All right, guys. Please, I have to go. Let me just hear Janaba. Janaba, Happy New Year to you, and you'll be the last person that will speak before I leave. Thank you so much for joining us.
Happy New Year, Rudy and fellow panelists. You change your glasses often as Trump does. It looks nice on you. Uh, I think all the the happening around the world is just a distraction from the main thing that is happening. So, and
What
if
is
you
the main thing?
you don't know what is going on in Washington and all that. So I'm not a citizen yet. I don't want them to come and take me. She has to. so, 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 uh, when the politicians and the power, the most powerful, whatever they are doing and they are covering, they make sure that it's big enough to cover their bad, whatever they are trying to cover. So I don't think anybody should be naive about that. So we have more problem uh, why we are still sitting here as a Nigerian that firefighter cannot quench fire in Balogun market. Our citizens are still dying. Three brothers die in that fire, the same mother. And the firefighters, when they even came to the scene, they were even asking for permission from the authority. So those are the things that bothers me, that in as much as we believe that our leadership have been ineffective, but you wonder what is most important to us. People of a Nigerian cannot provide a basic need for their people. What's wrong with us? Those are the things that concerns me more, because very soon we will not even not have a country. We will not have black people on the surface of the earth again. We are not different from the one that they get born in Nachis and they sew their body. Yeah, we are not just different. If they bomb your house now, you turn to somebody like that. So we should be worried about that then. And worry about what is working, what is not working, what is this, how do we start the grassroots of governance. That
Right.
is more important. Venezuela, these are the fight of money and oil and to cover up. So I just saw you guys, and I don't want to say much because my village is very far from here. I don't want to live there for now until I finish my project.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Janaba. Thank you so much. I have to take my leave. Thank you, everybody who joined me. I'll hand it over to KJ so that he can run the
Just grant for us, make you they go.
the rants. Yeah, yeah. KJ, we do that. But I have to go. I see Vahala and Jagun back end. KJ, you can give them a chance to weigh in on the topic, and then you can do the rant. But it's up to you. Okay, those that supported us, KJ, you mentioned their names at the end. I'm sorry, guys. I have to go for now. Thank you so much, and I will see you next week. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Thank you. The button has changed. Parade don't change, and no more. You understand what I'm saying? I put it to all of you that from now going forward, the parade don't change. So let's move very quick. And I'm just gonna bring in Mr. Jagun. I think he's first. Yeah, I saw Jagun first before Voila. So let's get you in and hear your opinion on what has been going on. Yes, sir, Jagun.
Thank you very much, KJ. I would like to thank Dr. Damages as well for his presence, even though he's under the weather. I would also like to thank the panel. Much like has been said, as I was listening to everybody, including yourself, I was becoming a bit perplexed because I felt, am I thinking wrongly about the whole scenario, the whole situation? Up until one or two people spoke, and I was able to come to an equilibrium on my own point of view. The way the world is now, I've come into this just expecting turbulence for the whole year, big changes, things that come closer to my understanding of where it is that we're going. And the journey there is not going to be nice. It's not going to be nice at all. It formed Nigeria. Very strange. Look at it. This guy and his friends died coming to the end of the year. I have on bad news. And then wake up this morning to hear and see the bombing of Venezuela and the kidnapping of the president and his wife. Wow. Wow. You know, we all better get ready. And I think we're going to get ready for things that we're not ready for. Because as much as we want to support any politician in this world, none of them deserve support. And most especially Trump. Trump is a roving, crazy man. We were warned, actually, quite seriously by people like BBR, who said that as much as this woman is not the best, Trump would be even worse. And I didn't know how to look at that from where I am. But I know Trump's a nutcase, but we wait and watch. And as we wait and watch, this is a Trump that I've known Trump for an awfully long time, since the 80s, 70s even. And I've always known a strange fellow. But now, this is the worst I've ever seen any human being behave. The level of bullying and effrontery as it is, and I don't know how you can go into another man's land and take over the presidency and people are supporting this kind of action. It means that you don't love yourself, the way I'm looking at it. The way I'm looking at it, is it because you guys are in America that you have to become American? Do you have to become American? Can you no longer I don't want to pour poison and say, can you no longer think? But our who is normally around, what's his name? Kenny. Sometimes I listen to him and I think his mind's just been taken over, or he never really had one. Because the way that guy is a different level. It's a different level. I've never seen somebody up at the arse of a president that has nothing for him. It irritates my own intelligence, and I have to check myself. Are you thinking right yourself? Are you thinking right? I mean, maybe these people have a point, but to me, you have no point, and things are going to become progressively worse as you're putting your mouth in areas that don't even belong to you. What I'm seeing.
Can I ask you a question before you continue? First and foremost, you know of a president called Noriega? You know Noriega?
Yes,
okay.
Of course.
And you also know a president called the president of Libya. What's his name? The former president of Libya?
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi. Was it the same thing that happened to Maduro that happened to those two? Would you say?
So.
Was it Trump that did that?
I believe so.
So then why?
Wait. Let me entertain this spot. You know, as I've said on this channel many times, South America and Africa as a whole are the aim of any country in the world right now because of their still untapped wealth. What is running up and down for at the minute? South America is 6% of the world's lithium. The gold in South America uncovered is an option. I know we don't like to think that these people are looking for resources, but that's how the world is being run. The oil in South America and the Caribbean right now, bruh, We don't seem to understand that this playbook, as has been said, has happened time and time and time again. Yet we still don't learn. We don't think. We just champion in America. Why? Why are you champion in America? If you are a so-called Christian or a Muslim, I suppose, I believe again, it's in your book that these things are going to take place. Yet you are following the devil and you think you're following God. You're a nutcase. You're upside down in all your thinking. You're completely upside down. You have no faith. I have no faith. I'm not comparing myself faith-wise with anybody. I would love to have a lot more faith. But I do read these texts and they do inform me. And they inform me to the point that, not that I predict the future, but I've seen what is written take place. So I have to wonder about these texts and how real they are and who wrote them and how they come about. And then I watch the play of the Western world and I see, man, these people are behaving in the most filthy, disgusting, unfair way in such blatant fashion. Look at Ukraine and Russia. The West was just all against Russia. Not even reading anything to suggest that this may be a two-sided affair. In fact, maybe it's a one-sided affair on the other side. At the same time as that was happening, they were killing out the Palestinians anyhow for 2.5 years. We all watched on television. Watching that on television for me was letting me know that we as people have no power. At this moment, we have no power. Power is being stripped from the common man as we speak. As we speak.
Okay, can you?
I'll come to a quick end. I don't understand. I don't understand countries like Nigeria and their leadership and Nigerian people. I think we are. I think we don't really understand the world that we're living in. And I give a lot of kudos to Nigerian intelligence, that we are intelligent, strong, cultured people and all the rest of it. But I can see Nigeria breaking up into a million pieces because none of us are together. None of us are together. Within the same household, so don't worry about tribe. Within the same household, we're not together. So when we're not together, when we don't form community, when we don't perform our culture to the rest of the world in the way we should, and strike a understanding and balance politically and economically, we're lost. We are lost. The only game we are playing is a game of desperation. And when we see a nation, a sovereign, legitimate government being overthrown within 24 hours and less, I don't believe that we are thinking people. If we can watch this and allow it to happen and be in support of it. I've been listening for a long time in order to even reconstruct my mind. So I'm saying what I'm saying now because I was a bit perplexed. I can't lie. I was listening to everybody, and you guys were perplexing me the way you were thinking. So,
all right,
yeah, man.
Thank you so much.
Let me leave it there.
Thank you so much. You see the issue with how people think, and everybody have their own view. You might agree, but as long as you can listen, it's good. We all exchange ideas. We may not agree. You may not agree with me, but we are, at the end of the day, we are making conversation. I still have Vela behind. I can see you. Please, as soon as I get an opportunity, I'll bring you in. We're going to go into the rant so that you can rant, and that rant is going to be okay. So I give everybody a fair, good time to rant. Let us rant for. You have like 3 minutes each person to do your rant. The guy behind the backstage, I will bring you in and I'll give you 5 minutes because you have to rant, and then I'll add more time for you to do that. So I can also air your view on what you think. Let me start from
Bring him in. I'll sacrifice my space. Bring him in. Okay. You can bring me back in. I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Good guy, really. Just that we don't agree sometimes, you know. All right. Thank you so much. And you are welcome, bro. Can you just give us your view? I'm sure you've been listening behind the stage.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very clear.
Yes, I want to thank the brother that gave me his space to come on. That's so gentlemanly of you. Thank you very much. Ever since this thing happened, wow, today it's been a long time that I've had so many arguments back to back to back to back. I now clearly believe that there is some kind of virus that is that has infected the brains of our people. Well, let me just say this. I know it's going to be people's mind are made up, and I've seen brainwashing work in real time because I've seen people who woke up and called themselves terrorists and killed their parents, siblings, you know, Boko Haram, essentially. Like, I know what brainwashing can do. And this was just a brainwashing that happened between 2-3 years. Imagine a brainwashing that's the only socialization process you know, and that's the only movies you watch, just the books you read, the societies you cherish, everything about you is these people that you speak their language, you eat their food, you know. So brainwashing, but my own ranting, my brothers and sisters, I just ask you to slow down your emotions and, you know, and maybe just speed up your thinking, because you see, this moment, this is a moment for clarity, and it's not a moment for comfort. What we are witnessing in the world today, yeah, it brings a lot of confusion, but the reality is that it is revelation. Me and Ovie sat down a day before yesterday. Ovie, you remember? So it kept coming back to me. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah, I was
3
days ago.
Yeah. So when a sitting president can be seized and removed in the open, not in secrecy, not in shame, but with justification and applause from quarters of people who are in the same predicament, whose societies, whose family members could suffer. You look at what happened to Gaza, and when Arabs, you know, close ranks as a race and try to defend their people. Imagine if we're black children. Is this what you guys are telling me you're going to do? You're just going to allow them to genocide black kids? Oh, well, you never stood up for, you know, black people before, maybe in your lives. Maybe you've never stood up for something, but you stand up for Christianity, but you'll not stand up for a fellow black man. Oh my God. So we get justification and applause from you guys. Then I wonder, oh, no wonder the world is the way it is. No wonder, what you were telling me the day before yesterday, no wonder it is true. I now believe some of the things that you said, because, you know, power has now pretended to be, stop pretending to be polite. You know, it's just like the jungle, you know, the strong always dominates the weak. So at least before we can think, we can, you know, even though some of us knew that there is a veil, this gangster that is in the White House right now has now made it so easy. This is a message she is sending to you, and he's telling you, you are fair game. He can kill you, he can eliminate your family, finish your race, your history, and you are happy, clapping. Is this how you want to go down? No, me, I want to go down fighting. So the cowards die many times before their death. The valiant man dies but once. I'm rephrasing what Shakespeare wrote. From all the wonders he yet have heard, it seems to him most strange that men will still fear that death, a great and necessary end, will come when it will. Why are you afraid of death while you will die? What is the joy to seeing say you are Sultan of Sokoto will burn down if after the thing will chop Sultan of Sokoto will come chop you to, then what is just that momentary pleasure that you have Is that good enough for you? Is that what you are telling me? Is the African mind really that's how big you can think? That's how deep you can think? The danger before us is not like tanks will roll over inside Nigeria, and take our leaders like they did with this guy. No. The danger is our minds. This way you guys have been talking, that's the danger. It's a real danger because and the Nigerians must be careful because they will not overthrow Tinubu. They will just overstimulate all of us with our biases. That's what they need to do. They'll push religion against religion, tribe against tribe. They will provoke outrage until outrage becomes habit. They will whisper until shouting replaces thinking. And when the nation is exhausted, at that time, when all of us have finished and are exhausted, now that time they go strike. Now that time they go enter. You know, see DRC, when I know they take lesson, when I know they see, when I know they share, don't you guys watch and analyze, what is happening in the world?
Okay, can I ask you a question, my brother? Now that the world, hold on. Now that Nigeria is not there yet, what stops your leaders from looking at those fault lines that you have called out now and begin to make a way to sort it out? Why are they denying that it doesn't exist in the first place? Which is the reason why they will give opportunity for other people to come in. Why are your leaders right now not looking at those fault lines and treating it now before somebody uses it as an advantage to come in?
KJ, you don't understand. If you're asking
this
question
I'm asking
now,
yes,
that means you don't understand. There's a place for theater in power. You see, acting is if you don't know when somebody is acting and when he is meaning. Even when Trump was delivering his messages today, there was, veiled threats, sending to you guys. If you had the mind to decipher, you would have listened, you would have understood. There's a place for theater. So even your presidents too, those that understand power, they are playing in that cat and mouse.
You are not answering my question. My question is simply this.
I'm just
deal with it. Remove for any foreign list. Deal with the Nigerian situation. Right now, there is fault line that every one of us here knows is existing. Why are your leaders seeing what is going on around the nations of the earth now, not working on those fault lines to deal with it before somebody comes outside and use it?
Sorry, excuse me, KJ, permit me. Sorry, KJ, permit me. Sorry. Your question, I don't see the relevance, quite frankly. By the way, you see, you're asking the wrong person the question, right? He's not a Nigerian leader, and what's the drift? What he's talking about? The question you're asking him has no relevance, quite frankly. So I mean, is he Nigerian leader?
No. Thank you very much. What I was even going to ask and say was that the past is irrelevant. Now we are present now. It is the future that we need to look at. And when it comes to about survival, I don't know the way you guys think, but even nature, there is a book that Richard Dawkins wrote that it is called in evolutionary biology, the selfish gene. That is, it's a selfish gene, that succeeds. So if you are not selfish, your gene will not succeed. And the way I'm seeing these moves that I am seeing, that is extinction level mind brainwashing that we guys are moving on now. Because the first sentence, okay, let me just finish because you derailed me. So I think our problems, I said it earlier, I said it when we were talking with earlier, that I think we have fifth columnists. Our fifth columnists in Nigeria, they are not foreigners, they are Nigerians. Educated, influential, loud, men and women who echo external interest, using logical pain as cover, people who dress division in language of justice and sabotage the language of reform. They do not see themselves as agents, but the outcomes of their agendas. The outcomes of their agendas, you see it. Because what the outcome of what they are doing is, it serves the interests of somebody that is willing to weaken Nigeria. Now that is the way you know who your fifth columnist is, who is doing something that will serve the interest of your enemy.
Okay, thank
Now,
you.
let us talk about the United Nations and how useless that place is.
You have already spoken for more than 5 minutes. I gave you, and let's just.
All right.
Thank
You
you.
interrupted me anyway. Anyway, thank you for letting me talk. I'm ready to try to survive.
Thank you so much. And the question I asked is the same question I'm going to ask you, Tony, while you wave into your ranting. The question I asked is simply this. If we are looking at what is going on now.
Let me go out. Bring back the guy that was here before me.
All right, thank you. If we're looking at what is going on now, and we see those fault lines that people are using to invade other countries, they are there in our politics. We know it. We know the injustice going on in our system. We know what is going on in the north, in the south, in the east. Why is the system, those in charge, not now treating that before they give opportunity to the outsider to say, look, we are coming into your country because so and so is happening? That's what I'm asking, and I don't know why that is irrelevant to Mr. Oti. But however,
it's a quick answer.
It's irrelevant.
Okay. It's a quick answer.
The relevance is this, okay? Now, first of all, no,
it's a quick answer.
It's not a relevant question. Now, because see, look, you see, Oti, I didn't ask you. Let the Tony.
It's not that it's not relevant. It's a quick answer, if I may.
No. Leave Tony to answer, please. When he gets to your time, you can add. It's a normal question. All of us will answer. Take your own shot when he gets to you, and then after that, you rant. Please, so go ahead, Tony.
That's a very valid question. Because the world is not fair to anyone, and that's why you have the UN and all these organizations, and conventions and so on to ensure that there's some fairness. But you never have anything that you call fairness because it's relative, depending on which camp you belong to. In international diplomacy, there's something that you call match politique. And what it just simply means is that countries are looking for things that will please their own interests, whether in the short run or in the long run. And a lot of the times, there's no morality in it. So they look at what their interest is. And they're a little bit close to the Machiavellian, policy, So, but to go straight to your question, if you know that you are pursuing certain policies or your alignments are such that will cause enmity, to you, and you know that you don't have such associations that should, if something is happening to you, you don't have countries that will rally around to protect you or to support you, then you're making a big mistake. So I think that Maduro saw this coming. Maduro knew that he had issues with America. And if you listen to Rubio, he was saying that, the opportunities for Maduro to step aside and go somewhere and go and enjoy his loot and so on and so forth. There's no way that he was going to fight America and win. There's no way that Russia or China or Iran is going to come to his aid. And this is not about whether rightness or wrongness or whatever. The world is not fair to anybody. It isn't fair. So if you have a big enemy that is right behind you with a knife, fight. And when you fight, you either win or you lose. This is not about morality, because there's no morality in politics, international politics. There's no. So that's not justifying. That's not saying whether what Trump did is right or whether it's wrong. But this is the reality of international politics. That's why nations decide to be non-aligned. They don't want this person in trouble. They don't want anybody. They don't want any of such alignment. That's why nations come together, so they can strengthen, their positions, in international community through alliances and all that, and pacts and all that. This is what is happening. And so I don't know. It depends on what camp you're looking at. Some people are demonizing Trump. Some people are, if you're looking strictly at morality, yes, you would say what Trump did is wrong because it means you can just bully, but that's the character of Trump. Even within America, he bullies people, he does anything. I mean, we have seen a situation where he was in a meeting with some European leaders and he was pushing people away and so on and so forth, pushing, leaders out. And because, I mean, that's not right. But that's the optics. So if you know that you are dealing with quote and unquote, I'm not saying he's a madman, but a person whose character is like that, there's a way you deal with him. That's diplomacy. So for me, Maduro failed in his diplomacy, and this is what he's getting. That's my position, and I think Nigeria has a lot to learn from this. That if you are playing this politics that you are playing, you just don't want to be, get yourself in a situation where this kind of a thing will happen to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I totally agree with your stance. Yeah, we have to find a way to divert action from somebody who cannot beat in a straight combat. It's strategy. It's strategy. So yes, stay humble. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. So do you want me to answer the same?
Your rant, yes.
Sorry, KJ, you can take me to the backstage if there's anybody who wants to come in, so they can come in.
There are plenty behind the backstage.
Sorry, stay humble. Yeah, so take me to the backstage. Let people come in. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, stay humble.
Okay. Yes. I think that the antagonism towards Trump by so many people, especially some people from Nigeria, I would say northern part of Nigeria, and some people who are part of the Lagos Ibadan media and their sympathizers, both the ones here and outside. I think, their main concern is that they still want to protect the contraption, the so-called Nigerian project, and they are worried that a Trump intervention, they know that Christians are being massacred in large number. Some Muslims are also being killed, especially in the Northwest, but we know that there is a targeted killing of Christians over the last 2 decades, especially. They know these things, and sometimes they are pained by it. But that overwhelming hatred for a system whereby different, some nationalities in Nigeria, would seek self-determination and start the process of nation building, separately, makes them to oppose rapidly, rapidly, I would say, because if you've, ever seen someone who is suffering from rabies, you would know what I mean by rapidly. They rapidly oppose Trump. They whatever it is that Trump is doing, they don't like it, especially the intervention in Nigeria. So I think that's where the guy that spoke before, Tony Bala, is coming from. So he probably might have people who are affected by the terrorism in the north, but because he is afraid that the intervention may, directly or indirectly, result in some people having their separate nations, so he doesn't want it. Let the killing continue, provided Trump doesn't come in. But it is there, we should not be hypocritical about it. And Venezuela, for example, this Maduro guy who is not the legitimate president and who is wrecking the lives of many Venezuelans. You know, majority of the people of Venezuela, they are rejoicing. They are happy. They are delighted that Maduro has been removed. Why there are people here who are lamenting? Who are you defending then? You're defending Maduro, the narco guy. So, you know, we can see a lot of hypocrisy here, and it really worries me.
Okay.
That,
thank you so much.
You know, we don't have integrity.
Thank you. All right. I hope you don't mind if I take you backstage so that I can bring in.
Yeah, you can, please.
Thank you so much.
Stay humble. Your position is much more worrying, I must say.
No. Don't say that.
You can say that. I think that's valid.
Oh, come on, Gross. Abba. That's his opinion. Whether you like it or not.
We're against that opinion.
Yeah, he always opposes my opinion.
Okay.
You know, just
it's a worrying opinion all the same. It's my opinion.
Okay.
Yes. So.
All right. When it gets your turn, you talk about it. Please.
That's correct. Yes. Away.
You can't speak about integrity, and there is something rather obtuse about a big nation trumping another nation. You can't. That's integrity.
Okay. Yes. Who is the next? Sorry, the system didn't confuse everything. Is it John Abba or Paul? Paul, are you the next?
Give the people that haven't spoken now.
I guess so.
No, it should be actually. You're going this way. Going.
It should be.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mazo.
No, it should be forefathers.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm supposed to speak before forefather. I'm supposed to speak before forefather, but it's okay. I'm supposed to speak before forefather.
Go now. Is it forefather or Paul? It's Paul that I thought the sister was telling me, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's Paul. It's Paul.
Has it just coming now, isn't it?
No. I've been here from the beginning. But it's okay. Mask can give Masker. Give Masker. Masker is a newcomer.
Masker in Nigeria anyway.
Give Masker.
Okay. You can let Masker speak. You can let Masker speak. But if you don't want to speak, I can speak.
Okay, so if Masker speaks, then let us also let our brother speak. Then we all can take our rant. All right, Masker, please speak and take your rant while you do that, so we don't have to come back to you. The next show we ever ran into it, and the forefather is here, so I guess he's also prepared to go to that next show. So the earlier we finish, the better for him.
When you said our brother, are you referring to Mr. Ike?
Yes, I'm referring to Ike.
I would rather defer. Let Ike first go. You know.
No, go ahead. You are in Nigeria.
Let Ike first speak. Let him speak first. I'll speak after him.
The culture is taking its course. That's a good thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Ike.
My brother Masker, thank you. God bless you.
God bless us all.
You would naturally give chase.
KJ, sorry, I just signed in. I don't know what.
Okay, you don't know what's going on. All right.
God.
Right now, let me defer to forefather, because when you finish, you all of you will understand what is going on.
No. What I'm trying to say is that are we still talking the topic of Maduro or something else? That's my point.
That's what I'm dealing with. The case of Maduro, we're talking about it and we're ranting and closing so our forefather can come up.
Okay. There is nothing much to say. I was hearing what Tony was saying, but the thing is that I sent message to Dr. Damages in the morning. I said he should help me to tell forefathers Jide and Ovie that by now I think they should be in Venezuela, fighting for Maduro. People who come here with their conspiracy theories and talk about international politics. I was expecting that by now Jide and the forefathers and the Ovie and the rest of them are in Venezuela, fighting for Maduro, defending Maduro. Did I talked about Maduro here the last time I was trying to lecture Jide? I am 45 minutes to Venezuela from my island here. We know what is going on. People are celebrating over here because it's that 25 years coming. The only thing is that my only problem today that they left him alive. My hope today that he would have gone. like as many people that has gone in his hand, right? Every time they say, oh, it's because of oil. That's what they're saying in Nigeria. It's because of oil that Trump is coming in. You that is talking about oil, what have you benefited from the oil? The people of Venezuela. And the latest figure of people of Venezuela that are outside Venezuela because of Maduro is 8 million people. Because of this man. Today, the figure is 8 million people who left Venezuela. You know, so I think that what happened today is a sign for your government in Nigeria to understand that a time shall come when people will decide to do certain things that will be bigger than anybody. Who is talking about morality? Who is talking about morality in international politics? This is the right thing for the people of Venezuela. My hope is that the woman who won the last election, that the American government will try to bring her back and put her in the government house, because for 2 elections in Venezuela, Maduro never win election. The same thing the INEC chairman did in Nigeria in 2023 is the same thing the Electoral Commission did for Maduro for two consecutive. The last one that brought this crisis in Venezuela, this woman won up to 65 to 70% of the vote. But at the end of the day, they put Maduro as the president of Venezuela. He's been alone more than 25 years coming. So today is that day that the people of Venezuela should breathe a sign of air. Who is talking about this is the way they overthrow government. If somebody decides that he is the only person that qualified to rule the country, so be it. You know, the people that are talking about America is going to take Venezuela oil. The people that have been taking that oil for all these years, Maduro and his cabals and the military, and the people that work with Hugo Chavez, they are the people that are running the country. Few people that are running the country like the way few people are running Nigeria. It's the same cabal that are eating that oil. The Russians and the Chinese, what are they going to do? They can't speak nothing, because if they do anything, America will come after them. They can only speak big grammar. Oh, America, you don't have right to do that. It has already been done. You can't change nothing. So that's China, and my warning is to Iran. You see, this is just a sign for Iran also. Because my hope was last week, my hope was what happened in Venezuela was supposed to take place in Iran. But I didn't know that it was already planned for Venezuela. So I am telling those people who believe that they know more than other people, the people in countries that are suffering, like the way we are suffering in Nigeria, those who carry nationality on their back, on their chest, but at the back, they eat from the same crumb of the criminals and the cabals that are holding Nigeria in captive. So I believe that what happened today is good for the people of Venezuela. But what I am not saying is that the consequences of it is going to spread. Those people who are thinking that nobody can do anything. I don't like Trump, but in a season and a time like this,
Ike, who's going to liberate Americans? Ike, tell us who's going to liberate Americans as well.
Why are you like this, Oti? Why are you like
Please,
this?
now. Come on, bro. All right, go ahead.
There is always a free and fair election in America.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. You've really spoken very well. Let's move on. Maska.
All right. Thank you, Mr. KJ. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. I actually...
Thank you, Maska, for giving me time to speak.
No, Allah, Mr. Ike. No, Allah. Even though I may not agree with all that you said, but what can I say? I said... Actually, to be candid and honest with everybody, I am still wrapping my head around what has happened. There's so many angles to it. I won't be able to comment. I joined simply because I want to talk to you guys in 2026 at least, and say that it's good that all of us have made it through. And nice to see all of you. But what has happened, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that, look, this has happened. Even the reaction for me, I'm still struggling to wrap my head around it, but it's okay. I'm sure in the fullness of time, we would come to a point of understanding. Thank you for everybody, and thank you, KJ, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maska. and those of since we are on this panel, I'm sure that it's not too strange because we talked about this some months ago, and I remember making the statement then that if I wear him, I will find a way to sort myself quickly because anything can happen in these days and time, and irrespective of which world power you have beside you, they are not going to take on each other. That we have seen that many years gone by, and they're not going to do that for you. So you sort yourself out. Thank you, Mr. Forefathers. Forefather, you've been one of those who broke the news, and I'm sure you have a lot to say. So I'm going to.
KJ, it's now my turn, or you want to let me speak?
No,
I don't be hungry. I won't go chop a bar like OT.
If Forefather allow you, then we can equally let you speak. But Forefather,
you can check me.
But it's my turn now.
It's his turn even. Let him have it. Let him have it. Since he wants to go and eat. So it's only fair.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to disrespect this thing. I don't want to eat. My food is getting cold and I'm hungry.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, my take is just funny. I kind of lost my train of thought with what I want to say. It's just that some people will not grow more than doing arithmetic. You understand? Some people the world call further mass or hard mass, whichever way we call it. They will never think that. That's why we just make mention of all this Maduro thing. Yeah, this same Venezuela some 10 years ago. This is the fastest growing economy in the world. Their oil is one of the sweetest oil in the world. Where did things go wrong? Is it a crime for a country to nationalize their own God-given oil? They own this thing. You understand? The multinationals come there and be taking all this thing. If they say, okay, we want to nationalize what we have. Some of you people shame people like me. I'm from Delta State. I hope you understand that good percentage of the oil coming from Nigeria was taken from Delta State. We're talking about one of the biggest, like Shell and the likes. How many people from the South region own oil well in Niger Delta? If not only Cuckoo Bricks and the likes, nobody. Nearly all the oil wells are owned by the Northern. People from my place complain by the day and everything that this is not fair the way the government is doing. If some multinationals come there, they control, they live well and everything. Some of you should go to places like Warri and go see Share Quarter. I could remember back in the days when they give the neighboring villages around, they give their transformer, then the next minute when this power goes off, they say, oh, which don't offer. And Shell Quarter, all our daughters and some of our young wives, you understand, are technically like prostitutes because if they go there and come back, they're going to feed siblings and family and the likes, and they're taking that oil from that region and everything. Then at the time, people protest. Don't give us transformer. Let us use the same lights so that if Winch want to offer, make Winch off everything and everything. Then guess what? We become radicals. They give us all type of name. Before you know, they started calling peoples all type of name, terrorists, this and that, militant, I mean to say, and the likes because of their fighting. That's exactly what Venezuela did. Their oil was going well. It was the sanction. If these people are doing very well in their country, do you think they will leave their country and go seek asylum? Do you think these people will walk all the way to Nicaragua and trek 3 months, 90 days to America to come seek asylum? Yeah, I went to Georgia State graduation last year. I like graduation. I go every graduation every year. I see the people from Saudi Arabia, how they graduate, they are going back to their country. I see people from Qatar, people from UAE, Saudi Arabia, they'll bring their fast car in plane, aircraft, fly to America. You understand? They'll come ride and everything, put that car back, ship car. Some of us can't even ship our granules to Nigeria and go back to their country. Do you know why? Because their country is doing well. Do you know why very many of us, as we are graduating in school, we are looking for all means not to go back to get a job here? I'm proud I'm a nurse in America, I'm a soldier in America, because our country is not working. If our country is working, good percentage of us will come. The Nigerians who come here in the 60s and in the 70s, these are people who can get admission to university in Nigeria. Second option, people who can go to UK. These are the people that stays in America. Where did it go wrong that very many of us are looking for all type of means to the tune of we started blaming ourselves? Oh, Nigeria, they spoil everything. Oh, in Nigeria, they misbehave. Oh, no one make others come. Where did we go wrong? Because our country is not working. If our country is working, I don't think people want to come here and stay with this nasty weather, nasty food, and every other thing. So let us understand these things. So when you blame all this Venezuela, when their country was working, they never left. They were doing well, not until the sanctions come and everything. And they get to understand that the people who are putting them in this pain, let them go there and go take what rightfully belongs to them. Like the way some of my Nigerian people will say all this nasty thing. They say, you both us scam us before. So now what they collect from us, now we collect back. Very wrong way of saying things and everything. But that's just the same type of mindset. Did Venezuela just had a new government that government was going wrong, that make things wrong and everything, that they rig election? But they equally understand that if somebody is bringing some tyranny that they can control, force them, you understand? Just like some 10 years ago, the way they give us Buhari, how they kick Jonathan out, how they give us Buhari, see where Buhari put us today. That's just the same thing. That's why that guy stand there and everything. He may not be the best of person, because if I'm fighting sometimes, I fight too hard. That would be wrong on me. He may not be the best of person, but there's a reason why he does that. The biggest Muslim country in the world, hold on, please. The biggest Muslim country in the world is Indonesia. Peter Obi just go study politics there some months back and everything. They're living in peace. Malaysia, they're living in peace. Guess what? Do you know why? Because these people have not visited them. But when you visit them, that's when they start hearing, oh, they do this, oh, they do that, oh, they do this, oh, they do that. Look at Libya. Look at Syria. Look at Iran. Iran did the same thing, nationalized their oil. UK was mad. Iran today, they are going through their pain and everything. But anybody that they didn't visit, and sometimes you say, oh, strategize to find way to work with these people. You don't work with people who shift the goalposts by the day now. You understand? If you work with people, they shift the goalposts by the day, you can never achieve anything. There's a pastor going on in Nigeria called Chris Okafor. My New Year resolution, I pray for my wife not to see those people. I pray for my daughter not to see him. You understand? Because no matter how smart they can be, this guy can outsmart them. You understand? So that's just the same thing. So when you talk all these things, you should go back and look the history of these people. If they don't visit you, you are in peace. And if they visit you, they will see fault. Because as human beings, we must have our flaws. You understand? So why you say you do like this? Why you say you don't do like this? We see professors in our Nigerian university who proud that 30 years, nobody has nobody is a first class student in their department. And this professor is bragging about it. That's the same thing. They shift the goalposts. Thank you.
I have spoken for 6 minutes, which is beyond 2 times beyond the number.
Thank you.
Thank you. For that, please indulge me. Let me give Mr. Igbo Basic, because he's driving. I don't want him to not drive. So, Mr. Igbo Basic, if you can park, we'll give you the opportunity to speak, so you can also go off after you've spoken. Can you hear me? Because right now I see you are driving. If you park now, if you pull aside, I can give you opportunity to speak.
I can hear you. I'll pull over in 1 minute. If anybody is ahead of me, I'll pull over in 1 minute, and I'll just say my...
Okay, if Fofana starts talking, he's not going to talk for 1 minute. So I'll take Otis' comment for that 1 minute while you pull off. Please pull over.
That'll be great. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm a 1 minute man. That's what you.
No, not that a 1 minute man, but you normally you are very concise.
Is that what your wife said?
No, you didn't say that. Okay, I didn't say that either.
Now I know why I want to be a
okay, gentlemen, is well, the two gentlemen. I mean, I mentioned names, because I listen to people. Tony is one of my favorite, speakers, because he knows what he's talking about. It's almost in most cases right on point, and occasionally is it gentle something, be gentle or something again. I'm quite disappointed, by the the view they've advanced tonight. Now, first of all, be gentle. It's talking about Maduro being illegitimate. I mean, I don't know who. Who determines legitimacy? Is it the American administration, Trump, who? So that's one thing. It's kind of making an argument on the basis of that is illegitimate. It's baseless. Now, Tony, was giving us all sorts of reasons, justifications. Look, those justifications, maybe national interest, security interest, could apply to any to the relationship between any two countries. Okay, any country can just feel that is in our national interest, is in our security interest to invade another country. Is that what we are advocating? Look, what is happening here is we are unwittingly or unwittingly justifying the principle of might is right. I mean, that can be it can be justified. It can be a standard, a norm that any reasonable person is going to advocate. As as a way of conducting, be it international politics or even domestic politics. Okay, there are rules of the game, and this is not one of it. This invasion, and then somebody blaming Maduro, he should have done this, done that. It's all nonsense. Okay, he blaming the victim. So it's not in the America's place to do that. It's just they did it simply because they have the power, and we cannot by whatever guise be seen to be supporting this kind of practice. It's not. I mean, it's not helpful for us. We have to think about our own situation. We haven't got the power. There's so many countries in the world that don't have the power. They are defenseless. So, and that's the whole purpose of law, the rule of law. Okay. So I don't know why we can't understand this simple principle. Really, I mean, we've gone to school, we read all sorts of books, and then people, but simple basic things we lose sight of it, and then talk all night. Very disappointing. And now, okay, the Venezuelans are jubilating. Okay, so do we mean all Venezuelans? And for how long is this their jubilation is going to last? Do we know what happens the day after? We don't know that. Okay, now it's as I said, it's just now a recolonization of Venezuela because the government is is not performing well. Is not that's something. How many so many countries in Africa? So, in other words, we should welcome a recolonization. Is that where is the consistency? If we are talking, we should really know what we're talking about. We should be consistent in our principles, in our understanding, and not all this kind of here or there. It doesn't make sense, So now we have bad government in Nigeria. Are we saying that we should open our arms and welcome a foreign country to invade Nigeria and take over, and then recolonized? Is that what we're advocating? It doesn't make sense.
I think your point is made. Because you said I'm going to speak for 1 minute. You have spoken for 4 minutes now. Go ahead. All right, thank you.
Let's look at things, issues. Okay, it's not about emotion. It's not about liking somebody, but look, principles, issues. That's the only thing that can save us. Really, we have to be consistent, morally consistent.
I agree with you, but what we are arguing that principle that you have asked us to apply now should apply across board, not pick and choose which one you want to apply the principle or not. Principle should be applied across board. Everywhere that comes up, the same thing should be applied. Not that.
By the way, this question about asking the question, our leaders should do this. Look, yes, if a country, that's why you're sovereign. Sovereignty belongs to the people. If a country is not doing well, the government is abusing, maltreating, it's up to the people. It's their responsibility to overthrow the government. So I mean, it's not a foreign country unless of course there's a limit. Okay, there's a scale of abuse or that a government can be perpetrating against its people, and then it becomes a matter of an international it's called responsibility to protect. But I don't know what's happening in Venezuela. I mean, I don't know the details. Let's say that he didn't win. He won by 20%.
Hold on, Oti. I don't want to interrogate what you're saying.
Make it simple now. Make it.
If I need to interrogate it, when they introduced the COVID-19 vaccine, you didn't come to debate that your country was a sovereign country and you're going to decide whether you take it or not. You all accepted it, even though you didn't even ask your people. So let us know. Hold on.
No. See, listen, the mistake is sovereignty. You have to when you are comparing two situations. There has to be the basis for comparison. They're not too So
you see,
it's a choice. Okay,
we're talking about sovereignty. Sovereignty then doesn't have to.
It wasn't forced on Nigeria, was it?
It wasn't.
Was it forced on Nigeria to buy whatever vaccine or whatever?
Okay, that debate's for another day. Let's move on. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, Mr. Igbo Basics, you are here now. We need to hear you so that you can continue your, you know, your this thing. You are going somewhere before. Go ahead, sir. What's your opinion? You've heard us and you had what will be your rant, because you're going to speak for just once.
All right, let me go ahead and rant. I have listened to the conversations, Venezuela or no Venezuela. Me, I come from Niger. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to piggyback on Paul's commentaries. As far as if to say country good, a lot of us will not be here. And Paul made reference to some of us who came here in the 70s and some who came in the 60s. I came in the 70s. There was a time that if you come to New York, you would proudly take your naira to any exchange place right at the airport, and they would gladly accept that naira from you. That was the same time, because I bought dollar for 42 cents to a naira, 42 kobo to a naira. That's what I used in buying. It's still stamped on my passport of Malamilia, the big thick passport. If you know, put your house in order, somebody else will put it in order for you.
Really simple.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
Forget about, we went through the war. Forget about everything else that happened. Nigeria was a shining example when Americans lined up on the streets of America to welcome Abubakar Tafawa. Is that Abubakar Tafawa, the man who was then the Prime Minister of Nigeria?
Yes, yes.
Tafawa Balewa. Americans lined up just to go and see that man speak. That was the Nigerian. We stood tall. And the war ended. The war came. And we had so much money. We invited the world to come and do first Black African World Festival of Arts and Culture. And we built stadiums and we built everything. Nigeria had so much money that it could buy half of Manhattan. Why did we not buy Manhattan? As an investment. And then we've been through all these experiments of the republic we have. And then we saw it sliding. And for the leaders, they kept on tiffing, and putting it all abroad. And then Jonathan came. The subsequent administration, they've done their own part. One word, Jeddah, corrupt or not corrupt, they were doing their part. But let me put it this way. When some of us graduated in like 1981, we were ready to go home. We were so proud of going home that we didn't want to hear nothing about anything. I went home. I spent 10 years on the ground and then came back out. Because it's either you are crooked, or I'm not saying that everybody's crooked. It's either you join them or you bail out. But if you come with your American mentality, we've come to change this place, you have another thing coming for you. So fast forward to where we are now. And we have Emiloko. It's my turn. Who told you the Americans were out to observing when such things were perpetrated? They were there. They were observing. They knew everything about the man. The man went in. Now, we keep talking. In our time, Alonso Vondo, Papa, teaching French in Nigeria. Okay? Everybody was trying to suckle and milk the same place called Nigeria. We were so proud learning French language. But now we see what has happened across the board. The French has been chased out wherever they are around. But they are not satisfied because they still want a part of their pie. And how do they want to do it? Through Nigeria. Then our president will run to France each and every time and go there. And we wonder where the man did. Okay? So it's still Alonso Fondo, La Patria. But this time around, we're talking about what's going on in Venezuela. Let me just put it this way, because if I start ranting, I will rant and rant and rant. Let us call ourselves to order. Let us call our leaders to order. The mistakes that have been made in the past have been made. If they stole all our money and invested it back at home, a lot of us will not be here. We will be back home where you can chop better fresh okra or better fresh angara. Even when you chop suya for that place, you will not send a suya where you chop. Forget about everything else that is going on. The bottom line is that if our people who have governed us for quite some time now have done the right thing, a lot of you talking here will not be here talking. You will be home doing the right thing. Okay? But
okay,
this is where we find ourselves. I'll
thank
wrap
you.
up by saying, when there is an earthquake coming, you will see animals running to the higher ground. You think that is stupid? They're not stupid. So in the case of Nigeria, I'm not even talking about Venezuela. I'm not from Venezuela. Whatever happens anywhere can happen anywhere. Russians went to the moon, and by the time they started coming back, they couldn't come back in. They were hung in the air. Negotiations were being made. Where can they land? So for those who have eyes to see, let them see. Observe what is happening in Nigeria.
Thank you.
The Maradonas of Nigerian politics, if you watch them, some of them have started shifting their investments to safer ground. They are not stupid. Some of them have some lucrative things they can accept and then enjoy, but they shook their head and they are moving their words to places like America or any other place, because what is coming, we all
Okay,
see it, we pretend we are not seeing. So for me, I beg, if you want go finish Abia State, where I come from, I beg make you leave Abia State alone, so that when I'm done, I can be able to at least retire in peace and go back to the bush.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
President.
I came to just say hello to all our friends, because this is the beginning of the year.
Yes,
And
it's a very long hello, because I've spoken for almost 10 minutes now.
It's only 1 minute for the rant. I pray that God will grant us health and everything else good for this
Amen.
year.
Amen.
In the name of Basidnelu.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much for giving me the chance.
Thank you. I want to let you know that Governor Oti has introduced Social Security for Abia people. So once you are above this age of 60, you can register and be given free medical treatment and stipends at the end of every month for your upkeep, as long as you are an Abia citizen. So Oti, I'm sorry it will not be introduced in Anambra State, and you may not be able to enjoy that, but we will invite you when we collect it, so I can come and break color with us. Let me go ahead. Sorry guys, I don't.
Thank God, say my ex-girlfriend are from your state.
Please.
Account.
I don't know how. Let's just
we go block the Niger bridge.
Let's just go from. I'm trying to. Okay, you know what I'll do? Why don't you take over the broadcast, so you can, if you know that your time is not being spent, then you can switch from there to, when you are just done with it. Because I'm trying to end it, but more people are coming up, and they have so much to talk about. So I'm feeling a bit guilty that your time is being taken up, and it's not going to end. So why don't you take over?
No, it's okay. Just go through them. Then when he finishes, isn't it? Just leave it. I think it's fine.
But let it be brief now. Everybody's talking 10 minutes. It's too much, man.
No, okay, forefathers. The experience we've had in the past is that once you switch to your channel, a lot of people drop off. They're not coming back. So it is my humble opinion that if you consider what KJ has just said, you can continue with the same way. By the way, congratulations for all your efforts throughout 2025. And if you weigh that, it may be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm fine with him carrying on till everybody has their say.
Okay.
And I can indeed even carry on if necessary. So that should be fine.
Okay, Janaba, let me start on Janaba. We'll just go straight that way, and you have 2 minutes, please, so we can round up quickly in less than 20 minutes and hand over.
All right, thank you, KJ. Rant. Voice ranting. I think it's a long walk to freedom for our black mind. Uh, we are now saying it's okay that anyone can just bully you because you are not doing what they want you to do, and if you don't put your house in order, there's no other way to rectify it amicably rather than to burn everything. If we say that, and one day we should be careful what we wish others. This is pure power grabbing, and it's going around the world. And I'm very scared the way we speak to issues like this. I don't think. There's more evil uh, people around the world that are not in any other part of the world that are trying to dictate how the others will live. Uh, this is people who campaign that they even want to have the win the Nobel Peace Prize for Peace, and this is what to become. So the whole thing is hypocrite. It's about power and principalities. So we will see how the world we we the history will judge us, and I think simple thing is that I don't think this is the best. Was uh, the world we live now is changing fast, and our country, we need to look back home and speak to issue that is happening in our home and see how we can influence it and bring change to our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John Abba. In fact, you left some minutes behind. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Ike, can we have your take? John Abba, I hope you don't mind.
You're skipping me, KJ.
Good evening. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, Tony. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick one. I just think that Oti got me wrong, but let me just quote a scripture here. Ephesians 6, verse, I think is 10. So tells us that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, and against spiritual wickedness in high places. That's the scripture. And that's how the world has been structured. So it is not new. From slave trade, people were in their homes, they were taken away in slavery, whether trans-Saharan or transatlantic trade, slave trade. You know, we saw colonization. Africa was colonized by people who were bigger than them. And we see new colonialism even here now and then, and we see bigger nations bullying smaller nations. That's the way the world is not fair to anybody. If you're expecting a fair world, then you don't understand. You don't understand.
Sorry. What do we want?
Hold on, Oti, hold on. Hold on, let me finish. Don't eat my time.
Let me finish, please. Talk, please.
Don't take my time. And I saw what Oti said when I was in the background. Oti, when Nnamdi Kanu was the extraordinary rendition from Kenya, you were rejoicing. You didn't say anything wrong with it. Now you are saying a different thing. Now, yes. Hold on, yes. Now you say a different thing. I respect you. I thank you for the compliment that you made.
Oti was against it. Oti was vehemently against it.
Excuse me, please. Let me finish. So now you're saying a different thing. The point that I'm making is that the world is never fair to anybody. That's it. You know, that's what they call match politics. It's not fair. It can never be fair to anybody. That's why you have rules. That's why you have conventions to regulate. Excuse me, please. Let me talk. Let us be decent here. You know, that's why you have conventions. That's why you have all these parks and all these things to regulate, you know, this practice and make sure that there's a semblance of fairness. But it's never fair. The world can never be fair. That is the point I'm making. I'm not trying to tell you that it's good or it's bad. You know, it's going to happen. It's not the first time it's happening. You know, the people who know Norega this was done to Norega. It's been happening. So when you come here and say no, if Nigeria doesn't keep his house in order and it does things that will make people, poke this thing into they will do that. So I mean, you just have to be realistic. Don't expect a perfect world. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Tony, if you don't mind again, I may also take you out so that I can.
KJ, can I have
all right.
at least
No, hold on. Now you go reach your turn. Now turn by turn. Okay. My brother Ike, you have spoken before, right? I want to have no further rounding up, at the end, so I will just go from there. Yes. Okay. You have spoken.
KJ,
sir,
please.
Go ahead, Oti. Sorry, Mazi Okpara.
Yeah, I will be very brief. In 1963, Morocco invaded Algeria. Iraq invaded Iran and Kuwait. Syria invaded Lebanon. So all these things it's everywhere. It's not only America or or Trump. Countries invade countries, and this guy got it very wrong. Paul, he was talking about GDP of Venezuela growing 10% last 10 years. If you go to Google, you see that almost dropped 80%. Immediately, Hugo Chavez died in 2013. It dropped, and people were running away from Venezuela. My rant is, they are in Yobe, the state we share together with Nigeria, with them. There is now an Islamic law, Hizbah, separating women and men in a public. That means women will have their own bosses, men will have their own bosses. In the same country we share with these people. You see, that's the problem. When we talk about, we have to sit down and discuss our unity. Some people think that we are, separatists or secessionists or rebels or troublemakers. No. If we want to live in one country, everybody should abide with the constitution of the country. There is no way somebody who is from Imo State or Anambra State living in Yobe as a woman will not enter bus that man or men are inside the bus in one country. That is why this unity, this fake unity must be renegotiated. We have to renegotiate Nigeria. Somebody was talking about, excuse me, finally, this young man from Borno State was talking about children of Gaza. As we speak, children of Borno, children in Northeast Nigeria are more, they have no food, they have no shelter, they have nothing. But they always talk about Gaza. Yemen, do you know how many children are dying in Yemen? Yemen, as today, Saudi Arabia bombed, UAE or what do you call it, in Yemen. Do you know the kind of atrocity that is happening in Yemen between the Houthis or what they call them and Saudi Arabia and Iran and everybody? But they will come here, they'll talk about Gaza. Let us talk about what is happening in Nigeria. Children are dying, people are hungry, there are starvation, there are famine in northern Nigeria as in Gaza. Good night from here.
Thank you so much for your contribution. I'll go to Oti, and then after that, I'll go to Jack.
Everybody has spoken twice already.
Hold on. I said, sorry.
And I didn't have a turn. Where's my turn?
Everybody has spoken twice. I haven't given up my space. I haven't spoken.
I'm sorry, guys.
I've spoken. I think
okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to pick up our Paul, remember?
No, you guys have all spoken. I waited, I left, I came back, you guys spoke again. I'm still here. Like, you've spoken.
Okay. All right.
So,
sorry, I've been too kind. To Nigeria, go ahead. You have been
thank you. So, let me first go. I wish he was still on. And, what I wanted to actually speak about was Venezuela. But being that he brought up a situation he claims is happening in Yobe. And his complaint is that the women have separate buses. Now, let me put out a disclaimer. Like I've always said, I am not in favor of the enforcement of Sharia law as it pertains to criminal cases. However, civil laws, yes, I do agree with, because I think there are advantages to everyday people in Islam, especially women, the feeble, minorities, and those that cannot defend themselves, basically children and the infirm. Okay. And why do I bring that up based on what he said? I think if you ask the average woman today if she would like to have separate facilities and separate access to things that men would also have access to, the woman of today, 2026, all over the world, I'd say they will vote yes. And how do I know this? I would say based on conversations with my spouse, family, friends that are of the female designation or origin. This is why, for example, you would have women that want separate gyms for themselves. And why do they want this? Well, for one, they're not strong enough. For two, men are very violent. Men can tend to be sexist, and men can tend to be perverse. So I don't see why he thinks it'll be against, it would be not in favor of women to have their own buses. Why? Because you want to criticize a certain sect or a certain creed. I think sometimes we should apply more sense before we just start complaining about issues. Now, back to the Venezuelan topic that we've been discussing. I don't see Tony on here. And I think, Tony, if you would like to know, if you're listening, OT was actually, I think you're mistaken. Either you're mistaking him for someone else or you're just being disingenuous. Knowing you, I would go based on the former because I don't think you would just come out to be malicious. OT was actually against the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, and we went at it more than once. So to tag him with that brush, I think that was wrong. Now, everybody has spoken well, and I think we're just seeing things from different angles. But invariably, it just boils down to the same thing. We need to be careful the amount of power we give the elite. We need to be careful the amount of power we give those that are in charge of our societies. If we are not careful, what they are doing, basically, as I see it, they are stripping us of our freedom. They are stripping us of our rights, bit by bit, subconsciously. And when we keep conforming and say, well, you know, they did it in Libya, and Iran attacked Iraq, and, you know, they did it in XYZ, it's fine. But it's going to come down to you on an individual basis. They are, as we speak, I keep talking, I mentioned Shlomo Kramer, and I say, everybody go look at it. The most important right we have in America is the right to free speech. And this is a right that has transcended America and has gone all over the world. Today, as we speak, we have a bunch of Israeli elite saying we have to do away with the First Amendment. Shlomo Kramer came out and said that yesterday, well, about 2 or 3 days now. Peter Thiel has been on the same journey. People like Elon Musk are also on the same journey. Larry Ellison, these are people that are saying somehow they have to gag dissent. Somehow they have to gag whoever has a discerning or divergent opinion. there is a bigger play at hand, and people are missing the bigger picture. And I think we need to all fall back, relax, look at it today, not just as Venezuela, but when it comes home, wherever your home is, don't be astounded and don't be astonished, because what is happening right now is, if we do not agree with you, we have the power to destroy you and take you out of society until you conform. And I think at that point, it is becoming worrisome. Interesting for us in history living it, but I think in the future, when our descendants look at it, it'll be a case of, why didn't you guys fight back?
Okay.
At some point, we have to start fighting back and pushing back.
Is that billionaire guy? He's a billionaire.
Shlomo Kramer, yes, the crypto guy.
Okay, I know who you're dealing with. I know him.
Okay, thank you so much. Fofara, do you want to go now, or you want to let Jagun speak?
I wanted to have my say, like everyone else.
Okay.
Indeed.
I've not ranted. So yeah, if I'm to rant, am I to rant or
Yes.
Jagun rant? Okay.
No, you go.
It depends, because eventually the last word will be for one Africa. But you go ahead. Any of you can go ahead.
Okay. Jagun, you want to go or I go?
You go first.
Thank you.
You've been waiting.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think I agree with most of what my one brain cell said about freedom of speech that is under attack. I think also, KJ, you make it quite easy for someone like me to find it difficult, because I struggle with things that are conflicting logic. You know how you said Maduro should have, negotiated with Trump, and so that he can get himself out of the mess he's in. That is what Tinubu is going to do in Nigeria, and the price for that negotiation is trading his people. That's what's going to happen. And if you are happy with that, then you should be happy with whatever Tinubu trades away with. He's going to say, and Tinubu will. And Tinubu, is a man of deals. He's willing to deal with the devil, even if they tell him that, you know what, your population, we're going to make sure they're impoverished for the next 50 years. He's going to sign on for that. And that is what Maduro refused to do. And that is his grievance sin. Not because he didn't want to do deals with them. They want the thing for free. They literally want it for free. That's how bad it is now. Because you remember Trump said they have money that they have to pay back to America now. Like reparation for what? What did Venezuela do to America? That they have to pay America back. This is the situation. It's like what they did to Haiti. Before, when Haiti was progressing, they came punish Haiti and said, you have to pay us money back. This is what is going on. This is gangsterism, international gangsterism, which is, to be fair, that's the law of nature. It's something I've been telling our people all this while about, and we are beginning to see it unfold before our own very eyes. And we are not ready. We should have been prepared a long time ago. I was shouting from the rooftop that if you were prepared, this is not going to happen to you. Maduro is a peace-loving guy. He's not even looking for trouble. He's telling America, come, Chevron is already inside his country. Come and do business. And yet, look at the punishment they give him. It's like you can't be good enough to them, because as long as they can get that thing for free, they will not want to give you anything for it. Today they are still selling Syrian oil. Like some areas in Syria is not under Syrian control. America is just taking their oil for free. And when we say America is taking their oil for free, it's not even going to the national coffers. It's going to billionaires and all the crooks at the top. That's how they make money now. They are like gangsters everywhere, just making money out of other countries. And Trump is like a kingpin out there now, signing deals here and there with Arab countries. Anywhere he can make money, he's signing deals. That's what is going on. And that's why they went after Maduro, because Maduro is saying, American companies, you are welcome. Come and do business. We are happy with you for you to come. But yet he got invaded. The only country that is not going to get invaded, guess what? It's North Korea. You're not going to mess with North Korea. Maybe Iran might even get invaded, because that their leader is busy doing a double speak where he doesn't want them to go nuclear. You can't play with your national security, and that will be his gravest mistake. The day they will carry him from that Iranian leader, the day they will carry him, that will be his gravest mistake. The same mistake that Libyan president made, trying to do deals with them, trying to say, let's work together. He failed. He died for it. Saddam Hussein tried, it didn't work. The only people that it works for are the ones that are obstinate to the end and commit to the path. Because when you commit to the path, what they see is that, okay, this guy, if we come after him, he's going to fight us with everything he's got. It's not going to end anytime soon. And by the time he's done, we may not be where we want to be, and they will leave you alone. That is how it's supposed to be. You have to strive to survive, because if you pretend as if they are going to somehow let you develop and everything, what they are just going to do is they will trade with you. You think they are trading with you. What they are just doing is that they're getting stronger. Just like, it's almost as if they are swallowing you, you know, like a python. When a python is swallowing an antelope, you know how it goes slowly. That's how it is. They are swallowing you slowly. You're going to be training with you. You are not getting stronger. You are getting weaker. They are getting stronger. Today, they are able to go into Venezuela and take a president out within hours, something that was very difficult for them to do before. Now they are getting more and more powerful. They are able to carry out things, do more things to more people very quickly than the way they used to do before. And this is in a world where they claim to be trading with everybody, because they are trading with you and giving you poverty while they keep advancing faster and faster more than you. And while that is happening, you are dying. You don't just know it. Your day of judgment is coming. And like us now, our day of judgment is coming. I keep saying it. People keep thinking this is a joke. When it reaches our turn, then you will remember that I've been saying this for years. Because that is how nature works. It's not Trump didn't invent it. It's just what it is. When people get stronger, when an animal gets stronger, it's going to take down the ones that are weaker. There is no negotiation there. That's why I keep telling people, an antelope has no business negotiating mercy with a lion that wants to feed. That's not going to happen. The lion will consume and the antelope will die. And if people choose that we are going to be antelopes, yeah, what choice have we got? I can't force people to think what I think. I can't force people to see what I see. Because if you see what I see, many of you will be acting crazy and losing your mind. That's why sometimes I act crazy here. People think I am talking like I know it all. But because for me, this is so obvious that sometimes maybe something's wrong with my head. When I read something and I see how the data connects, I can visualize it clearly. And it's so vivid in my mind. And I know the consequence of all this thing, because it will come. You can't escape it. It will come. And Maduro, his mistake was hedging his bet. Why did he hedge his bet? He could have gone full on, straight in one direction. What I find is that if you want to escape their control, you have to go full on in one direction. Don't try to play two sides. If you try to play two sides, you fail. Because they are not stupid. They see you. They see what you are doing. They say, oh, you want to think you are too smart. You want to do with our business, with our company, when we know we can get it for free. Come on, get out of the way. Let's take it. Because remember, your countrymen, there are your countrymen that will be telling them, why would you negotiate with that idiot? Don't worry, I will give you everything you want for free. And they will come, they will take you out. And you're going to go and your country will fall for it because you dare to say you want to play with them. Was it not Kissinger that said something about being an American's friend is quite fatal? That you can be their enemy, that's dangerous, but being a friend, it could be fatal for you if you're not careful. This is how it is. You have to learn how to play the game. Know when you say, you know what, enough is enough. If you want to kill us now, kill us, because I know you've already killed us in your mind. You never want us to leave in the first place. You have to remember when somebody has already declared war on you. They already declared war on us since the Berlin Conference, when they decided that they were going to invade the entire Africa. That was the declaration of war. What else can you define that as being? They said they had a meeting, came together and said, we will take over the entire African continent. They declared war on us, but our people didn't declare war on them. We didn't even unite to fight them. And we know that history today. Until today, we are still behaving the same way. We still are not united to fight back, because our whole interest depends on us being able to fight back. And if we don't do it, make no mistake about this, there is no other way to escape it. If we don't fight back, our existence will be called into question. Whether we survive, it is at their own mercy that we're going to survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I just also want to let you know that Maduro is also a bully, and he has done also a lot of harm to the people of Venezuela. And right now, the people of Venezuela, not the military of America, taking down his posters and rejoicing in the streets. So sometimes we also have to look at the other reason, because you ask yourself, why didn't the army, why didn't the people unable come out to fight on his behalf? That question also remains to be, to be answered. But however,
he wasn't strong enough, and it's people. Even when Trump steps down, if somebody kidnaps Trump today, you see Americans that are jubilating still.
No. But
every
hold
nation,
on.
you see people that
For
will
you
jubilate
to
that they did
get
their
to do
fault.
that, for you to get to do that, you will have been able to defeat certain people who will stand in your way. They're not going to let you walk into the White House and take him away. So the question now be, does he have the support of his people? If he did, why didn't the people resist? That's another issue.
I think his mistake was trying to think that he can work with the West, because he didn't give them a clear message that this is our fatal enemy. They are going to destroy us if we don't prepare.
Father, did you follow the policies of Maduro even before Chavez, before the guy who passed on and gave him the listing? What it was, the differences. So
Chavez, that's why they didn't invade Chavez. Sorry, that's why they didn't invade Chavez.
Have you seen the street of that and the kind of vehicles they're using in Venezuela and the streets of Venezuela?
Yes,
well,
because of sanctions now.
And then
they sanction the country. The guy is fighting for the poorer people of the country. It's like Showore now. America, because Showore decides that he wants to nationalize Nigerian assets and use it for the poor people in Nigeria, America goes after him. And this is when I tell people that most of our leaders, all the things they are doing is the West.
So here is the question for all of us, especially those of us from Africa. When our leaders make powerful friends and those people get them into office, and then when those people get you into office and keep you there, then one day you turn around and say you want to now put them out of whatever they're getting. Of course, they're not going to let you be. So don't make friends with them if you know that you're not going to keep up with. It's just like something.
But you're not going to make it into office now. The only person that will make it into office are the kind of leaders you hate.
Okay, so let's go ahead, and that's just my little.
So you make your peace with Tinubu, then you have to make your peace with Tinubu being in Nigeria, because that's the name of the game.
Jabu, go ahead, sir.
Well, as far as a rant is concerned, I want to appeal to us as Nigerians that we are not really taking our responsibilities on board as a people, as a government, as a nation. The fight between us within Nigeria is more important than the bigger picture. And that's a bit of a shame, because in that way, we don't understand what it is that we are actually fighting for. And I feel that if we understood what the bigger picture is, our fight inside would be clearer, which is to say that the bigger picture is there, and it's always been there for us if we observe things at all. Looking at the way the world is, I'm here in the UK, and there are certain laws and certain restrictions that are coming on board. This is not about any one nation. It's about the individual and what it is to be an individual, and how weak the individual is without a community, without a form of relationship, human relationship. And I feel if we don't understand the responsibilities that we have with our neighbors, then we've lost. We've lost. The world is coming for us. The world is coming for us. There is an agenda at play. And because of what we feel, the pain that we're feeling as individuals, as people, we're feeling a lot of pain. But we don't know the pain could be worse. The pain. Imagine being re-enslaved. Imagine being re-enslaved. Imagine being cast away to death. Imagine the rhetoric that says that we want to reduce the population of the world from the present 8 billion to around 500,000. There are people that have these agendas, and we're here looking and wanting to fight ourselves within Igbo, Yoruba, all the rest of the rubbish fighting that we do. generally. I fear that we are far too late. I fear that the lateness that we are in means that what they have in store for us is going to come to pass. We have no defense. We have no. What should have been priorities is building ourselves as a people. And you know, for me, these things have been. I remember telling my uncles who used to discuss all these things back in the 70s that we are going to be re-enslaved. I saw it as far back as then. Because there's a way that we just miss the real point. There's a way that we give in to the European ideologies. There's a way that we are prideful, but we don't understand what it is to be prideful about. Pride before the fall that we are about to take. Our pride should actually be built on the last 40 years of building. We haven't built over 40 years. We haven't built anything. We haven't built a nation. We haven't built our people. What it is that individuals that are well talented within our Nigerian scope, they are people that bring to bear a forward-thinking culture. Somebody like Anthony Joshua, he won't be welcomed by any governor or anything if he didn't do anything for himself in the West. He would be another non-entity like anyone else. That's how we are looked upon. Anthony Joshua could have been a Nigerian boxer. Nigerian. Could be Nigerian. But they have to make it outside before they're recognized inside. These kinds of things are our failing. We don't understand that there's an agenda that we don't have. So we will celebrate Trump misbehavior anywhere in the world. And we will start talking about Maduro like he's poison. Maduro is just like any other leader in a country that may be corrupted, maybe greedy, maybe not the best thinker in the world. But the people of the country have to make that insurrection for themselves. And that's what we don't. Wait. Why are you saying okay? It's not okay.
Because we need to go.
Let me just finish. I won't be long. This is a rant. And I'm saying that it is not because of your desperation that you would offer an enemy another chance in your arena. You have to be able to think. Rudyard Kipling said if, and that poem is a fantastic poem. You have to keep your head. You have to think. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater in order for you to relieve yourself from pain. Nobody likes pain. Nobody likes it. But you have to go through it. You have to go through it. And I'm saying that Nigeria, in particular, has not lived up to its responsibility and still continuing to. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagun. All right, One Africa. Sorry it took so long to get to you, but eventually we're here now. All right.
Yeah, hello everybody. It's nice to be with you guys again. I'm currently enjoying myself in my hometown in Nigeria. It's nice to be away from the cold. This morning I woke up with this banger of my very good friend Maduro being arrested. I'm actually very upset. I don't like it. But the problem is that I don't like election riggers. If you rig election, people have right to rig you out too. This is Game of Thrones. When you play the Game of Thrones, You got to be ready for what comes. You can't, you know, the Game of Thrones, you just have to be ready to die too. You can't play the Game of Thrones, and when they do the same game that you played, when you give you the same hand, you start complaining. This is a Game of Thrones. So anyway, look, Nigeria, we're a multipolar society. Look, you know, people like forefather are anti-West, but the problem is that they love living in the West. You know, they complain everything about the West. They call the West our enemy. The West is not my enemy. It's forefathers' enemy, or for any other person here that wants the West to be their enemy. You know, the idea of the all these world politics, look, we choose our own enemies. The West is not my enemy, it's forefathers' enemy. But he lives in the West. Forefather moves to China or Saudi Arabia and go and enjoy there. They're waiting for you, or in Russia. But you choose the freedom they have here, and you keep ranting against these people. You know, maybe when they are done, they will start looking for
What
people
do
like
you want? When some people declare war
Let
against
me
you,
just, I'm
what do you
ranting
want?
now. Let me just rant my
They declare
own.
war against us.
They are not, it's you they declared, but not me.
No, against your country, your Igbo
No,
culture,
it's
all of
you
them.
that, look, I thought you were going to have a show. I'll come to that show.
What do you think the
Let me
Berlin
tell you.
Conference means?
Oh, no, Berlin is, well, you said it's war. Yes, I agree, but we lost the war. Guess what? I've
And
been
you decide that
on a
they are your
different
friends
type
then, since
of
then.
war twice already. You know, maybe we lost the Berlin Conference. In Nigeria, I'm part of Nigeria that lost a war also, right? You know, the winners are enjoying, according to Mr. Kwebelo, they are enjoying the spoils of war. Is it not true? So if the people who have won the war, it's either you decide to align with them or you lose. This is a multipolar world. You know, you choose the people.
Hold on. Do you think I hear your
Let me
point?
just land my point, and then
Okay, go ahead.
KJ just took me and threw into your
no,
into
you see,
your
I see.
lion's den.
He didn't
That's
throw
very
you into my
sneaky.
lions there. Don't worry, he didn't throw you.
Papa that hates me, that won't let me say
What do you
anything
feel I hate you?
because
You're
I
the one
don't
that's
talk
calling me
about.
now. I'm here minding my own business. I start calling
No,
me
it's
out.
true. Now once you have your group of anti-West people. Once you people come up, you know your Muslim group, they will soon come up and they will start
I think
attacking
it's
everything I
manipulative
say.
slogan to say I'm anti-West. No, the West is
No, it's
anti
true. You
me.
are
That's the
actually.
problem.
You keep calling
Have you
them
considered
our
that they
enemies.
are
Let me
anti-us?
tell
They
you.
are
No, you
declaring war
said
against
no.
us.
You said
Okay,
they are
how
enemies.
did the forefather get the opportunity to? Forefather, allow him to rant.
Allow me to rant. Now,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
look, let me tell you, my point is, I'm saying, even in the post-Second World War order that we had the Soviet Union, and we had the West. People had opportunities to choose wherever they wanted to belong to. What is happening now is simply that people are trying to change that world order. After the First World War, we had the League of Nations. It didn't work out. We had the Treaty of Versailles. It didn't work out. We had the United Nations domiciled in New York after the Second World War. And we had another world order that the spoils of war was shared between the Allied forces and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union amassed like lots of land. They took over even Western Germany. America took Japan. Guess what America did? They allowed Japan to become the second biggest economy. Even Soviet Union could not come close. They chose war and getting nuclear bomb, which is what you have been advocating for. What you've been advocating for, I think people like you are suicidal, actually. What you want is get more of fireworks and war, so we can just fight these people. You love the North Korean guy, you love Kim Jong-un, that's fine, and it's a choice that you want to make. People like us prefer Singapore. We don't want to be North Korea. You can keep all your bombs. We just want to do trade. We want to be a little Switzerland. We can make deals with everybody, but I don't want to be fighting with anybody. Until Israel disgraced Iran, you were all Iran, Iran. Let's be like Iran. Before one day, Trump just came and said, we have taken over the skies of Iran. Let me finish my ranting now.
One Africa, do you have any concept of freedom? Yeah, but I'm asking a question as you're going on. Do you have any concept of freedom?
My concept of sense of freedom is I can describe that to you. But you can be free and living. If you consider the people of North Korea free, then doxology. You know, that's all I can tell you. I'd rather be in Singapore and let the West do their own business.
The concept, because you said Singapore.
Oh, don't worry. That's my.
At this point,
I've given you an example. See, the example of Singapore versus North Korea. If you don't understand it, really, I can't help. I think I don't even need to go too much into government and politics. You know, I understand. I studied science. I know more of that. I may not put it in a political language that you like a lot, but I've given you clear examples of a multipolar world that people choose where they want to belong. What people like forefather believe is that if you get a bomb, that people will not invade you, which is true. But the question is, what is the living situation of the people who are in that country? I don't want to be against the West, because the truth is, if you go that way, you know, you just remain in perpetual war. You know, forefather keep talking about the declaration of war at the Berlin conference. Yes, but guess what? Our forefathers lost that war. To say that we did not fight is a joke. We lived differently. The Sokoto Caliphate, they fought. The people in Borno Empire, they fought. The Bini people fought. The Ekumeku fought. Everybody, the Arab people fought.
But they have not
Everybody
declared
tried to
peace
fight.
since then. They've not declared peace since then on us. That's the problem.
Why would they do? You see, it's winner takes it all. You are
And
the
then
one who
why are you saying I'm hating them when they declare war against us?
No, you know, see, what you suggest.
Do you want this show to end at all? What is wrong with you now? I'm trying to get away from you. You're just
don't worry, now you're not going anywhere. You think you will?
Well, anyway, let me just go
all
because
right.
You know my idea is you know, look, it's not when I watch what happens in Venezuela. Of course, it gets me worried that even if you're doing well as a country, people can topple your president. But the truth is that we watched Maduro rig an election, and he was jumping all over. It was even all the liberal media said this guy lost this election, and he purposely stayed there and chased out the other guy who supposedly lost the election. Look at our country. People rig election and they are taunting you. That out of Nigerians 36 states, I think 29 states are in APC. And people are jumping around. The truth is, if there's a free and fair election in Nigeria, you know they're not going to win. But now, people are living under siege. Look at what's going on in Venezuela. Of course, there's always somebody who like his, you know, mom's soup or whatever. But the truth is, people in Venezuela, at least they feel a little liberated. You know, am I stupid enough to think that if they don't organize it, they can go into chaos like what happened in Libya or in Iraq? I can't even. This is not the Iraqi situation or the what do you call it? The Libya situation. I've always advocated for a benevolent dictator. So people like, you know, Gaddafi, I didn't care. But this guy said he's a Democrat. There was an election and he rigged it. Now somebody has come to kick him out. And they have told
Are you sure about that?
That he should watch his act. My friend, just wait. Let me talk. I don't know. What about you? Are you sure about that? Let me talk.
No, but you're saying. I'm not saying. You say he lost. How do you know?
Round up.
Okay, how do you know that Tinubu lost? Every day you're here jumping around Tinubu.
It's not about Tinubu now. It's not about.
So you don't see. We are commentators in a show.
Let me ask you.
Okay,
my brother, just slow down.
Do you approve of the invasion?
Do you approve that to be one?
Do you approve? Do you accept? I mean, is it a good practice?
That what?
OT, we need to end this.
And
that show is coming.
No, do you approve that he rigged the election?
No. Do you approve?
No, OT,
I already said, I already made it very clear that I don't like it. I don't know why you keep trying to, but I'm just saying that I'm not sad. What's the problem? If people in Venezuela are not sad, why should I be sad? I don't know. Why should I be drinking Panadol for their own headache? The people in Iran are protesting. Their $1 is 1.6 million Iranian money. The people are not happy. Whether you say the West is deliberately doing it, they are choosing the wrong side. Their leaders are choosing the wrong side. In everything, there are winners and losers. If we're going to have a third world war, maybe soon. And when we have that war, people are going to emerge winners and losers. You had better choose the right people to pitch your tent with, or you better be the winner. And don't perpetually be Cuba and continue to fight forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The commentator, I don't know, at JJ Win WIEN. You should be very careful. Be careful. I've been watching your comments. I don't think you have any right to insult people here. Because we are being liberal doesn't mean that you can just throw whatever you want to throw at people. Please respect yourself. All right. Probably before you speak, let's give Desta. Desta just come in. I just brought him in because he had been waiting behind and he didn't stop. So Desta, please, you have I don't want to be unfair, but you have 3 minutes because Forefather is also here. If I wish you guys can say, let's just shut down so that you go over to Forefather's show and start all over again. Okay, just take 2
Thank you, thank you, KJ, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone on the show. I want to say, just on this Maduro's issue, when the election in Nigeria happened in 2023, Chimamanda Adichie wrote a letter to the president of US, Joe Biden, and spoke about the inaction of the US when there is corruption. So why would you say you're supporting somebody, you're giving some people money, you're trying to help them, but you can see that there is corruption and then you're supporting it by accepting the president? The question is, what do we want in this world? It seems like in whichever way it goes, we cannot really, a leader is faced with making a very objective, strong decision. The same Democrats that were condemning Maduro, I mean, if you just go back to when the election in Venezuela happened, just go back to this person's show, Whoopi Goldberg's show. What's that name? The name of that show that Whoopi Goldberg does with the ladies in the US. When they were condemning Trump, they were still condemning Maduro. They were like, Maduro needs to get out. There was a clear dissatisfaction with Maduro and what he's been doing there. So the question is, I ask this, many of us come here, we are flipping on these things. The question is, what do you want? The world suffers when men do nothing, when good men see actions they need to take, and they do nothing. And I think that is one of the things about liberal system. That's why people like Forefathers and the rest can live in the Western world, because they're not going to come after you, because you know that, after all, I can say, we have many people here living in America, and they will be saying rubbish about the place. And if from history, you know that empires don't die from outside. Empires die from inside, from people who have been bloated by the system and they start eating like maggots, eat the system up. That's how empires die. Anybody that wants to see, let me follow, if I want to give like Forefathers narrative, anybody that wants to keep his empire, you will fish out people that have the mindset of fighting against the system and get them out of the system. Because you cannot be enjoying the largesse of a place, but you're the one still trying to tear down the place. It doesn't really. Imagine your home. You are living in your home, and then the person you are feeding in your home, If an outsider that you are feeding your home wants to eat more food than your children, wants to impoverish your own children in the home, and the person is demanding for rights, that is my right. In fact, that as I'm eating here, it's because of you I'm eating here, and that kind. Let us be just with ourselves. Let's ask ourselves, what do we, like I'm supporting whatever Trump did, but the point is that a leader comes as a leader, you are faced with an objective decision. Are you going to make sure for the better good? You understand? People are coming here to say, oh, do you know whether man? We all know when Maduro had the election, we all know it was rigged. The same way we know elections were rigged in Nigeria. What do we want? Do we really want a better country in Nigeria? Because the way it feels like, it's like some people are going to flip. The moment it's your person, the moment it's, we have to be objective about it. We want to move forward as Africa, because the truth is that in Africa we are behind. If we want to move forward in Africa, we must be objective. Why Paul Kagame made progress with Rwanda is because he became very objective about it. When you are objective, you cannot afford to be followed. Look, in Africa, we can't afford this liberal democracy, like this liberal of, flipping up and down, flipping. It's nice when you have become a developed world, when people know their rights and all that. But when you, I think that is said it, when you have people that don't even understand the level, what education is, cannot make objective decisions, then you can't afford as a leader to be inobjective. You can't afford to just be subjective. You have to be very objective. And we need that in Africa. Because it's either we want to be going back with corrupt leaders, or we want to go forward with the right leaders. What do we want? So this is Maduro issue. And the whole thing of the West against, look, Venezuela tanked because they based everything on oil. And the moment oil went down, Venezuela's system went down. So if you look at the economics of how Venezuela went down, Venezuela is one of the richest countries, but look, check the whole world. Except places like Saudi Arabia that is pivoting. It's not resources. I've always said it. It's not about resources on the ground that makes a country great. Forefathers is living in the UK. What resources do they have? It's between their ears is the brain. Brain power. That's why 80 men can go and capture 10,000 men. And that's what we should be focusing on in Africa. Focus on developing human capacity index. Not here to become about Maduro. Let's leave Maduro. Focus on how many people what have you done home to make sure that the next generation human capacity index is high. Can they challenge? It's not about going to you want to go and buy ICBM. What is it to buy ICBM? Why don't you invest in your own students, in your own human resource, so that they can build it? They can build it. It's not going to buy. Let's go and buy this, let's go and buy that. Invest in your own people, and leaders will make objective decisions. Trump has
okay.
Maduro, thank you.
Thank you so much, Justa, and I appreciate your patience waiting behind for so long. Finally, recently I've come to the end with Project 2027. Keep it short so I can go. I want to run away from here.
Why?
And the guys who are, listen, you don't have to agree with somebody's comment, but to say that the person is talking nonsense, that's what I don't appreciate. Nobody is here paying for the bill of his telephone bill or data, and then you say he's talking nonsense. The time the person has spent, I don't think it's very nice. So if you don't agree with the person, say I don't agree with you, and this is your reason. If you want to, you don't want
to. It may not be very friendly, but I think it's permissible. If I'm talking nonsense, tell me I'm talking nonsense. I can.
No, it's not you. You are not the moderator.
I'm saying if I'm talking nonsense, if you think it's nonsense, tell me it's nonsense.
No, I would. But that's not. You have your own.
So you don't have to be friendly. I mean, it's just
hold on. Hold on. I'm not referring to you.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying because I tell people that are talking nonsense, and people.
No, it's not nice, and I'm also telling you that it's not nice.
You don't have to be nice. I don't have to be nice.
That's
have to be nice.
No, you have to be nice. That's why you say. If you're not nice, I'm telling you what the rules here. You have to be nice. You have to be nice, even if you don't want to be nice in your.
You have to be nice here. How nice?
Yes, you have to be.
How nice?
You have to respect people. No, the fact that they are here.
It's not. Listen, I'm not saying somebody is nonsense, but the opinion or the view you are canvassing, it can be nonsensical, and I would say so. It's just
okay.
Sometimes we've got to be quite frank and clear. And that is
hold on, Mr. Oti. I don't think it's proper for you to tell a full-grown man who have children, and the children may be watching the show, and you tell the person he's talking nonsense. I don't think that is nice. Some of our children watch these shows, okay? And I don't think anybody's child will appreciate you telling the father that he's talking nonsense. I don't think so. Please, let's be advised. All right.
AJ, have you forgotten me or what?
Oh, I thought you have that. You did the first round now before we went ahead to do it.
You see that I want to do Ojoro. I remember it because he called me out.
It is the one that you did,
and
we still trying to end it since.
Is it the first one we are still?
Yes, now. Yes, now, bro.
It's because of Fubara and Dobie that I even want to come. I want to call him out again because
you have already done that before now.
Okay. Fubara, are you hosting your program?
Yes. That's why I'm trying to rush this people out.
Okay, I will join you there. I'm going to call you out there because it's all about calling out. So
all right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Ovie has changed them again.
Right.
Project.
What did he write again? Project 1.
2027B.
Where is Obobolo? Obobolo, is he where I hide the picture of Obobolo?
He's there now with the borderland guy. The borderland guy is behind that supporting. All right.
We don't know where Obie is confusing us here. We don't know where he belongs.
All right, Ovie, go ahead.
So, you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. After 5 hours, finally get to speak. Thank you. To respect, I think it's an act, right? To respect people is an act, and common sense says that if you don't respect other people's acts, why do you expect people to respect your acts? Right? If you don't respect and you give these other people to either act nonsense or foolishly. But again, it's all about common sense. It's not intellectual this time around. They had to for some people to comprehend. I think it is Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1 that says that to every season there's a reason a bit. There's time for everything. That was my favorite quote during the. Every time that was my favorite quote during the past election. People who know me then go understand that I always talk. And I'm saying this to make it clear to people who never understand how I operate my things now. Should listen, because that's how I approach my things. If you ask to Nigeria, Dr. Dame, people when they come this platform right from the beginning of this year, we say I was particular about two things. Because in the way I approach my things, there's time to learn, there's time to teach, there's time to play, right? Time to teach and be taught. Now you come platform like this, you put your opinion out there, you put what you or whatever you have in your head out there, and let people challenge it. That's the approach I use when Trump come, when they swear Trump in, when they bring all these professors come. I say people should take this serious. This is not about Trump. I was talking everything about the Monroe Doctrine. I was speaking specifically about today and beyond. People who don't understand or who don't know anything, they'll call you a conspiracy theorist or propaganda. That's fine. But when that thing where you they talk don't they happen, I can't they celebrate. You can't carry your small mind. Can't they toss how they play. Now look, now you guys say will know they face to face because I feel worse person slap. Because everybody they plan. From the beginning of this year, they asked, what is the plan from the opposition? That was when I was proposing organizing. That become a word that it should not be heard on this platform. Everything is on record. Towards the middle of the year, they asked those who belongs to other group, what is the plan? They could say, no worry, we will come out, hit you, boy. I was proposing solution towards the end of the year. I say, come. We have to go back to our various communities because politics is local. Again, people then when I will come to celebrate of what I've been saying, then one small man will come tell me say how they play. I don't work like that. This year, I would laugh from the beginning to the end because everything I say will come to pass and I go remind us. But at the same time, I stand to fight anyone. I will come and say the Nigerian people are stupid. Because they ask, what have you been doing? Nothing. I did anytime when I thought everybody insult me. That's why I'm speaking like this. And I'm not just out of expert. Go back and listen to everything I've been saying from the beginning to this year. Everything get reason.
Prophetic, right?
I'm not the one that said it. That's what the Bible said. If you see something that comes to pass, it's prophetic. So it's not my understanding. It's not me.
Do you have to laugh at things that are?
Please, when they talk, nobody talk.
No, I like asking questions. I like asking questions. I like asking questions.
Don't ask me anything. You don't ask me anything.
It's not just talking and talking.
You are fixation on what is happening now. I am above what is happening now. I'm far ahead. So you can't ask me anything. When I was talking about today, you said I'm a conspiracy theory. I don't know what I'm talking about. So please shut up when I speak. We're not at the same level.
Oh, calm down. No, Ovie, you can't tell me shut up.
I can ask you a question, whether you like it or not. And then if you think you're a prophet, you know everything, that's good for you. I can ask you a question.
I have the right not to answer you. That's what you don't understand. That's the common sense.
Okay, Ovie, go ahead. Now, I've muted him. Just go ahead. Stop.
When you were, let me just finish. When you speak, nobody interjects. When you interject the other person, what does that mean? Again, common sense. That's easy. Me pointing it out is not an insult. It's just the obvious. He said, have your say. Use your time to talk whatever you want to talk. That's not the point. So I am confident to say what I'm saying today because if you go back to yesterday, I said it. So when they do about today's headline, I am above, I'm ahead because I am not scared of being wrong. That's the difference. I think they say they're going to impeach Trump tomorrow. I can say it because I am not scared of being wrong. It might happen, it might not happen. That's what human being does. That's what intellectual, you challenge yourself. So everything that is happening, I've said, that's why I no one answer you. Maybe I don't know what question when they ask because you are dragging me behind. No, I don't pass that level. Like this year now, everybody they form tents, they form allegiance. Obi don't take in part. I have taken mine. But small brain people will come, no fit compare that. Go. Think ahead. Not be everybody they think of waiting in the job now. So some of us, now tomorrow, what will likely happen? 3 weeks ago, at least, in fact, I gave Maduro 48 hours that he was going to be outside. People, Chima was one of those people. You don't start again conspiracy theories. But just because I said 24 hours, that doesn't mean go happy immediately 24 hours. Okpa will then go give Tinubu 3.5 million. Does that mean he's going to give you 3.5 million? No. Again, now I have your say. Come here, and go. No, don't force anybody to reason the way you reason. Now people will get small brain, they think like that. If you don't understand anybody, just go. It doesn't matter if you understand that person.
Okay, round up, bro.
One Africa. Nigeria is not suicidal. If it's suicidal, if for no wrong, go London. If for fight for your company for a village, make it get away. So it's not suicidal. And again, stop deceiving me. I don't belong to the party that won the war. You leave your mansion for America. See go village inside mansion. I see the inside my car since that time. So who win?
All right, thank you so much, Ovie. You make it so simple. And listen,
the problem of a man, you think is a wise thing to be? I mean, to find something funny, a serious situation funny, even tragic situation. You find it funny and you celebrate it and laugh at it. You think that is wise?
And now, hold on.
Because when I was working,
hold on. No, Pueblo, no, Pueblo, stop.
When I was making progression, you are calling me conspiracy theories. So why should
hold on, Pueblo, hold on. The game is over. Hold on, the game is over. Forefather has 10 hours. He's going to be with you people. Joe, carry your wahala, go there. Okay, let's end this one, please. Just relax. Forefather is already prepared, and let me look for the to share it, so you don't even need to go and look for it anywhere. I'll just share the link, so you can go from here to there. And oh no, where is it? Okay, let me see if I can get it, so you can just go there straight on and log into it. And I don't have it. Okay, but Forefather will be broadcasting right away, so we all can go get it. Forefather, if you are still here, please share the link, so that we.
Yeah, I've shared it in the private chat and it's also in the main chat.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's the link, so you all can hook up immediately, and then continue this in this side. I think OT has a lot to say, and Pablo is here to defend that. So, but for us here, I want to just say thank you. I'm only going to call those who have supported this channel so far for today. Real K, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Chris, okay. Rike, thank you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you. And thank you. And thank you. And yeah. Thank you also, bro. Today, you guys really did us well. We thank you for all those who tried to support us. You all, God bless you. This is our first show for this year. It was explosive as usual. It was, nerve-wracking as usual. It was everything that the show comes with. And we really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I wish I wasn't moderating, because I also have my own fire to bring. But I may just go to Forefathers and pour it there and make sure that I make it uncomfortable for him. So that,
this fire will Trump the help you throw away, so you never see, do you?
You never do. Okay. Rike, I thank you so much. Oh, my brother, my uncle at the top, Pansa. Pansa, we have not seen you for a long time. This is your Igbo brother with a Fulani hat, as you say. And I'm here to thank you for supporting us. And One Africa, you didn't tell me you are going to the village. I would have asked you to bring me Alpo Ojuku so that I can enjoy it when you're coming back. But it's okay.
You not belong to one group, it's an elite. You there our group. Don't worry, you know if you tell us. Now you go tell the people there at the top. You not threat, me and you not threat to Ram.
Okay, so that will be the end of this show today. We thank you so much, everybody who have taken time to be with us. There's so many of you, so many comments. I think this show has had the largest number of comments that I've seen in the show since I began to be part of it. And it means that it is not going to be over yet. People are very emotional about it. People are seem to be in support or against. There are many of every side have a good argument. But then the question comes back home. The question is, why I see some people arguing is because they are thinking that this kind of thing can happen in Nigeria and we will have nobody to run to. So it's I see that as act of being afraid of what is going to come. So that's why I anchor my own belief. Now that we see what can be done or what can happen in other places, why don't we now begin to renegotiate or discuss or try to put our house in order so that nobody will have a reason to come to take over. Nigerian journalists, they have done their best. We have discussed this fault line for so long that anybody who wanted to repair Nigeria would have done that. Today, we have a particular ocean trying to now, by all means, introduce things that were never written in the Nigerian law. Those things are not nice, and I don't think it can work. So if we are really interested in building a nation where nobody can come and take our president like a small chicken in a cage and go with him and we can't do anything, the president himself should learn how to behave and treat your people right, that even when such a situation arises, the people will stand up against that kind of, But here, nobody stood. The people will just, they are celebrating and drinking in the street of Venezuela. So what are we talking about here? And having said that, everybody's view is welcome, whether you people in the panel agree with you or people in the panel did not agree with you. That's your view. You hold the right to own it. On that faithful note, I'll say thank you very much on behalf of Dr. Damages and the team here. Please go straight to Forefather, who is waiting on the other side, to take up the program right away. God bless you all. Bye.